Welcome to building your first web app with Cursor. What we're going to be doing here is downloading the Cursor text editor. This is the Cursor code editor that has AI built into it. Now, what that means is you have a very robust way to chat with the AI, but that AI could also then auto-complete several files at once that they all intermingle and actually build out your application. It's actually kind of hard to vocalize it without seeing it, so let's actually take a look at a really quick demo as to why you might want to use Cursor in your projects. Let's do a quick little hello world here. Right now I have a virtual machine that does not have a website on it yet. We're going to change that by using Cursor. Now I'm going to show you how to set all of this up in the course, but the idea here is I'm now running Cursor on that virtual machine and I have some rules about it to give some sort of hello world or some sort of website. So I'm going to go ahead and do Command L to open up chat, and we want to create our website. Something like that, telling Cursor to create it for us based off of these rules right here. So what we've got here is we're going to make a directory for all of that stuff. This is called bash. This means that it runs on the terminal, as you can see right here. Of course, if you know terminal already or you know bash, this is very obvious to you. But now I'm going to go ahead and create this run file here, and then I'll go ahead and copy the data that's coming through here, paste it in, and I'm going to go ahead and do Control X, Y, and enter. That actually did create the file itself. Another thing that I could do is when creating files, I can do something like file creation, use only bash to create new files, right? So I can go ahead and save that. Let's go ahead and close out this terminal window, and I'll go ahead and grab this, create our website again, and then I'll exit out of that chat, do Command L. I just made some rule changes to what Cursor should do. I will paste this in again, hit enter. What we should end up seeing is basically that same thing, but now instead of me needing to copy and paste that file, I can just use this command right here, which does the same thing, which ends up doing the same thing. So we run that, and then we actually build out that file again. You could verify all of this stuff, and you can ask Cursor how to do it inside of the chat. Next up, we're going to go ahead and create this file here. Then we're going to go ahead and do this one, and then this one, and all of that. So we've got an error here, so I'm going to go ahead and add that error in. The reason we've got an error here is, well, I don't know, but I did know that it said debug with AI or add to chat. So right away, you go, what's this? Fix it. Something like that, where you are basically saying, hey, Cursor, you made a mistake, so let's go ahead and make sure that you do things correctly. And then I'll go ahead and add that error to chat, fix this, right? And so the process here is just really iterative, going back and forth with the Cursor chat and with the errors that might come up. Now, a lot of these errors end up going away if your Cursor rules are more verbose, more robust in what they end up needing to be. So I'm going to go ahead and run this now. Then I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this one. We'll run that one as well, which should give us a status to NGINX, which is now saying running. Then we can check the version of NGINX. Don't worry if you don't even know what those things are. But now I'm going to go ahead and run this right here. And we've got our server IP address. We've got everything in there. I'm going to go ahead and run this one. Then I'm going to go ahead and test it like it says. I'm literally just doing everything that I need to. And then I'm going to go ahead and run restart. And now I'm going to go ahead and jump into this web page here. Hello, welcome to my CFE main website. Fantastic. That in a short amount of time just built maybe your first website ever. Now, of course, I can explain all of these things to you, or you can just add the chat to do it. What is HTML? What is my website made of? Stuff like that. Then it will actually tell you exactly what's going on with these things in here. This is quite literally the same code that was used just a moment ago with some of the same styles, some of the NGINX configuration, which turns it into a website, and all of these other things that I could spend hours and hours teaching you all of this step by step, or you can just do it in a few minutes using Cursor. This is why you want to use this tool. Now, there's a lot more advanced uses of it, which I go into quite a bit throughout this course. And of course, there's always going to be new things that pop up that you'll have questions about. Leave them in the comments below so that future videos can really benefit from what it is that you're facing or you're having issues with. Now, a big part of the reason I wanted to show you debugging in here is because as a beginner, if you've never done this before, you're going to need to debug a lot. The chat will help you so much with all of that. And if you ever get frustrated or confused or just completely over it, totally understand that. Jump into where you got your virtual machine and then just go ahead and delete that virtual machine and start all over again. The reason we use virtual machines is so that we can just wipe the slate clean at any time. And that's really the key part of this. Now, I want to go into more detail about this project itself, but hopefully this hooked you in to want to learn that much more. Let's keep going. Now I want to take you into an in-depth overview of what it is that we're going to be building at the end of this course. The idea here is we want to build a full-on web application. This gives us the ability to have users. That's what all web applications need, is real users that can log in, have permission to do stuff, and actually be able to save things into their project. So a big part of this is building out every little piece step by step using Cursor. Now, I don't actually code very much, if at all, in this series. Most of it is copying and pasting and then using some of the knowledge I have of the tools that we use to make sure that it's working correctly, to make sure that we are asking the right questions. So my hope for this is, yeah, you use Cursor to build real cool things. And then number two, maybe you learn a little bit more about the tools that you're working with to make Cursor that much more effective for you. Now, when I say learn a little bit more, that can all happen inside of Cursor Chat, where you just read some and you can figure it all out. So here's the idea. We've got a web application on a virtual machine. This is a server. This is a web server that we are renting that costs under $10 a month. It's closer to half that, but the idea is you can turn this on and off at any time and only get charged for what you used. So if you only used it for a week, it might be $1 worth of charges. And of course, I will give you some credits based off of the services that I've already worked with. But the idea here is we've got this homepage, and I can take a look at something like blogs. On those blogs, I can review them, I can read them, and I can also say, there is a cool one, add in an actual comment. And there's that comment right there. I can also just as easily delete that comment. This right here is fundamental to web applications, to be able to put data in something based off of your permission, based off of being a user, and then be able to remove that something as well. You can also do stuff like contact. Yes, there's places for products and about and pricing. All of these things are done in a way that Cursor just builds out for us. Now, once you're done with this, you can absolutely use everything we use inside of the blog to actually build out products, right? It's not actually a whole lot different, because at the end of the day, it's just about how to use the database itself. And so that's what we really do here. Now, this current user that I am is named Team CFE, but if I go into the admin portion of this site, I get this: you are authorized or authenticated as Team CFE. You cannot log in here. So in order for me to be able to log in here, I have to use an admin user. This admin user now has access to the entire site. Now, one of the things you'll notice is this thing called Django. Django itself is the web framework that powers this. If you've ever used something like WordPress or really any sort of backend admin, Django has this built into it, which is a big part of the reason we end up using it. So then you can actually go into any individual entries here that someone might have on the contact, or you can go into the articles and you can see all of this. Now, this comes out of the box with Django itself, but we use Cursor to make sure that what's being shown up here actually works. And like I said, it's all English, so you can just type out some things to make sure that ends up working. To me, this is really, really fundamentally changing how you might build web applications from the beginning. Now, if you're already a Django developer, it's only going to speed up what it is that you can do. So the actual tools that we use are Python itself. So Python is the programming language that we end up using. I'll go over this again, but we also use Django itself, and specifically the newest version of Django, which is the Python web framework. On top of that, we use a lot of styling from third-party packages like Tailwind CSS. We use something called Flowbyte. All of these things help us build our application faster. All of these things are frameworks and tools that we have at our disposal that we can just chat with Cursor about to implement it for us. Now, another key part of this course is the fact that we need a database. So I partnered up with Neon for this one because Neon integrates super well with Django, but the fact that Neon is serverless means that we only pay for it when we need it. Now, when it comes to building out your application, having a database is going to be critical. When it comes to building out your application with Cursor, I would say it's even more so because it's super easy to accidentally delete databases that aren't managed by like Neon, but it's also really easy to delete your virtual machine and lose all of your progress. So for that reason, we have a production grade database in Neon with the Postgres database. We also show you how to implement GitHub so you can actually store all of your work, all of your code that you're building out with Cursor little by little. And that's exactly what happens here. And so all of this is done with Cursor and the actual Cursor's SSH remote session. So everything that we work on here is done through a virtual machine. My local machine does nothing. This is it. This is the entirety of my local machine with respect to Cursor. That is for those of you who don't want to install everything on your local machine yet, or those of you who just want to get experience having a development application deployed on the internet somewhere, whether it's through the IP address or even using something like Cloudflare to have your own custom domain name on there. Now, we go over all of this, and I don't necessarily go at this same speed the whole time. In fact, I can't. It's impossible to because of how Cursor works. You got to type things, you got to chat with it, you got to say, hey, what is this? And it will tell you everything that you might need to know about any given file in particular, which is exactly why I wanted to show you this more in-depth tutorial before we jump into the first section of building out a web page. Just a standard website that's not quite a web application yet, so you can really get to know Cursor a lot better, little by little. Then we will go ahead and upgrade this into the next section after that, which is building the Python web application itself. Now, if you have any questions at all, let me know. You can also hit me up on Twitter at Justin Mitchell, that one right there. Then we can talk about it even more. So I did partner up with Neon on this one, so thanks to them for giving us this course and doing it together. Feel free to check out Neon at neon.tech/CFE. Having a database is critical to having a web application. I use Neon in so many of my projects already because it is a very effective way to do so, and it's one of the main reasons I partnered up with them. We'll see how to set this up as well. So let's go ahead and jump in now to the very first section. To get started, we need to do two things. That is download Cursor and then create an account. Both can be done at cursor.com. Now, Cursor itself is based off of another text editor called Visual Studio Code. So, of course, if you're familiar with VS Code, you will be very familiar with Cursor. Things change a little bit on how you navigate, but not by a whole lot. Overall, the key about this is Visual Studio Code extensions all work on Cursor as well. Now, if you're brand new to the world of writing code altogether, this just means that what comes out of the box already has support for a lot of other third-party extensions that you might want to get into at some point. Now, using the AI code editor that is Cursor will give you a lot of advantages just by itself. You don't necessarily need a bunch of those third-party extensions, but of course, if you use them, it's really nice to know that they exist. So at this point, go ahead and click download and then download the actual AI code editor. This is an interactive code editor, so we can write a bunch of code, we can run that code, we can open a command line to run other commands and all of that. So I'm going to be taking this from the approach that you've never written code before. In some parts, it might feel really fast. Now, that's on purpose because some of you might be watching this and you have written code before and it's just your first foray into using Cursor itself, in which case I'm trying to help both audiences in that respect. So at this point, make sure that you have Cursor downloaded and then you go ahead and create a brand new account on cursor.com itself. Once you do that, your homepage will look like this, where it has settings here, and you can click on those settings. You can see that this is a brand new account with a pro trial going for only 14 days. Now, me personally, I think this is well worth upgrading to pro. I have it on my own personal account, and I use it all of the time. It saves a ton of time. The other part about having a pro account is you don't have to actually use any sort of third-party AI tool out there or any of the LLMs that are out there. You can just use your Cursor account. And And of course, you have 500 requests, which in my experience is not enough for me, but as a beginner, it's probably more than enough. Worst case scenario, you use all of the premium models up, and then you use still very advanced LLM models, and you have no limit there. Now, I don't work for Cursor. They did not sponsor this, but overall, I think this is just a great tool, as you may have seen somewhere out there on the internet. Now, the goal here is to use Cursor for the first time and do it in a way that I think is incredibly practical and hopefully will hook you in to being like, yeah, this is actually a great tool and I want to go further with it. The key thing here is after you're already installed, I'm going to go ahead and use the default VS Code one. Notice that there's a few other setups that you can use if you use those other ones. I've used other ones before, but overall, I am just going to stick with VS Code. It's really cool that you can use non-English language for the AI as well. I'm going to be using the English language. I'm also going to go ahead and install Cursor onto my local terminal. Code is already installed actually, so I already have code installed as VS Code. So I do have VS Code on my local machine. I'm not going to go through that process on this one. I will every once in a while switch between Cursor and VS Code for these kinds of recordings because Cursor is just like overpowered. Sometimes you'll need it, sometimes you won't. So once you do that, you're going to go ahead and continue it. Do you want to use your previous VS Code extensions? I'm going to say no. I'm going to go ahead and completely start from scratch. And I'm also going to go in privacy mode and go ahead and hit continue. Then I need to log in. This should open up your web browser. In my case, I'm already logged in as my free account. I'm going to go ahead and say yes and log in. And I'll go ahead and reopen up Cursor, in which case I'll see this right here. Now, this is probably hard to see for you, so I'm actually going to zoom in quite a bit with it with Command plus or Command minus to zoom in and zoom out. I'm actually not going to go over the tutor. You can do all of these things. I'm going to use them to a degree at some point. The main thing that we want to do here has to do with this little purple icon down here. This is called opening a remote window. So if you actually click on this, this will allow us to do something called a remote SSH or a remote secure shell. This is what we want to go through. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. It's going to install the extension for me. It installs the SSH extension for me. This works cross-platform. Now, the reason we're doing this is because everything in this section of the course is going to be done on a virtual machine, on a remote server. All of it's going to be done on a remote server, not on our local machine, because installing a bunch of software on a local machine might not be something you're ready to do yet. Maybe just installing Cursor is enough for you. So that's what we're going to be doing here. So we're going to be installing things on a remote machine and actually bring a website alive, make it a real production website. So I want to actually start that process in the next one where we actually spin up a virtual machine with 2 different cloud providers. Now that we have Cursor installed, we really have 2 paths forward. One path is to configure our local development environment. That's installing things like Python or Node or Ruby, making those things run on your local machine. Now, if Cursor didn't exist, that's exactly what I would recommend you do. But since Cursor does exist, there's another path. That path is renting a cloud server from a cloud platform. We'll talk about that more in just a moment. But the idea here is renting an external machine that Cursor can install whatever it needs to. It can also mess it up whenever it needs to because we can turn these things on as easily as we can turn them off. And the idea here is these cloud computers or these cloud servers are meant to be built and destroyed at will. That is exactly what they're designed for. So that's what we're going to be leveraging throughout this section of the course. Now, the other part of this is if you are new to writing code, you may not understand what pip is or what npm or what homebrew is just yet. Maybe at some point you will. But the thing is, Cursor itself can leverage all of those tools on our local machine. But the easiest way to actually have Cursor do its job is by using Linux, using a virtual machine that is built in Linux, because that's how so much of the internet runs and works right now. So for that reason, we're going to be provisioning virtual machines that Cursor will use. And in that last part, we actually saw that you can use something called a remote SSH. Now, for those of you who are already very familiar with this process, feel free to provision your own virtual machine right now. If you're brand new to it, let's go ahead and see a few cloud providers that we will actually use. I'm going to stick to just 2 for now, but there's a lot of options in terms of virtual machines that are out there. And the process we're going to go through to create them and delete them is basically the same everywhere. Some of them get a little bit more complex because there's more steps to make sure that that works. But overall, the process is about the same. Let's take a look at provisioning a couple virtual machines. The reason we use Cursor and cloud machines is because Cursor is like as if you were using ChatGPT, but could install things. You can actually change your entire computer's environment. Now, at some point, this is going to be a commonplace thing, and I would imagine that also means virtual machines at will also be commonplace going forward as well. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and start this process by provisioning a virtual machine on both Linode or Akamai Linode at linode.com and also on DigitalOcean at digitalocean.com. I have a couple promos that you can get because I've worked with them in the past, so we'll talk about that in a second. But of course, these aren't the only places you can rent servers from or virtual machines from. You can rent it from Microsoft Azure. This is a big cloud platform that you can easily create an account on and then figure out how to provision a virtual machine on there. It is fairly straightforward if you've done it before, but if you've never done it before, it gets really complicated. This is true for Google Cloud as well. There are virtual machines on there, and also AWS also has virtual machines. But configuring these 3 platforms is quite a bit more complex than using something like Linode or DigitalOcean. So for that reason, we're going to go ahead and start off with Linode and DigitalOcean. Now, if you go to linode.com/CFE or do.co/CFE-YouTube, you will get credits on your account that you can use for the entirety of this course. Feel free to create a new account, and then once you do, you're going to go ahead and log in to both of those places. Now, the reason I'm showing you both of these at the same time is because creating cloud-based virtual machines is very, very easy, and you can get in this habit of doing so. Think of it as a Linux computer that you're sort of attaching to your local computer that you can install things on, you can run things on, but most importantly, especially for this section of the course, we are going to actually build our very first website using AI. We're not going to write any code. We're just going to talk some English to it, and it's going to do what needs to happen. So with this in mind, after you actually create an account on Linode or DigitalOcean, you will have this going on. So I'm actually going to close a few things out in here in terms of everything else that I'm not using. Now, do keep in mind, I am using the Arc browser. This is just like the Chrome browser, but the nice thing is it actually shows you all of these links all of the time that might help you get these things down a little bit more. But the idea here is now I'm in the Akamai Linode Cloud Manager, and I'm going to go ahead and create a Linode in here. Now, I already have an account. I've done this many, many times, so yours might look a little bit different than this, but overall, the idea is a Linode on Akamai Linode is a virtual machine. There are other things on here that, of course, you could use at some point, but the foundation of all of their services, including all of the major platforms, are their virtual machines. They just name them differently. I already named them differently in our last few conversations. The cloud server, a server, renting a server. The virtual machine idea here is a server. That's what we're doing. So every different cloud platform might approach this a little bit differently. But in our case, we're going to go ahead and use Akamai Linodes, and we're going to do a quick search for Ubuntu, and we want to use the latest LTS. In my case, that's 24.04. Not too long ago, it was 22.04. Just grab whatever says LTS. That just means long-term support, and that's the one you're going to want to use. Not surprising, when we go to DigitalOcean, it's going to be the same thing. Next up is the region. Since we're doing local development, we want the region to be physically as close to us as possible. This will speed up our commands when we go to run them. So go into this region here, and in my case, I am in the United States, and I'm actually near Seattle, Washington. Not that far from Seattle, Washington, or at the very least, it's the closest location to my physical location. Next up, we need to select a plan. In our case, we want to go ahead and do the smallest plan possible. But even notice, even if you were doing, let's say, for instance, a fairly big machine at 8 gigs, this is going to be, well, 10 cents an hour. So if you did this for 5 hours, that would be a little bit over 50 cents that you would end up paying for it. Now, if you had it running for the entire month, then we're looking at $72 a month, which actually might feel really expensive to you. And in a way it is. If you've never provisioned a virtual machine before, that's okay. That is fairly expensive. On the other side, if we go to the shared CPU, we can see that there's one that's $5 a month, as in you ran it for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for an entire month, it's going to be $5. You're actually charged hourly, but the idea here is this is very common for every kind of machine you might end up using. So go ahead and click the smallest one. That's all we really need for this. We are not going to be going over the smallest plan whatsoever. And even if you had more demands, you needed to install more things, you can do this same process and grab a more expensive one at that. Okay, so with the smallest one in mind, we're going to add some details in here. I'm going to give it a label of just simply cursor, or maybe cursor course or something like that. The next one, the security, this is the most important, and that is we want to make sure we know what our password is. So in my case, I'm going to do the control click and suggest password. If you're on a Windows, it's just right click, you grab that strong password, make a copy of it. Next up, what we want to do is we want to open up something like text edit, where I can just grab this password and paste it in there. So text edit in my case, if you're on a Windows, it's probably Notepad. I'm just going to go ahead and paste that in there just so I have some reference to this password. And I like using these auto-generated ones because the strength is probably going to be really good. Now, if you're familiar with something called SSH keys, feel free to add your own and do all that. I'm going to assume you're not familiar with that process. So I'm going to scroll down a bit here, and that's it. That's all I really need to do. The key things here are this right here. I have Ubuntu, an LTS version running. It's in a location near me, and it's basically the cheapest one you can buy. And I'm going to go ahead and create it. Great. So that's Akamai Linode. Let's jump over to DigitalOcean and do the same thing. Now, DigitalOcean doesn't call them Linodes. They call them droplets. So as you can see in this manage portion here, here is a droplet. Now you can always hit this create button up here as well and click droplets as well. Notice it says create cloud servers. It doesn't necessarily call them virtual machines on the button, but in other places you see virtual machines as well. Once again, Linux is the way the vast majority of the web runs. It's not Mac, it's not Windows, it's Linux. Every once in a while you might see Mac or Linux, or rather Mac or Windows, but most of the time it's going to be Linux. But this process is identical. We're going to go ahead and create a new one. Notice that this one says starting at $4 a month. Now, the actual compute power is going to be a little bit different from each one of these service providers, depending on what it is that you're wanting to do. Now, I mentioned before I'm near Seattle. On DigitalOcean, the closest one near me is going to be San Francisco, that data center there. Of course, if you're in London, use the London one or whatever. Just pick one that's near you. That's the point. And we've got a few different data center options in here. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about the VPC network at this point. But notice if I scroll down, I've got Ubuntu again. And what do you know? 24.04 LTS. So there are other LTSs on there, and there will be by the time you're watching this. But the point is, that's the same exact thing that we're doing. The same exact operating system that we're using. Notice that there's a bunch of different options on both of them. The point here is using the same one is what I recommend. Now, if we go off of the defaults, we see that it says $28 a month. This is a little bit more advanced than what we need. So we've got this shared CPU once again, very similar to what we saw before. But if we go to basic and scroll down to regular disk type and then scroll over, eventually you'll get to the $4 a month one, which is a different spec than the one we just saw. But overall, also still very inexpensive and also something very simple to set up. If we scroll down a little bit, notice that there's a password once again. I'm going to use quite literally the same password. This just simplifies things for me. In this case, notice that it can't end with a number or special character. So I'm going to go ahead and put an A at the very end and just go ahead and do this, A, and then do dash something like DO, and then up here as Linode. Great. So not exactly the same password, but there we go. almost the same. I'm going to go ahead and leave everything else out. I will probably give it a new name, and I'm going to call this just simply cursor, just so it's easy to remember which one is which. I'm going to go ahead and create this right now, and this will take a few moments to provision or to create. Now, when you actually go to it, you can see that it is being created, and there's this process bar on here. Once it's all done, you're going to be getting what's called an IP address or an IPv4 address. And you can see this on Linode as well. There's a public IP address. This is the one we're going to end up using for our SSH access. And this is going to be true on basically any virtual machine on any cloud provider you're trying to get. You're going to want this IP address, and you're going to want to be able to log in to this server. We're going to use Cursor to do that here soon. But the idea that we land on for whatever platform you end up using is the fact that it's really easy to create these. It's also really, really easy to destroy them. So if you go to destroy the droplet, you just write out the name and you can destroy it right now. The only reason I'm not going to destroy it yet is I want to show you how to connect to both of these services in just a moment, both of these cloud providers, these cloud virtual machines using Cursor. Well, let's go ahead and do that right now. Now we're going to start the process of logging into our cloud servers with Cursor. Now the first part of this is knowing how to log in. And you might already have a really good idea of how that might work because, well, you likely have already used a website before where you have to log in. So with a website, you usually have a username and password. Even if you're using a third party to log in, on one of those third party logins, you will likely have a username and password. The username might be your email address, or it might just be a unique username. In our case, we have one of those components already. Now, there's actually a third component that you might not be thinking about, and that is the address as to where you're logging in. So in this case, this is obviously showing my website and where you would log in there, but this is true for pretty much any website that's out there. So we have three components: a username, a password, and an address. In our text document, all we have is a password. So I will say that the username is going to be the same for both of these thanks to the operating system we chose and the fact that these cloud providers don't change the default user that operating system is. So as a reminder, the operating system that we're using is Ubuntu 24.04 LTS, right? That by default uses root as the default user. In other words, we can think of both of these as using root on both of them. And you want to make sure it's a lowercase root, and the text edit thing is trying to auto-correct here. Make sure you don't get auto-correct. Then we have, well, two of the three components. We have our username and our password, but we don't have our address. Now you might think it's going to be a domain name similar to like what I did with Coding for Entrepreneurs or CFE.sh. It's not a domain name. It's going to be an IP address. So an IP address is basically like a phone number. I'll explain that in just a moment. But the idea is your domain name will point to an IP address, and that's actually what we need. We need something that will log in. Now in the future, when you get more advanced, you can absolutely use a domain name, but in our case, we're going to be using an IP address. We find these things in our actual platforms themselves, right? So where we provisioned or where we created that cloud server, we can see that we've got a public IP address or IPv4. You will see other IP addresses from time to time. You might see an IPv6, which looks quite a bit different. If I went through and enabled an IPv6 address, it does look a lot different than what we see here. And then you also might see a private IP, which actually looks a lot like a public one. So whenever you create these, different virtual machines, you just want to look for the public IPv4. This is the IP address that we'll end up using. So we'll go ahead and bring that one in to DigitalOcean. And then we'll go ahead and grab the one from Akamai Linode, which literally says public IP address. There it is right there. The one below it is the IPv6. It looks quite a bit different. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this one from Linode as well. So I mentioned that these IP addresses are a lot like phone numbers. They're like phone numbers because if you think about your contacts on your actual phone, what you end up doing if you want to call someone in particular, maybe you remember their phone number, but more than likely you just remember their name, you scroll to their name, and then you click their phone number to call. The way domain names work are very similar to this. So in the case of my website, codingforentrepreneurs.com, there is an IP address that actually points to. So when your web browser goes to this domain name, it's similar to like you looking up your contact and then finding that IP address. So that's what we're doing. We're just basically not using a domain name because, well, we don't have one. There's a lot more complexity to setting all of that stuff up. All we're doing is we're going directly to where this server ends up being. This also makes it really nice is because then we can delete these IP addresses and then update our domain name to the new one whenever we need to. Again, there's more complexity to it than just that, but that's how you can think of these IP addresses as kind of like a phone number for the server itself and a way we can get to it. So now we have all of the components necessary to log into these things. The way we're going to do that is by using a process called SSH. Now, SSH works cross-platform. This is a secure shell. That's what's going on with SSH. And so Cursor will actually do that on our behalf, but also provide us with a Cursor environment. So let's go back into Cursor and start this process. We're going to go ahead and click on the open a remote window icon here. We're going to go ahead and do connect to host. And now we're going to go ahead and actually configure a new SSH host. So I'm going to go ahead and add. Notice it says SSH some username at Microsoft.com. This is the username we need to put in. This is the address we're going to connect to. Once again, we don't have a domain name. We actually have to use our IP address in lieu of a domain name. What do you know? We have those things right here. So for this one, it's going to be simply not the password, but simply SSH. And then we want to make sure that's all lowercase. So when you type it out, just hit exit when it tries to autocorrect it for you. If you're on text edit, then you do root at and then the IP address. Same thing with the DigitalOcean one. We're going to go ahead and do SSH root at this IP address like that. Great. Now, you could also find these things on the consoles themselves. So every cloud provider needs to show you how to do SSH. In the case of Linode, it's written right here. In the case of DigitalOcean, you just go into access here and you can see there is root right there. And there's probably somewhere in there about doing root at all of that. It's a very, very common process. But now we're going to go ahead and start off with the Linode one. We'll go ahead and copy that. We'll go into Cursor. We'll paste it in there. I'll go ahead and hit enter. And then I'm going to go ahead and add it into my local configuration here. And that now adds it in. If I open up that configuration, I can see this right here. This is what I just added. Now, I actually have this on my own machine as an example as to what you could do. So you can actually rename the host to something like cursor-linode. And then you can copy this same process here and paste below here with the same element here and call it something like cursor-do or DigitalOcean. Notice that Cursor is already trying to solve these things for me. If I just hit tab, it solves it for me. It's fantastic. That alone is going to save you a lot of time. And so I can grab this IP address now because this is the correct one. And there we go. So I now have this set up on my configuration. So now when I actually go and click on this open at remote window, I can go to connect to host. And now I can see those two values on there. This configuration is in my user's local SSH stuff. There's a lot of things we could talk about with that. But now the fact that I have these is going to be really easy to open either one. So I can go ahead and click on Cursor Linode. This opens up a brand new Cursor window for us. If I zoom in a little bit, it's going to be a little bit easier for you to see in the video. So what we see here is it's saying it has a fingerprint of all this. Basically, my local machine has never done this process yet. So it's basically saying, hey, are you sure you want to connect to this other machine? In this case, yes, we know this machine. We know the source of it. We know that it's not some random person that gave it to us. It's quite literally a reputable cloud provider. So we're going to go ahead and say, yes, we want to continue. Now it's asking for our password. So now that's when we go back into our text edit here, grab the password that exists, go into Cursor here, paste that in, hit enter. This is now logging you in to the Linode one, and there we go. So now we have Cursor open. I'm actually going to come back to this process later. We're not going to do anything more other than exit this. We will see this all over again. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and just verify that I can do the DigitalOcean one as well. So we'll go ahead and click on that. And that same process is going to happen again. It's going to say, hey, it has a fingerprint. Do we want to continue? Yes, we do. Once again, it's asking for a password. So once again, I'll navigate back, grab that password, copy it, paste it in here, hit enter, and now I should be able to connect into that remote host as well. And there it is right there. So this is actually going to be able to allow us to write code directly on that cloud virtual machine now that we're logged into either one. So at this point, you can go ahead and pick one of them and delete the other one. It doesn't really matter which one you're going to use going forward. The point here is understanding that this process is very common and very straightforward. Now, one of the downsides of how I currently have it set up is literally every time I want to connect to one of them, I'm going to have to enter the password in. That's going to be true every time going forward. And of course, if you get the password wrong, it's going to tell you this is the incorrect password or the permission is denied. So the way you're going to have to solve that is by going into Access and changing the root password on either one of them. And so both of them, you can change the root password. More than likely, the actual virtual machine will have to be turned off, not deleted, but just turned off to be able to change that password, because you might have to do that from time to time. In my case, I'm going to keep the reference up throughout this course so that I can actually still access the different machines that I want to access. If you're at this point, we're in a really good spot. Now we're going to convert one of our servers into a web server using Cursor. The idea here is so you can actually have a web page displayed on your web server. So I'm going to be using the Linode one. I'm going to delete the DigitalOcean one. I just simply no longer need it, so I might as well destroy it now because we just aren't going to be using it for the remainder of this section. Feel free to use either platform though. I'm going to be going off of the Linode one. I'm going to grab this public IP address. I'm going to open it up in my web browser directly, and I'll see that it cannot be reached. This is what we're going to be changing. This is going to display HTML instead of this cannot be reached. Now, for those of you who aren't aware, HTML is on every web page ever. So if you actually go to the website of any kind and you either hit control click or right click, and then you go to view page source, you can see the HTML that's coming in here, right? And so we're going to use our Cursor.ai to actually solve this problem for us, to not only create the web server for us, but also create some of the HTML for us. It's going to be very straightforward. So at this point, now I'm going to jump back into Cursor, and I'm going to go ahead and make sure that maybe I close out all of my other SSH sessions. In my case, I only have one open. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the DigitalOcean one because I'm not using that anymore. And I'm just going to go ahead and connect to the Cursor Linode one by clicking on this open host and all that. And now I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit here, and then I'll put that password in just a moment. So let's go ahead and grab that password from my text document here, and I'll go ahead and paste it in, hit enter. This, of course, is going to do that SSH connection that we already saw. Then I'm going to go ahead and open up a folder. The reason I'm going to open up a folder is so I have a place to store any content that I might need to store at some point. So I'm going to go ahead and do root just like that. We'll go ahead and say OK, and then this is going to open up some stuff. Now, if you're curious about what root is, that is the same as the username we've been using. We just logged in as the root user. This user is a super user. That means that they have permission to make all sorts of changes. If you think about like a Mac or a Windows, when you go to install something new on that machine, a lot of times you'll have to put in a username and password. That is to give permission to install things. That's what the root user is by default. You can always create new users and all that, and you can definitely use Cursor to do so. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and hit Command L or Control L if you're on Windows, and you're going to go ahead and open up the chat window. This is Cursor in action. You can say something like, I need a web server, hit enter, and what this will do is it'll give you a bunch of options for a web server. It starts off with a Python web server. while you could do that, that's a little bit more advanced than what I want to use. So I'm going to use something a little bit different. So I'll go ahead and say, how about something less advanced? Now, when I say less advanced, it just doesn't require us to have a Python project. Once again, it's giving me stuff that I don't necessarily want. So this is where having some conversations with the AI might be a good thing. So I'm going to go ahead and say, not Python. How about that? So there we go. Now it's saying Node.js. How about not Node.js? So overall, it's not actually giving me what I'm looking for. I know exactly what I'm looking for, but it's giving me all of these different programming languages. So since I know exactly what I'm working for, I'm going to go ahead and change this a little bit. I'm going to close out this chat, and I'm going to go into this root here. I'm going to make a new file, and I'm going to call it .cursor rules. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and say web server, or even 2 spaces in here, either one. And then I'm going to go ahead and add in what I want for my web server. There are a lot of different options for web servers that you can use. One of the best ones, if not the best one, is going to be NGINX. Notice that it already is trying to autocomplete a bunch of new ones. If you just hit tab, all of those will come in. I don't want all of those. Cursor rules is going to tell Cursor what to do. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of these, and I'm going to save this with Command S or Control S, or of course you can always go to File, Save, but knowing the shortcut is huge here, always save these files. Next up, what I'm going to do is Command L again, bringing back the chat. Notice that it's referencing this current file. I can get rid of that current file. Cursor will still use cursor rules depending on what folder you're working in. I haven't changed the folder I'm working in at all. That might change. Right now, it's just going to be this one. Now let's go ahead and say I want a web server again. Hit enter. Now what it should do is, what do you know? It's now using NGINX, right? So that's a different kind of web server. If I change this again, let's change it to Apache. We'll just leave it in as Apache like that, even if you don't know the version. I'll close out that chat, do Command L again, and I'll also get rid of this file again. I don't necessarily need it here. I'm going to go ahead and now again say I want a web server and hit enter. And what you will see is based off of these rules, it's going to now update your system as it needs to. Okay. And so one of the things that's interesting as well is it's trying to do it a different installation process for different machines. So we want to actually update this a little bit. So I want to go back to using NGINX. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to save this, and I'll go ahead and say, the specs, or let's do system specs. Okay, so there's a couple of different ways in how I can get these system specs. The reason we have these rules here is to make sure that when I do chat with any of the AI, it understands and knows these rules. Yes, you can ask it to look up these rules, but if I just have them in there by default and I start early doing this, it's going to save you a lot of headache in the long run. So what are my system specs? Well, the way I can get this, the easiest way in my opinion, especially if you don't know what you're doing on the server side, is to just go into the cloud provider itself and grab all of the system specs. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, paste those in here. Then I'm going to go ahead and grab the region in here. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll grab the region. I might even grab my IP address in here. So let's go ahead and do public IP, just like that. Then I also want to go ahead and grab the fact that it was done with Ubuntu. So I'm going to go into configurations here, and I'm going to go ahead and copy just that main configuration, or maybe even this one right here. The amount that you put in here is totally up to you on how explicit you want this to be. And so I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and do that. Then I'm going to go ahead and select all this text. Now I just want it to reformat. So I'm going to go ahead and do Command L. Once again, now notice that in this chat, here it is. I'm going to go ahead and reformat text, hit enter. And hopefully it gives you a little bit better of a format altogether. And it totally does. This is a lot better. I'm going to go ahead and apply this. Applying it is going to change that file. I'm going to accept this. Now I'm going to go ahead and save everything. Don't worry if that went really fast. This is going to happen a lot. We're going to go through these things all the time. We're going to accept a lot. We're going to go ahead and ask it to apply things a lot, and then we'll revert as needed. But there we go. I now have a lot more rules about this system that I'm working with. Once again, I'm going to go ahead and create a new, setup process with the chat with Command L or Control L. I'm going to close out those files here. And now I want a web server. We're going to go ahead and hit enter. Now it's going to go ahead and say, based on your system specs and everything else, it's going to do the default installation that we have now set up. Great. So now we can actually ask questions. We can copy this or we can run this. If I click run, what ends up happening here? Well, it's not that clear with just the chat open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close down this primary sidebar here, and I'm going to open up the panel below. And so the panel below actually did run stuff for me. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to kill this, and I'm going to open up another one. So there's a couple of ways on how you can toggle that panel. One of them is using Control tilde. The other one is Command J. That will also open it. So it's pretty cool that there's both of those things. So now what I've done is I opened up something called a command line. This is where I can write a bunch of commands. So when I clicked run here, I did not see it happen, but as soon as I click run, it actually will run this on the command line. This right here is reason enough to do it on a cloud virtual machine. This is going to actually change what's on our local system. Now, if you know what you're doing, no big deal. But if you don't know what you're doing, it's really imperative that you use somebody else's machine to do these installations. So now we're going to go ahead and run this. And notice it says you want to continue. I'm going to go ahead and close this out again with this little trash can. Now I'm going to go ahead and do something like auto install packages equals to yes. I'm going to just see if this ends up doing anything different. So I'm going to go ahead and close this out again. I'll copy the I want a web server context, close it out, and open up a new chat here, paste it in, hit enter. And I know what I'm looking for. I know that you don't necessarily know what you're looking for, but I definitely do. So auto install packages does not work. So let's go ahead and change this to auto accept new packages. Something like that. Save that. Once again, closing out the chat, opening up the chat again, and then I want a web server again, hit enter. This time, we now see exactly what it is that I was looking for. This little -y flag right here. So once again, I'm going to open up the terminal here. I'm going to go ahead and run this. Notice that it automatically will install this now. So auto accept new packages is what this -y is doing. It's saying, yes, I want to install this. This helps us automate things quite a bit when our cursor AI is recommending that we do so. And that's really it, right? So this process can take some time every once in a while. Like when we're upgrading our system, it will do a bunch of installations and it might even need to restart. In some cases, it will need to restart. In other cases, it will not. Then, of course, it's going to install NGINX. Even if you don't know what NGINX does, you will see it very soon. Then it's going to run through other processes. The cool thing about this is anytime you're unsure of something, you can just ask and say, what is NGINX? Or something along those lines, and then it's going to tell you exactly what it is. What do you know? The very first thing, a web server. Great. That's really nice. But of course, I want to scroll back up and I want to actually install NGINX now that the other part is done. I'm going to go ahead and run that. Now it's going to install NGINX for us. And so once I install it and then activate it, then what I'll get is something interesting. So before I go any further here, I'm going to jump back into my web server IP address, refresh in here. Now I've got a web page. Congratulations. If this is the first web page you've ever done, you have now done it without writing a line of code or installing anything. All you did is a few configurations, which is really cool. So the other part is we want it to run on boot, as in when it's actually started, when the system starts, we want both of those things to happen. Next, we can check that it's running, and sure enough, it's running. Now notice I can't actually do anything in here. I can't type anymore, so if I try to run this next thing, maybe it'll run. Let's go ahead and try it. I'll go ahead and hit run, and sure enough, it did run it. So it actually closed out the previous command and started a new one. Now, for those of you who don't know what that means exactly, that's totally okay. But for those of you who do know what it means, that's super nice that it actually just automatically does that for us. It closes out a previous session and starts a new one. I don't have to kill the terminal or hit Control-C. Now let's create a custom web page instead of the NGINX default one. So the way we're going to do this, of course, is by opening up Cursor. Notice that I have to reconnect into my remote account. This is no big deal because I have the password available right here. Just going to enter it and then reconnect. You will have to do this from time to time whenever you're working on a remote machine, especially if you don't have an active session going, which of course I did not. So I'm going to let this finish connecting. Now that it's connected, I'll go ahead and start building out my new website. So in the web server, I'm going to leave it as is, and then I'm going to go ahead and do our project. So I'll go ahead and give it a root directory, and we want to say where we're going to store this project. The root directory, as in the project's base directory, where the files will go, essentially. We're going to go ahead and come in here and say something like my website. And then with this folder in mind, I'll go ahead and copy it with a control click or a right click. Copy that full path, not the relative path, but the entire path, and then paste it in. So what we've got here, the reason we've got this is so that Cursor knows exactly where these files are going to exist. So this is going to be a website project, so it's going to be a standard base website. So let's go ahead and actually create a base website. The way you do that is by creating something called an index.html. You can go ahead and hit enter and actually create this file. Now, this assumes that you have knowledge about how to build websites. So I'm actually going to go ahead and delete that for now, and then I'll let Cursor do this itself. So we'll go ahead and delete it, and then we'll go back into our Cursor rules, and then now I'll go ahead and do another one called editor, and we'll go ahead and say only use command line for editing. Do not use a GUI editor like Vim, Nano, etc. This again is for Cursor itself. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and now we're going to go ahead and open up the chat again. And now I want to go ahead and say create a new website for HTML. I'll go ahead and hit enter, and what it should do is inside of the root of our project, there it is. Notice it's even trying to make that directory, so even if I didn't create it, it would go ahead and make it, which we could verify by opening up the terminal and running that. This -p here, if you're not aware, will attempt to make it if it doesn't already exist. If it does already exist, it's not going to run an error. Next up, we see that it's saying create a basic index.html file here. So this is actually really cool because this is all done with the command line. So I can just go ahead and hit run here just like that, and there we go. So I want to just show you what it would look like without doing it from the command line. So instead of using this right here, I'm going to go ahead and delete it and say Nano or Vim. So we'll save that, and now we're going to go ahead and open up the chat once again. I'll go ahead and write out create a new web page. Hit enter. What this is going to do then is it's going to give me nothing, right? It's not going to actually make the file for me. It's going to give me a file, which could be really good, but then it actually requires me to run Nano. If you don't know what Nano is, that makes things a little bit more challenging. Of course, if you do know Nano, then you could always just go off of that. Or if you know Vim or any other sort of like inline command line editor. But I'm going to go ahead and come back to this and just stick with the not using a GUI editor for the chat. That's the key thing here, is not using it for the chat. When it comes to the chat, we want to make sure that it's using as many automation things as possible. So going ahead and running that again, you can see there's all sorts of things that you could do in here for creating a new website for HTML. So this is where we stopped here. Then we see that there's this simple HTML or CSS file here. Because in index.html, maybe there's a CSS file in here that it needs. It doesn't actually have one loaded in itself, which of course, again, means that you kind of know what's going on. But I'm going to go ahead and run that, and it creates styles.css for me. And if I scroll down a little bit, it says update the index file to include the CSS file. So I'll go ahead and run this now. And now in index.html, notice it added this in. So this is actually really nice. You can go little by little to make sure that all of these things are working. Next up is going to be the NGINX stuff that we need to do, which I'm not going to touch just yet. I just want to make sure that I have all of my actual HTML file up. I've got an index.html. This is a basic website with a basic CSS that's going on. This is going to be great. So let's go ahead and see how we can use Cursor to build out our NGINX configuration for this HTML file. Now we want to configure NGINX to serve our new web page. So right now it's using that default web page. That's literally what NGINX is for, is to serve web pages. Sometimes it can also forward requests, which will be something we'll look at another time. But for now, we see that we want to web serve it. So what I want to do then is I want to update NGINX to serve our website. I'm going to just go ahead and hit enter and see what happens with the chat, what it recommends to do. Now, first and foremost, it's saying, hey, create under NGINX's configuration. This is the default configuration, create my website. And that's all of this right here. This actually looks pretty good. Next up, what we see is it's going to go ahead and enable it. And then we want to modify stuff and do some things like that. So I'm just going to go ahead and run this. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal first, though. I'm going to go ahead and create a new terminal session here. I'm going to go ahead and run this in here. And of course, if I hit enter, it doesn't seem like anything happened. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it as is. Then I'll go ahead and run this link command here. Again, not knowing exactly what's going on. And then now it says modify the default NGINX configuration. Once again, I'll just go ahead and run that. And then finally, we'll go ahead and test it as it says. And it looks like the test actually failed here. And so the test failing, I'm going to go ahead and copy this and paste it in here. This, of course, will help me diagnose the issue with this, which is now saying, hey, let's take a look at this. And we'll go ahead and run that. It looks like it has all sorts of things going on here. This doesn't really tell me a whole lot. So I'm going to go ahead and edit it with this right here, with running that. There we go. And then I'll go to the next command and run this one right here. This time we get a test is successful. Great, that's a good sign. Then we're going to go ahead and restart NGINX here. And then we'll go ahead and take a look at our IP address and refresh in here. And what we should see is the page being different, but it's not. So what we'll say then is it's, showing the default page. Let's remove that and only show our page, right? So you don't even need to be really that explicit. You just need to be verbose as to what it is that you're doing. Like NGINX will figure it out. Cursor will figure it out along with Claude, the LLM. So go ahead and run that. And then we'll go ahead and scroll down a little bit, run that one. That should be fine. Scroll down a little bit, run that one, also fine. So we can just go through and just run these things. And if there's any errors, we just put it into the chat and it's going to go ahead and figure these things out. No errors that time. We'll go ahead and restart NGINX and we'll refresh on our page. We're getting a 404 not found. So let's try that again now. Let's go ahead and say web page is now saying 404 not found. Now, I know how to solve these things myself, but what I want to do is I want to just make sure that we're using only Cursor to solve it for us. And the process is exactly what we are doing right here, right? And so we've got index in there. If you don't see index, go ahead and create one. I'll go ahead and make sure I've got the correct permissions in there. We'll run that as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Looks like that's fine. Running more permissions, and then finally running to see if the configuration's in there for that. Looks like it is. That is looking pretty good. Looks like that's okay. There we go. So we've got default server in there and everything. We're going to go ahead and run the sites enabled. In this case, it only shows my website. Then we're going to go ahead and run this one, right? So we go little by little, testing everything out. And of course, if NGINX is for some reason not working still, then we will have to solve that as well. So it's still saying not found. And I'll go ahead and run the error log here and just write out permission denied. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm copying this here, pasting in here, and running that, right? So it's just going off of what Cursor is telling you to do. Yes, you can always rerun all of these things. Notice I'm changing the location now. So it's literally moving the entire web page somewhere else and just making sure that it has all of the permissions and all of the things necessary in order for this to work. So we're going to go ahead and restart everything. We'll go ahead and run that. I'm literally going little by little, and let's go ahead and refresh in here. There's our new website. Cool. Now it actually is working, but of course it moved. So where is my website now, so that I can actually adjust it where it ends up being. So now it's in var www my website. So now this is going to be the directory location. So that means then I want to be able to open this up. So with this, we're going to go ahead and go into cursor, file, open folder. And now I'm going to go ahead and open that folder in here. There's my website. I can now open this up. And what this will do is start a new session for me with just this file, which is fine. This is actually really cool because then in index.html, I can change some stuff. So let's go ahead and do Command L, and we can see, let's go ahead and change the title to CFE Awesome or something like that. And I'll go ahead and hit enter, and there we go. So now it's going to change the title with the incorrect spelling and everything. I'll go ahead and hit apply, hit accept, save this, and then we can refresh on our page, and there we go. It's now showing that specifically. So from here on out, we could actually just build off of this web page quite a bit. But of course, there's something major that's still missing in here, and that has to do with our original cursor rules. So let's go ahead and say copy cursor rules, or let's say take cursor rules from /root, which is where it was, right? The root location to this folder. Hit enter, and let's see if that ends up working itself, right? So this is a little bit more advanced because you might need to know what these things are, but there we go. There's a command that I can run. I'll just go ahead and run it. And what it should do is open it up right there. And what do you know? There's all of my cursor rules as they were originally. Now, cursor might have respected this already overall, but now what I can do is just build on top of this web page, which we will here in just a moment. But now we can do it in a way that I think is a little bit better by implementing yet another feature of cursor that's not heavily based in this chat process, but rather changing a bunch of things about our files all at once using something called the cursor composer. Before I use the cursor composer, I will need to re-navigate here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to close out this session so that the next part we actually have to reopen it. We need to reactivate our remote session, but one of the things you might be tired of doing is writing in the password itself. So if we go to connect to the host, go into that host, it always prompts us for this password. Now we actually want to solve this. There is a way to solve it directly on the cloud provider itself, but if for some reason you forgot to do it or you just simply don't know how, we are now going to go ahead and go through that process. So I'll close out this attempt to start a new remote host and go back to my local machine. Every machine supports SSH that I know of. I think even your mobile phone has a way to do SSH in some form or fashion. But as far as desktops are concerned, we can do SSH. That's secure remote shell connection, which is what we have been doing just through Cursor. So in my local machine, I've got this terminal open, and I'm going to go ahead and generate a command. So I'm going to get literally on the terminal itself with it selected, not a file, but in the terminal. I'm going to go ahead and hit Command K. This will open up a new prompt window that we haven't seen yet that will allow me to run commands right inside of Cursor. Now the command I want, I don't necessarily know off the top of my head. Now I'm going to go ahead and just say let's say I want to stop writing my password on remote connections. Something like that. This is now saying, hey, SSH keygen, right? So right now, you might not know what SSH keygen is. So what I would do then is open up chat and go something like, what is SSH keygen? Or literally copy this whole thing out. This will explain to you what SSH keygen is and what it'll end up doing. In this case, I'm actually going to deny this one and say that I already have a keygen itself. So I'm going to go ahead and reject this. I have already done this. I already have an SSH key generated. So this is what you would probably do going forward. After you have one, you don't need to keep generating new ones. So I'm going to go ahead and say I already have an SSH key generated, and there we go. So now it's actually starting the process of trying to copy my SSH key to my remote host, but it's the incorrect one. So once again, I'm going to go ahead and reject this. So now what I want to do, I'm going to go ahead and cut this file out here, and I actually want to bring in this configuration here. So how am I going to go about doing that? Well, the way we could actually consider it is by actually just going into the configuration, or we can go ahead and say open up the default SSH config and hit enter. This will likely open up this file. So I'm going to go ahead and hit open. This actually opens it up, in my case, in TextEdit itself, which is still the same thing. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just paste in here that original command, and then I'll go ahead and say that the host is this IP address and user is root. Something like that. So this is the command I'll now go ahead and say. I realize it went off the screen, but now I'm going to go ahead and come back into Cursor, and this time I'm going to go ahead and now say I want to stop writing my password on remote connections. I already have a key. The host is this and the user is that. Hit enter. Now hopefully what we'll see is the correct command in here. I'll go ahead and hit enter. This time what it's going to attempt to do is once again ask for my password. So let's go ahead and grab that password that we have stored in TextEdit, come back into Cursor. We're going to paste this in. So notice that it's saying it's attempting to log in with new keys. So one key is going to be installed. Go ahead and install the keys now. We have to log in with our root user to be able to do this. I just put the password in, so now it should have added it to that actual remote session. So now going forward, when I try to open up a new remote window, I can connect to host here, grab the host I'm trying to connect to, and this should automatically load in, right? It automatically did that without needing to hit the password in, just like we did before. And it logs into our root user, makes things a lot more seamless. Hey, what do you know? My website is already listed on here as well. So I could just go ahead and click that, and that's going to go ahead and open up that website I've been working on, which of course is something you can do. Before I end up doing that, I'm actually going to go back into root, which you could open up the folder here or over here. If I open it up over here, I just go into that root user, say OK. What I want to show you now is I want to just show you my allowed hosts or authorized SSH users. So let's go ahead and open up the terminal again and go ahead and say show authorized SSH keys, hit enter. What this is going to do is quite literally show me all of the SSH keys that are authorized. This one is my, well, let's actually say what this is. So let's go ahead and copy this and open up Command L with the chat and say, what is this? And then now it's going to help explain what authorized keys are and what they end up doing. This file contains a list of public SSH keys. In other words, we actually installed a public key from our local machine into the remote machine. Now, again, I could teach you all of this stuff and go step by step and really explain it to you. But if you ever don't understand something, you can just open up chat and go ahead and do it. But now that we've got this SSH session going, it's going to be so much easier and so much more seamless to just get back to where we were in our project itself. But of course, there still is a big vulnerability to this, which we'll explain very, very soon. But the idea being that every time you want to open this up, you can just grab your website and navigate to it just like that. And just keep in mind that this is going to be that location, which I think we even saw when we opened up the folder in our root folder itself. So let's go back into root here and say OK. And what we have in these cursor rules on root is where that is located. The other thing that you could do is say, where are websites usually stored with NGINX? Something like that. And this will tell you the var www location. What do you know? That is the default location. Originally, I didn't go with that one. But now, hopefully you're starting to see where you can really start leveraging Cursor itself. Now, there are things that I still want to do so you can get a sense as to what's going on in other places. But the key of this one is being able to write terminal commands right in here. And think of it as if you're talking to someone that knows how to code super well and explaining maybe the challenge that you're going through. You're not always going to know if what you attempt to do is going to be correct or not. So in that case, that's when you open up the chat and say, what's going on here? I don't actually know if that's going to work. So for example, if I want to say send an email to me as a command, here's where it's trying to send an email. This probably doesn't work. I'm going to go ahead and copy this and say, what is this? Will it work? Something along those lines whenever you go through the process of sending out a command, right? So it's not always installed by default. Your system must be configured to send mails. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. In this case, I might most likely cannot send mail because I did not set it up, and it's not something I'm interested in doing. The point is that whenever you run these commands, they could have implication on your system. Once again, yet another reason to use these remote systems themselves, because they can be really, really powerful. Let's say, for instance, let's reject this command, and let's say, for instance, remove all files, right? It's going to take that command literally. Here's the command to remove all of those files. This will probably work on your virtual machine. By all means, create a new virtual machine and give it a shot. Since you have this power, this is something you want to avoid doing locally. That's why we've actually waited to introduce this idea of running commands in the terminal until now, until you understand like that I can copy this, bring it over into the chat and say, is this a good idea? It would probably say no. At least I hope it says it's no, but it says absolutely not. It's even more than no, right? Which is really cool. But then it also explains as to what's going on with this command. I can't overemphasize enough how seamless this makes our lives. But at this point, I'm going to go ahead and close out that session again, and then we'll take a look at yet another command or another way to use cursor that is just slightly different than this, but also very impactful. Let's go ahead and open up our remote session again. Now that we have those keys installed, this process is far more seamless. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, and I'm going to go ahead and navigate into my website. We're going to work in this location right here. I'm going to close everything out for just a moment because we're going to implement yet another new feature that Cursor is very, very good at, but it's a little bit more advanced. It might actually have some issues using it up front, which is why I started with chat. So chat is actually really good to figure out all sorts of things. Whenever you want to have a conversation, chat is going to be the thing that you end up doing. Whenever you want to change a lot of files, you're going to be using the composer. So doing Command I or Control I will open up this window here. This is a floating window for the composer. If you do Command D, it will become a sidebar window right next to chat. Now, these things look and feel very similar when they're in this portion. If they're in Command D or if they're a floating window like this, it does separate these things out just a little bit. Of course, you can always change the sizes, but we're going to see what this does in just a moment. I'm going to close out the chat for right now and just focus on Composer, and I'm going to leave it down here on the bottom. Now, Composer is really good at changing multiple files at once. Notice that it says add files right here. I'm going to go ahead and grab index.html, and what I want to do is I want to add 3 new pages: about, contact, and maybe products, right? These should be placeholders, and they should all be linked to each other. Something like that. Now, this, of course, is going to now allow us to run different things within Composer. So what it's doing here is it's going to tell you exactly what it's trying to do. This is where you're basically saying, hey, Cursor, I want you to do a bunch of stuff for me. I don't want to have to do it myself. I want you just to make those things happen. As you can see, all of these files were created. And so what we can do is we can, inside of the Composer itself, I'm going to go ahead and bring it over to the right here, collapse it a little bit, and we want to go ahead and leave it like that. Let's go ahead and move this over a little bit, and I'm going to go ahead and hit Tab inside of the Composer. So just hit Tab, go up on the top here, you can hit Tab, and you can cycle through each one of these pages here. And so the cool thing is it's showing you what it's going to change. So on the index page, it's going to add some navigation in here. The products page is all brand new. That's why the whole thing is green. And then if you keep going through, it's going to show you all of those. So one of the things you can do is just hit accept all, and it quite literally made all of those pages. So if we were to save it and then go to our web page now and refresh, notice that all of those links are now available. So I can go to About, Contact, Products. Fantastic. How cool is that? That took like 2 seconds, and it's all thanks to Composer itself. Let's say, for instance, right now all of the nav bar is in the wrong location. Let's go and say move nav bar to the top. Hit enter, and now what it's going to do is it once again go through each one of those pages and make some changes. So once again, I can actually go in. I don't even need to see what changes it's making necessarily, but I can actually go in and tab through, and I can see that they are all changing. The location is changing altogether. So at this point, what Composer is doing is it's actually using a command line. It's using the CLI to make all of this work. I'll explain why in just a moment. But in the meantime, I'll just go ahead and hit accept all, and then we'll refresh in here. Now my nav bar is at the top, and it's on all of those pages. Now, this is super cool. But one of the things I still want to change actually is inside of my cursor rules here, I actually want to get rid of this editor portion. That would be really good if we're just using chat. We are not just using chat. We are now using the cursor's, Composer here. This is super cool. Now, one of the things about the Composer that you want to keep in mind, if you want to change a bunch of different files, you might need to start a new session from time to time, which is just hitting plus. This clears everything out and then only uses the files that you have on here. So let's go ahead and say change the header to welcome to CFE home, ! Or something like that. And then if you put it in quotes, maybe it'll use the entire thing. And so I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. This time it should only update the index file. And sure enough, it looks like it did. And so there we go. Welcome to CFE home. I hit accept, and then I'll go ahead and refresh on my home page. There it is. Now I'll go ahead and say update all title tags to CFE home instead. I'll go ahead and hit enter. And once again, it's just doing index. So if I want those other files, then I might need to explicitly include them. And so I'm going to go ahead and add them in, and then we'll go ahead and say up, or actually we'll just grab this all over again, and I'll go ahead and paste it in here. Now I'm going to go ahead and run it again. This time it should actually update each one of these pages in here. And so there's two ways on how you can see the updates. You could go up here and take a look, or you can use Composer and just hit tab multiple times after you select Composer here. Hit tab through to actually go through each page as well. And you can accept individual pages. You can reject individual pages. You can just save all of them to see what it's going to look like first, right? So there it is, CFE home, about, CFE home, and so on, which is pretty cool. But let's say, for instance, we want to also have in the title also denote what page it is, like about and dash CFE home, right? And so look at that terrible English that I wrote there, and we can see if we go into products, now it says product CFE home. Go to contact, contact CFE home. About, about CFE home. It knew what to do. This is like amazing. It just changes things. Like it makes it just so much easier to use. Home, maybe we don't want that anymore, so we can just go ahead and get rid of it right there. The next request I make into Composer will understand that I made a change directly into the file itself. So the thing about Composer that is really nice is the fact that we can change multiple pages at once. The thing that we need to understand, though, is our cursor rules need to help Composer, chat, any of the commands need to make it really, really clear as to what's going on. So for example, the website project, we'll go ahead and give it a name, and that's going to be something like CFE home. And that way we can update it as is. So I'm going to just change this from CFE home to CFE, main website, right? Something ridiculous like that. Now I'm going to go ahead and say update the names for the correct rules names. And let's just see if that ends up working. This might change it, it might not, but the idea here is maybe it did. Let's go ahead and see. And it looks like we've got nothing changed on there. So every once in a while, you might run into a situation where that doesn't exactly work. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. I'm going to go ahead and do it again and create a new one. Once again, I'll go ahead and do index, products, about, contact. We also might want to use cursor rules and just grab update each page based on the rules for website project name, something like that. This hopefully looks like it's going to change it now. And so that's me clearing out the session and something to be aware of with Composer itself. It is really good, but it's not flawless, right? So it will still make mistakes that might be not that intuitive, but what I just did where I created a new session, that might also be intuitive. But if we go through here, it actually updated all sorts of things in here, which again, may or may not be what you want to have happen. It's going to be completely up to you. But now if I go ahead and accept that and refresh in here, it obviously changes everything as we see all throughout. Now, if I was building websites for the very first time, this would be the most amazing thing ever. I would be spending so much time doing this because then I can really just have pure HTML, the absolute basics of building out websites, and I can do it very, very quickly. We could always add new pages on here as well. So let's go ahead and say add the page, let's call it pricing as a new web page. I hit enter. This is going to go ahead and now hopefully duplicate everything that we've seen before. And so maybe it's going to also update the navigation. I didn't ask it to update the navigation, and what do you know? It updated the navigation all across the board. Like, that is so cool. Before, or now even, most web applications, you would actually do this programmatically. You would not have it hard-coded in here like this. You would write it out as code that would then do it for you. In this case, it just does it automatically, and there we go. We now have a 6-page web page that's going on here for our website. But of course, it doesn't look necessarily how we want it to look, so maybe we can update how this ends up looking. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we do that right now. Now we're going to improve the way our website looks. The way we're going to do this is by using chat. So I'm going to go ahead and do Command L, open up chat, and say how to improve my website. Hit enter. This is going to give me some options here. So we see that it says improve my website with NGINX and all this stuff. That's not the improvement that I want. Let's go ahead and change this to being how to improve the way my website looks. We hit that. This is a better question, and it's going to go ahead and give me some options here. So you can use CSS Media or a CSS framework like Bootstrap. Then I'll go ahead and grab CSS Framework and say something like, what are the most popular CSS frameworks today? Which ones look best? Something like that. And so what we see here is it gives us a few different options as to what you can end up using. Now, me personally, I really like using Tailwind CSS. This one hasn't been around as long as Bootstrap, which is why it's not necessarily as popular. But from my own projects, Tailwind is now the most popular one that you would want to use with new projects. So let's go ahead and say that I want to use Tailwind CSS. Okay, so of course you could go through the chat and then it would give you some suggestions on how to update Tailwind itself, which is fine, but it's actually only going off of one key component, one index file. So this is where chat falls apart, where another feature comes in, which we just introduced. So I'm going to go ahead and close out chat. We'll go ahead and open up the cursor composer. Notice I'm still in the window here. At this point, I'm actually going to go ahead and take a look at what it would look like in the detached mode or the actual sidebar mode with doing Command D. We'll look at the composer in here now. The files I want to add are all of my HTML files in here, and we'll go ahead and hit done. And now I want to go ahead and add Tailwind CSS. I still have that copied, so I'm just going to go ahead and say add Tailwind CSS to each file, hit enter, and now it's going to go through the process of generating all of that. So Composer in the sidebar is just absolutely fine. That's not really any different than what we've seen before. But now what we can do is we can actually go through the Composer and take a look inside of the sidebar window and see that it's doing the same thing across all of these different pages here. So one of the things we want to see is in index.html is the fact that it's actually using the content delivery network of Tailwind CSS, which we'll ask a question about in just a moment. But there we go. I'm going to go ahead and accept all here. This means that everything has been saved and applied, so I can actually go back into my web page, refresh in here. Now it's using Tailwind classes. Now, part of you might be like, this doesn't actually look that great, but the thing is, it's already mobilely responsive, as you can see with the main web page there, but it still has a lot to improve on. So that might be something we do in the near future. But before we do that, I actually want to toggle back to chat. I'm going to go ahead and create a new chat and say, what is cdn.tailwindcss.com? And just ask that question. So this is a content delivery network that allows you to quickly include Tailwind. Is there a better way to include Tailwind CSS? All right. And what it says is it'll be like install Tailwind CSS locally using npm. Once again, you might not know what that is, and this actually adds some complexity to our project we just don't want to worry about. So I'm going to stick with this CDN version at this point. Great. So with this in mind, we're kind of reaching towards the end of what we would want to do with pure HTML without any programming. Because as we start adding more complexity to each page, it actually becomes really challenging to manage all of this. This is where we would want to build out something more robust by using programming. So I mentioned the Tailwind thing and the npm. That is assuming that you have something like Node.js installed. Now, there's a way to do it without Node.js, but the idea here overall is we've reached the limits of what we really want to do with just pure HTML web pages. Now, one of the cool things about this is we can actually implement a form. So something like a Google form, you could actually just copy and paste in here. So let's go ahead and actually ask the chat with Command L, give me an example of a Google form embed. I hit enter, and this will give you some sort of document or some sort of file here that would be your Google form embed. That's this right here, and then you'd be able to paste it in. If you went into Google Forms, you'd be able to get this embed code in there, and you would change what your form ID is, and then it would actually be able to render out that page right here. As you can see, Google Drive is saying this doesn't exist because it's not a real form, but that would allow you to actually have some sort of way to gauge interest on what it is that you are doing. As we implemented in the last part, we used Tailwind CSS. So if you go to tailwind.com, you're going to see all sorts of documentation that you might want to learn about to improve your website. Or what you could do is you could find sites like Flowbyte and quite literally copy and paste elements that you might want to implement on your website as well. Now keep in mind, we won't have to write code. We'll let Cursor do the code writing part or the modification that we'll need to do. But using something that has already been well thought out and also already exists is a big part of the reason why you might use something like Flowbyte. So what we want to do here is I'm going to go into the flowbyte.com, and then I'm going to navigate into blocks. We're going to scroll down and we're going to grab this hero section right here. So I'm going to copy the first one that I see, and there it is right there. I'm going to go ahead and hit show code. I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to jump back into my website on my remote host. I'm going to create a folder called samples, and in here we're going to go ahead and do hero-sample.html, and then we're going to go ahead and paste that code in. So with this in mind, I'll go ahead and open up my composer window here. We're going to create a new composer window. We grab the sample. We're going to also grab index.html, and we'll go ahead and say update the index to better match the hero sample. We'll go ahead and hit enter and let Composer do its job. And so what's happening here is it's going to take all of the inspiration from this code and updating our homepage, or at least hopefully that's what's going to end up happening with our actual project itself. So if we go into index.html, there's certainly a good chance that we have to cancel this chat and redo it. So every once in a while, if it's like stuck like this or it's hanging for more than a few seconds, really, we can just go ahead and hit cancel chat, do it all over again, index, and then hero sample, and then go ahead and paste this in here. I've found that every once in a while I'll have to refresh this and then it will actually start doing the updates, but also sometimes it might take a little bit longer than that. which is also easier to see if you go into the actual file itself as to what it is attempting to do. Because it's writing out a bunch of code and it's really just changing what we had initially to match with the index.html. Now, for those of you who want to learn how to do a lot of these things, you could do that by reviewing that HTML code and going line by line and asking questions to Cursor. So I'm going to go ahead and accept these changes, and then let's go ahead and take a look at our web page now. It already looks way better, right? It already looks like it's closer to what we might want. Let's go ahead and update the nav bar as well. So with this in mind, I'm going to do two things actually, and that's going to be, we're going to grab our index and we're going to get rid of this current session. We'll start a new session, index, about, contact, pricing, products, and we'll go ahead and say update all pages to have similar hero based on index.html. Hit enter and just let that run. While that's running, I'm going to go into Flowbyte again, and I'm going to do a quick search in the blocks. This time I want to go ahead and find a navigation bar. So naturally, you might have to scroll a little bit to find one that you really like. You could use a header if you want to, or of course you could always just search on the site for navbar and then take a look at the various navbar options you'll have. Now, one of the things about Flowbyte in particular is it has this drop down here. So that drop down is being driven through something that isn't going to be that very clear, which we'll look at in just a moment. But I'm going to go ahead and copy this code here, and then in my samples, I'll go ahead and add in nav sample.html, and then we'll paste that in and just save it. The composer has finished, and so I'll tab over and take a look. It looks like everything's going to look okay, so I'll just go ahead and accept all of those changes. Of course, we could always hit reapply all if for some reason the things didn't change or they didn't save. Now, of course, if I go back into my site and I navigate around, I can see that all of them are closer to what you might want from your pages. Now, the point of this is not so much like, hey, look at how amazing this site is, but really, look how simple it is to make massive changes to your site. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and do the nav bar now. I'll open up a new window within side of the composer. I'm going to go ahead and bring in the index. I want to start with just one file, especially when I'm implementing something from another one. Grab that nav sample and now go ahead and say update index to match the nav sample. And we might say something like, update the index nav bar to update the nav sample. Notice that I have some spelling errors and all that. It's going to get it right, and it's definitely going to end up working. So again, we can actually see it actually in process here and having it go through each level of the nav bar. We'll go ahead and accept that, and it looks like it said cancel, so let me go ahead and reapply all and make sure that that is working. Accept all, save it, refresh in here. Now we've got a completely different looking site, but all of the navbar items are working at least on the index page. So once again, I'll go ahead and implement a new composer window here, grab all of the other pages I want to change. And of course, if things are going off of the page, just go ahead and scroll or bring it down a little bit. Then you're going to go ahead and grab these, and we'll go ahead and say update all nav bars to match the index page. And that's going to do it, right? It's going to go one by one and make sure that that's happening. So the other part of this is the actual JavaScript. Now, I will say on certain websites, you will see interactions like this. This right here requires a little bit more specialized knowledge in the fact that if you ever see interactions like this on a web page, it's probably JavaScript. You could always check that within inside of Cursor itself. I know because I've used this a ton, but also whenever you see these dynamic interactions where new content shows up, most of the time it's driven through JavaScript, which means that we need to go into the installation process probably, which is like this quick start here. There's a lot of different options in here that I'm not going to go through. The one I'm going to use is the CDN version of both of these things. Now, before I do that though, I will go ahead and accept all for these pages. Let's just go ahead and verify that those are working. I go to about, hey, that looks good. Look, it even shows an active class. I didn't say to do that, it just did it. So as in this page is the active page and it's highlighted correctly. Amazing. I don't even have to tell it to do certain things and it just does them. So What I want to do now, though, is I want to go ahead and open up my chat. I'm going to close out Composer, open up my chat, and I want to say how to install Flowbyte on this web page without using Node.js or programming. Probably just without using programming is probably enough, because maybe you don't realize of the Node.js part. So without programming, hit enter and just see how that's done. Now, more specifically, it would be the content delivery networks or CDN links, but here we go. It actually gives us the CDN link for it. I don't even need to go in to that quick start and grab the correct ones. Let's see if it's even the right version. Looks like it's the wrong version right here and here, which we see this is the version that's being used. So go ahead and say something like, that's great. How about using Flowbyte 2.5.2 or whatever version that you see, whatever number you see on there. And so something like this will come over time as you start to see changes and just checking different versions and all that. Just be aware that a lot of times the version number will be listed right inside of that package, but you could always ask the chat, hey, I don't know what the version number is. Can you help me find it? Stuff like that. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this from the chat. I don't need to go into Composer here just yet. So go ahead and apply it, save it. Now let's close out the chat and go ahead and say, update all with the new Flowbyte links in index.html. Hit enter. That, of course, is going to update everything. Now, the reason we're doing this is because now when I go to break this down, I can actually have access to this drop-down menu. Because right now, without that JavaScript, it's not in there. And so when I actually implement it and it's all working correctly, then we will be able to see that, Flowbyte is on and installed everywhere on these different things. So I'm going to go ahead and save it, and let's go ahead and make sure that everything is all saved up. Refresh on this homepage here. Go ahead and break it down. Looks like the Flowbyte page is not opening right there. So let's go ahead and try this one, and still not working. Okay, so this might mean that we need to go a little bit more advanced than what we've got here, but I will go back into that chat and say, Flowbyte JS is not working. Here's what I found for CDN on the Flowbyte docs. Okay, so with that in mind, I'll jump back into the Flowbyte docs. Here's the include CDN. I'm just going to go ahead and copy all that, paste that in there, hit enter, and now, once again, our chat is going to update things. And it's going to update based off of how it should, right? Hopefully, at least. So let's go ahead and apply this again. Looks like it's doing a different CDN now. The links look to be different. So I'm going to go ahead and accept both of them here, save it. We will go back into our website here. We'll refresh, and then we'll go into the homepage because we haven't applied all the changes everywhere else. Break this down, and now there you go. That JavaScript is now working, and so we just need to apply it to all of those other pages. And so once again, I'll close out the chat, open up the Composer window, and once again, update the pages based on index and Flowbyte new CDN. Kind of gibberish, but it usually picks it up pretty well. As in, that's not great English, what I just wrote in terms of human instruction, but LLMs and, particular Cursor does this really, really well. And so if I break it down now, if I go to a different page, I think this actual menu will start to work on those other pages. So we'll go ahead and accept all of them. We'll refresh in here, and sure enough, there's the About page working, there's our product page working, pricing, and so on. Fantastic. So if you've never done this before, I probably went a little bit faster than you might be comfortable. But the idea here is not necessarily to go at my speed, but rather just get in this habit of like, hey, I don't know how to do something, let me chat with Cursor Chat. As soon as I know how to do it, I need to make a bunch of changes to a bunch of different files, then I open up Cursor Composer. But at this point, we now have a web page that is pretty full-featured, and it looks really good in my opinion. I mean, of course, it can be improved, and a lot of that is about changing the content itself. A lot of that is by going back into Flowbyte blocks and just seeing different blocks that you might want to use. Now, the other part about all of this is the fact that if you decided not to use Tailwind, let's say, for instance, you decided you wanted to use Bootstrap instead of Tailwind, you can still do this same thing. You can copy that same code, then you would say implement this in Bootstrap on my site. Let's actually see the opposite of that right now. I'm going to go into Bootstrap, go into, let's say their docs here, and let's go ahead and grab a button. Let's go ahead and do button, and we'll just go ahead and do base class here. There is our BTN base class, or this one right here. We'll just grab one of these buttons. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go into samples, and then we'll do BTN bootstrap and .html. We'll paste this in here. Then I'll go ahead and grab let's just grab our chat and say, update this to being a Tailwind CSS class or button. Hit enter. And what it's going to do is it's going to literally give you that button. So I'll go ahead and I'll just copy this for now, close down the chat, paste below. I'll leave it to you to test out whether or not our new Tailwind button is accurate. The point of me showing you this was to show you that you can mix and match frameworks with other frameworks. So in this case, we grabbed the Bootstrap framework and then we converted it into a Tailwind element. So the reason this is powerful is then you can actually go on all of these other frameworks and you can take a look at, oh, I really like this list group here. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, open up Chat or even Composer. Composer can do this as well. But if you opened up Chat and said, hey, turn this into Tailwind, it would go ahead and do that for you. Now, is it going to be perfect every single time? Probably not. But at the very least, it will give you a lot of the exact same things and a lot of the exact same results. Now, there are ways to actually grab screenshots, images of a web page, and then turn that into Tailwind. But that's outside the scope of this one at this point. I would imagine at some point there's going to be a built-in feature to Cursor itself so that you would be able to really build out everything that you might want on your entire project. And there's also a good chance that you won't even need any of these other libraries. The big part of using something like Tailwind is to speed up your development. But if it slows you down a lot, you might just go into styles.css and make changes here, right? So for example, you could come into here, do Command K and generate code right in line and say, for instance, you want a blue, let's say a blue button that looks like Tailwind, but has one class. This requires you to know a little bit about using CSS, but the idea here is this is now a new class in here. So you could, in many ways, redefine everything that you would use in Tailwind, in Bootstrap, and any other CSS really, really quickly and minimize everything that you're doing with all of your other HTML. So there's a lot of different approaches on how you can go about doing this is the point, which makes it really exciting and a really good time for those of us who are leveraging Cursor to just start building out projects way, way faster. Now, if I were to take you through each one of these things step by step, it would take way longer to implement this and to make sure that we're doing it right? There might be things that are wrong about it. There might be things that we need to improve. All of that's okay. But in a matter of minutes, we were able to build this out. And if I wasn't explaining anything, this would take seconds, probably seconds. Now it's a good time to talk about how to keep track of our code, how to move it around, how to maybe undo things that have already been done. All of this is by using a tool called Git. So you can say something like, tell me about Git, G-I-T, and then it will go through the process of what Git ends up doing for you. So the nice thing about this and what we're going to be using it for is, of course, keeping track of things, but also to hedge against if I accidentally deleted this virtual machine or purposefully deleted this virtual machine. We want to make sure that what we put on that virtual machine is thought of as something that will be deleted soon. Almost like being in your trash can on your computer, it's going to be deleted soon. So if we don't want it to be deleted, we need to actually sign up for something like GitHub and store all of our code on there. Now we can store our code in a private repository or in a public one. My actual GitHub repo, my profile at cfe.sh/GitHub is public. There's a lot of public projects on here that have a bunch of code on there, and they have for years and years and years. It's not just recent. These things are all on there and it's free. That's the key part of it as well. You can store code on there for free. Now in our case, we did a bunch of work and we want to make sure that we are storing that code so it's actually stored and usable elsewhere. So let's go ahead and start this process to make sure that this ends up working. We're going to jump into our cursor rules here, and now I'm going to go ahead and do my git config. I'm going to write out things that I want for my configuration in here. So in this case, the username that I'm going to be using is probably Justin Mitchell, which is my actual name. And then the email itself, I believe, will be codingforentrepreneurs@gmail.com. This is going to be the configuration that we want. And then I'll say my GitHub username is simply Coding for Entrepreneurs. Really cool that it's automatically suggesting those things for me. But the idea is I want to make sure that this stuff is all set up. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do our GitHub repo name, and I'm going to call this not CFE main website, but rather cursor like hello world or something along those lines. Great. With this in mind now, I'm going to go ahead and open up my chat. So opening up the chat, I want to go ahead and configure Git based on these rules and maybe install the GitHub CLI. Great. So configure Git based on these rules. There we go. We've got our username and email. I'm going to go ahead and run that. Now, most of the time when you're using Linux, Git will already be on there. If it's not, then you could grab, hey, command not found, and then bring that in and install Git, right? So that's another thing that you could end up doing if you needed to. Next up, we're going to add the GitHub CLI repository. So I'm just going to go ahead and add in the GitHub CLI. So I'm going to go ahead and run that. This is so that I can really a lot easier interact with GitHub itself. Now, before I do anything else related to GitHub itself, I'm going to go ahead and start a new chat and go ahead and say something like track my website's project changes with Git. Something along those lines so that I can actually make sure that this is even working. So first off, we can run, navigate into our website. We're already there. We can run git init. This initializes that repository. I could run this a lot. It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't really do anything if you reinitialize it. Next, we're going to create something called a git ignore. This is so that we don't accidentally bring things into Git that we don't want. In this case, I'm just going to go ahead and apply everything that's in there, and we don't want it into cursor rules. So I'm going to hit cancel here. I'm going to actually select git ignore and then apply this. Now, I'm surprised that this wasn't actually a command line tool, but we'll go ahead and give it a pass right now. It's been doing a good job so far. But overall, we've got in here with git ignore. And what I mean by command line tool, I meant this part right here where we said use the CLI. Oh, it looks like maybe I didn't put that into my cursor rules. So this is another reason to use Git itself. So let's say, for instance, we did our CLI rules. And oh yeah, we actually got rid of it, right? So we got rid of it because of the cursor composer. So that's interesting. Nevertheless, we now are going to the next part, which is going to be tracking everything. So we put it in the staging area. We're going to go ahead and run that one. Then we're going to go ahead and run commit. Now, what you see in actual cursor itself is it actually has built-in support for version control. That's what's happening right here. So it quite literally tracked all of the stuff for version control. So when I did git add, cursor is aware of this. So when I make changes going forward now, let's go ahead and make a quick change. Let's go ahead and grab about and go ahead and say, change this to saying about us, and we are doing some cool work. Something like that, right? So it's making a change now. This is going to be the process you'll undertake going forward. It makes a change. We can accept it. What we will see within cursor is it says this M here. So this is modified. This file has changed. So something that's cool about it is just in cursor alone, you can go into the source control tab, click on that file, and now you can see the changes that have occurred on that file. You can see the old file and you can see the changes. Now, there's a lot of different ways on how you could go about doing this and looking at those changes. Another way would be to actually open up your chat and say something like show file changes in Git, right? So being like very verbose and non-technical, you can do git diff. Let's go ahead and run that, or that's saying apply. So let's go ahead and say show file changes in Git in the terminal. Let's see if that ends up asking us to run things. There we go. So we aren't going to CD here. We're just going to go ahead and run this. And there we go. So now if I scroll down a little bit, I can see that the changes that have taken place using version control. Now, version control itself does not care whatsoever about cursor or anything related to AI. It's only doing stuff that are related to files that have been changed and that are being tracked by Git. It's pretty nice. So at this point, I can go ahead and say something like inside of cursor control here, I can add a message and say something like updated about and hit commit. And then it says save all and commit changes. That's something that you'll probably get in the habit of doing. Then we want to actually push this into GitHub at some point. We'll do that very, very soon. But for right now, we have a way to actually track all of our changes. And we can use something like git log to actually see those changes. So that message we just wrote is logged out inside of Git. Now, I could go through a lot of things related to this to really help you understand Git, or you could just go ahead and chat about it with, cursor chat. The point here is that we now have all of our code being tracked through Git. The next step to make sure that we keep it is that we publish it or push it to a place that will store it, also known as a remote repository. It's remote to us physically, where our local computer is, but it's also remote to our remote host. There's 2 layers of remote going on there. Let's go ahead and see how we can set up GitHub to really finish off this hello world. Now let's go ahead and use cursor to log into GitHub using the GitHub CLI. So the way we're going to do this is we're first off going to open up our chat. We're going to go ahead and say install the GitHub CLI in the terminal and then log in. Now I already have it installed, but me just saying install it will ensure that it is installed. Next up, it's going to go ahead and take a look at the version that we're using, which it says right here, that version, that's going to be the latest version. The way this works isn't going to change a whole lot in the future, unless of course they build in some AI tools to the GitHub command line, which they might at some point. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and log in. So I'll run this command of git auth login. It's going to now ask me a few prompts. This is coming from the GitHub login. It has nothing to do with cursor right now. Most of the time inside of the terminal itself has nothing to do with cursor. So we could absolutely close out the chat. And where do we want to use GitHub? We're using github.com directly. Then we're going to go ahead and use the preferred protocol of HTTPS. This means we don't have to worry about SSH keys and all that. We will just use tokens instead. Next up, we're going to go ahead and authenticate with the GitHub CLI by logging into a web browser. Now, if you're a little bit more experienced, you might be a little hesitant about doing the login to a web browser because the code, the actual commands we're running right here, is on our server. It's not on our local machine. This is usually really good for our local machine, but Cursor and VS Code make this actually really straightforward. If I do log in with my web browser, I can quite literally open it up locally for that. And here we are inside of GitHub going to activate this device. Now notice that I'm already signed in as Coding for Entrepreneurs in here. That is, of course, my username. You're going to want to sign into yours. Go ahead and hit continue and then get the device code, this code right here, and bring it in. Go ahead and hit continue again. Then you're going to want to authorize GitHub to do what it needs to do. Now, again, this is the GitHub CLI, so this is something that is useful in a lot of places. So you may or may not want to necessarily do this, but I do recommend doing it if you want to keep track of your code. Next up, we're going to go ahead and close this out. The device is connected, so I can go back in here, and now I'm already logged into this account. Now, in my case, I actually did this before. In your case, it's going to be basically the same thing. So what we want to do here is I want to go ahead and create a new command, a couple new commands actually. So let's go ahead and open up the chat again. This time we're going to go ahead and create a new GitHub repo and make it private using the git config. Okay, so this hopefully will use the CLI. It seems to be doing so. So there it is using the CLI, and there is the command to create our repo here. So why is it trying to clone it to my local machine? Do not clone it. Use my web project as the new code. Something along those lines. This should now update this a little bit. We've got git init. There's the new part right here. Great. So this is exactly what we want. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, or actually maybe open up my project here and go ahead and run this. So hopefully what that will do is create a repository for me. It looks like it did. And then it added this remote here on my local Git. Now I'm going to go ahead and say something like verify the remote with the CLI terminal or something like that. All this is wanting to do, all I really want to see here is I want to see the Git remote. So this right here, I'm going to go ahead and run this. Now that shows me that link here. So I can do command click or right click and open this up. This should open up in my web browser, or I could just go back into GitHub, refresh in here into my repositories. There's my cursor, hello world. Notice it is private. So you won't be able to see this right now, but the process we just did with the command line was basically all of this up until this point. We already did the Git stuff before, but now we've got some of the other things in there and in place. So all I need to do now is simply git push. But before I even do that, let's go ahead and just say on chat saying, so like send this code to GitHub now. Something along those lines, right? So if you didn't know you need to git push, this is going to go through that process. So git add, we could run that again. It doesn't actually do anything. Git commit also won't do anything because, well, there's nothing to commit. It says it right there. It is technically an error because I tried to commit something, but there's nothing to commit. No big deal. Then finally pushing the changes to GitHub. That's what we're going to end up doing. This pushed those changes. If we go into GitHub, we should actually see our code now. I could refresh in here. There is all of my code for this particular project. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and close these things out and just show you the process I would take going forward when you need to make changes to your code. The thing is, I'll open up, the chat or something like that and go ahead and say, create a README file for this project and make it GitHub ready and cool. Something like that. Great. So certainly it says create a README file. Now, one of the things I didn't do is I didn't use the composer for this. I probably should have used the composer because right now it's not actually giving me a whole lot. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this and we're going to go ahead and copy that same chat item. Let's go ahead and open up Composer, start a new session, and do the exact same thing. This time, hopefully it'll actually create the readme.md file for me, so I don't have to do it, or I don't even have to know what it is. This is what I always recommend when it comes to creating new files just from scratch. Just go into the Composer to do it. Obviously, if you do it in the chat first, no big deal. Back into my README here. There it is. It now has this project repository in here. I think it looks okay. Overall, what we've got here is the stack. The public IP address is no longer available, which is what will be true at some point, but there we go. I don't actually have a license, so I'll come back in here and say add a MIT license, something like that. And this time it will actually add that license based off of everything else in there, which is also kind of nice. I don't know if it's actually an accurate one, but let's go ahead and assume that it is. I'm going to go ahead and accept everything. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up the terminal window. So let's toggle that open. And now I'm going to go ahead and write a command in here with Command K. And we'll go ahead and say commit all changes and push to GitHub. Of course, you can learn these commands and you can learn what I just wrote, right? So here's all those commands right there. I'm going to go ahead and say that. And there we go. Going back into GitHub, refreshing here, I now see that it has a repo and everything in here. It's looking a lot better. It's looking closer to what it is that I was trying to do altogether. I probably don't want my email address on here, but whatever. But the idea here is overall, this is now giving me exactly what I want to track the code. So at this point, it is private. It is a completely private repository. I'm going to do one more step in this hello world, and that is bringing this code into a new remote host so that you can see what that looks like from scratch. Basically doing the same thing, but just seeing the other side of it if you were to accidentally delete this host, which let's go ahead and do right now. Let's go ahead and delete this host because we are going to redo it with our code so you can see just how simple it can be to bring all of this back up exactly the way we've had it. Let's go ahead and rebuild our virtual machine so our website can be hosted through NGINX like it was. Now, the way we're going to do this is by using a virtual machine that hasn't been configured yet, but I can do something that's cool now, and that is by going into my account. This is true on any cloud provider. I'm just sticking with Linode for now. Into my SSH keys, I can actually get my SSH key. So jumping into Cursor, I'm going to open up the terminal here. I'm going to hit a command and say, copy my public SSH key so I can install on cloud provider. Something along those lines. That gives me this command right here. I'm going to go ahead and run that, and then I'll go back into my actual account here, and we'll call this my dev and Cursor, something like that. Paste in that key. Looks like it's right in terms of SSH RSA, and then this down here. If you're on Windows, it probably gave you the correct command as well. Let's go ahead and add that key in now. Now that I have an SSH key, I will still need my password, but I won't need to do that step of copying that SSH key. That's what this is going to do by default. So let's go ahead and create a new Linode virtual machine by either clicking on Linodes and create Linode, or just this drop down here to create a brand new one. Select a region that's near you, in my case, Seattle, Washington. Once again, Ubuntu 24.04, that's what we're going with. Shared CPU, once again, same thing. The name that we want to give it in here, we can give it tags if we like. I'm going to give it a name of simply Cursor Linode 2, something like that. Next up is going to be our password. I'll go ahead and grab that same one that we had before, even though we won't really need this very often, and you can easily change it. Now I'm going to go ahead and select those SSH keys, assuming that you did that. Everything else I probably don't need at this point. You could do these backups. $2 a month is not too bad. This would allow you to just easily start this thing back up again if you wanted to go that direction when you take the virtual machine down. That's what a backup can do for you. But you could also do that at any time by just creating an image, which I'll show you in just a second. Let's go ahead and create this Linode. The way you can create an image is by coming in here and saying clone. That's an easy way to just make a copy of this image that you could then reuse. You can come in here and also create the image as well and just do it like that. Once you create these images, then when you go to create a new Linode, you can actually use one of your images that would be in there. In my case, I have an old one, but I didn't actually create that. That might just be a backup that happened when I created it before. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and grab my public IP address now, go back into my local cursor, close out the terminal, go into the open remote window, go to connect a host, and then configure SSH hosts, and then go into the config. Now, this is my old host, so I'm going to go ahead and replace the host name with the new one, the corrected one. That's it, right? No big deal there. Next up, we're going to go ahead and try and connect to this one. Now, the actual server might not be provisioned yet, so I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit here. And it looks like it even closed it right away because it's not quite ready yet. So I'm going to go ahead and hit retry. I'll go ahead and do continue here. I shouldn't have to put in the password because I installed the SSH key already. Using the password is something that I recommend you do if you're helping someone else get this going. Just give them that password, much like I did just a moment ago. Great, so now I'm in a brand new environment. The important part is we understand it's brand new. So going into the root here, I'm going to go ahead and open this up and say OK. The very first thing that I want to do is Cursor rules. Interesting that Cursor itself remembers that I was working on something called Cursor rules in root. But I'm going to close all of those things out, and I'm going to make .cursor rules once again. Make sure you spell everything correctly. Then I'll go back into my GitHub repo and copy these cursor rules that I had before. So copy that whole thing, paste it in here, and make the changes where you need to. One of the main changes I need to make is this one, and I also need the actual GitHub repo. So GitHub repo URL. This, I think, is actually it, which is pretty cool. Let's go ahead and see if it is by pasting it in. There it is. It's definitely that one. Great. So that's nice. Next up is going to be the public IP address. That's not the public IP address. That's not the correct one. Let's go ahead and copy this one now and paste this in like that. Great. So now I've got my system specs pretty much exactly where they were. So what I need to do is I need to configure all of this. So I'm going to go ahead and do what? Well, I actually probably want to say that I want to use the use default CLI commands. Do not use nano or vim. Okay, something along those lines to create files. This is going to be a short-term thing. I'm going to get rid of it when I start bringing in Composer again. That's why I have it in here for now. So let's go ahead and configure our environment based on these specs. Go ahead and hit enter. This, of course, is going to go through that process. We need to install all of these things. We're going to configure Git. Wow, it's going to do everything for us, and it looks like pretty good, actually. So we could do these things one by one. So let's go ahead and say something different and do, let's do it one by one. Like that. That way it's a little bit broken up so we can make sure that all of these commands are working. So let's go ahead and hit run. Looks like NGINX, or well, actually the system is first updating or upgrading. And so we'll go ahead and do next command just to get that one queued up. Then it's going to install NGINX. So I'll let this finish updating and then we'll do the NGINX stuff. Great, all the updates happen. Let's go ahead and run the NGINX. This should take a lot less time. Then we'll go ahead and say next step. There we go. And we'll go ahead and start and enable NGINX. All we need to do is check that this IP address is showing us welcome to NGINX. Great, good start. Then we'll go ahead and do next. And let's see what that is. It's probably going to be related to Git, and sure enough it is. I shouldn't have to install Git like I've mentioned before. It should just work because Git is often installed by default. Next up, we're going to go ahead and see Git config list. Everything's looking good. Now we'll go ahead and do next. And this should be actually creating our website's folder. I'll go ahead and run all of those things. We'll look at that in a moment. And then we'll go ahead and do next again. There we go. And so now we need to clone this. And this is actually a private repo. So I'm going to go ahead and say the repo is actually private. So maybe we need the GitHub CLI. And yeah, we would. If it was public, I wouldn't have needed to. So let's go ahead and run that installation process. And then we're going to run the login process again. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Once again, we're going to use github.com, HTTPS. We'll log in with Git with our credentials. We'll say yes here. If you didn't say yes here before, definitely make sure you say yes now. We're going to log into the web browser and we're going to open up the browser itself. Go ahead and hit continue. Grab that device ID, that one-time code. Hit continue. Authorize GitHub. I did it off the screen, but I did it. Now it's all set. There we go. And now it's ready to go. So here we go. Let's go ahead and run this command here. And it looks like it cloned it. Great. And let's see, for instance. Okay, so it looks like it's cloned. Looks like it cloned. Does it work? Okay, and let's go ahead and see. We'll run that. There's all of those same commands. Looks like that's good. And then we'll go ahead and run that. CD var status. And we've got everything's looking good. Next step. Okay. And here we go. Now we update the NGINX server. This, of course, is happening all in line. So I'll go ahead and run that. And there we go. And then let's go ahead and remove the default NGINX site. Let's close the GitHub one. And there's our NGINX site. Let's go ahead and remove the default and remove the default. And then we'll go ahead and link in our site and go ahead and test it. Looks like it's successful. We'll reload NGINX and we'll refresh here. Boom. There is our website. So what we also did right here was the long-winded way of deploying our website. So it's actually kind of cool. It basically gave us a bunch of different steps to actually deploy this on a new virtual machine. So we're kind of in the realm of actual deployment. But realistically, what we would do from here is we would actually make changes. We would actually modify and use the project as is. So if I were to open up a new folder here and open up the root folder, which was in this location right here, and then go ahead and say OK, this, of course, brings me back into that project now. And this time I'm going to go ahead and say something along the lines of let's get rid of, I don't know, the email. Like I said, we don't need that one there. So I'll go ahead and save that. And we'll go ahead and write a new command and say removed email update GitHub repo. Something like that. There we go. So we've got our configuration. All of that stuff should be correct, but I don't know if we'll necessarily need to do that. Let's go ahead and try that again. I'll hit reject, remove email from README, update GitHub repo. I think it thought that I meant that I removed it from the actual Git login itself. So this is where maybe the chat goes in and all that. And I'll reject this one and say, update the repo with new file changes. That's probably a little bit better. And there we go. So that is what I was looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and run that. Now it's going to push to the Git repo, and we can go ahead and verify that those changes happened by going into the README. It happened just now, and now that email is no longer on there. Fantastic. Now that's it for this section. Congratulations on getting this far with your Hello World project in Cursor. Now, what you've done here used to be worth thousands and thousands of dollars. So let's just recap really quickly before we talk about the next section that's coming up here in just a moment. First and foremost, you deployed a website to the internet. That's exactly what this is. 30 years ago, this would have been worth thousands of dollars. Today, it might only be worth a few hundred, but it still could potentially be worth thousands of dollars depending on how you position it and who you're selling to, which is also really fascinating. Granted, you probably want to implement things like Google Drive or some sort of form so you can actually collect data. We're going to talk about that in detail in the next section as far as collecting your own data. But overall, you have deployed a website to the internet. Congratulations, that's super cool. Now, granted, there's one big thing that's missing, and that is a domain name. So all you really need to do from this point, if you wanted to share this with the world, would be to buy a domain name and point it with an A record to your IP address right there. Then you have a website that is accessible anywhere in the world, which I think is so cool. Now, granted, you only used HTML really. We did a little bit with CSS, but we didn't really talk about those technologies, but yet you were still probably able to deploy this application. That's how powerful these AI tools are getting. Cursor just gives us that extra power, that extra oomph with a development environment that feels a lot more locally. Instead of copying and pasting from like ChatGPT or Claude directly in their user interface, you can do it right in line as we've seen. Now, another thing you got experience with was using virtual machines. Virtual machines are the bedrock of the internet. You now know how to deploy onto a virtual machine and also make real live actions or change things on a real website at any given time. Granted, you might have no clue what the HTML is doing or what's happening as far as how you format it and all that, but the cool thing is Command L or Command I are just, a command away, and you can write, improve this page, right? Or fix the syntax. You can do that all day long, which is also really, really nice. Now, the other thing that's also important that you did do, hopefully if you followed along with everything, is you used Git. This is another foundational technology that's fundamental to moving your code around and making sure that it can run anywhere it needs to. All we need to do now is use a database and a programming language to make this thing far more powerful. Most web applications today have a user login. That requires a database. You need to store those users somewhere, and that is their username, their password, things about them. You need to store them somewhere and securely. Then you'll also have a login process where they can access things that are only for them as a user or only for them as a person, like a customer. There's certain customer phase or something like that. That is really the next level of this that we want to do in the next section. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we're going to do that right now. Now we're going to level up our Cursor development by building a proper web application. All this really means is that we're going to have a programming language serving our website, or actually generating our website, depending on how we build it. Now this also means that we'll have a database, users, sessions, all that stuff. The runtime we're going to use is the Python programming language, and specifically Python 3.12. We will be using the Django web framework, which is a Python web framework, which basically means that we have a bunch of Python code already written for us, already battle tested, very mature, and also a third-party ecosystem around Django that allows us to build web applications so much faster. And using Cursor and all the AI tools will make it even faster still. Now, the other part about this is we will be developing on a virtual machine. I'm going to be using Linode, so go to linode.com/CFE to grab a $100 credit. Or, of course, you could also use a virtual machine from DigitalOcean or the many other ones that are out there. Now, at the end of this, we will actually set up a domain name similar to what we see here on Cloudflare to actually serve our web application. It's going to be very straightforward on how it's done. I'm not going to go into too much detail on Cloudflare itself other than really just setting up some stuff. Next up, we will be using Git and GitHub, so feel free to sign up for GitHub at some point. Now what we need to do is configure our virtual machine for Cursor. Jumping into Akamai Linode, we're going to go ahead and create a virtual machine as our development environment. Typically speaking, setting up your local development environment can be tricky, but then adding on AI that's going to run a bunch of commands for you makes it not very well suited for what we want to do. Every once in a while, the AI is going to get things wrong and potentially cause damage. So that's why we use a virtual machine, because then no damage will be caused to our local machine and our local environment. Of course, if you know what you're doing, feel free to use a local environment. But for those of you who are new to this whole process, definitely go on to Akamai Linode and create a new virtual machine now. So what you want to do is select a region that's near you. In my case, I'm in Idaho, so the Seattle, Washington region is going to be near me physically. This is a little bit different when you go into production. You want to be near your users. When you're using it as a development environment, you're going to use it near you, physically near you. And feel free to create a new one when you move to a different location. That's a big part of why we're doing this. So next up, we want to actually choose an operating system. Now, regardless of where you're located or what cloud environment you're using, make sure you're using Ubuntu 24.04. You could use the older Ubuntus, but if you do, just make sure you're using an LTS, including if it's a newer one as well. Next up, we want to grab a shared CPU. Basically, I want to get the lowest tier plan available because it's inexpensive and it's really all the power I will end up needing. Now, of course, if you need to upgrade, you totally can, but at this point, the $5 a month one, the 1 gig RAM should be enough. This is also true on DigitalOcean. There's a $4 a month one, which is less expensive, but half the power. That one is probably still okay as well. This is going to be true on a lot of different services. But now we got that plan, the shared CPU. I'm going to go ahead and come down here and I'll select a tag. I'm going to give it a label of simply Cursor Django because we're going to be doing Django, of course. And next up is our security, how we actually access this. Go ahead and add in a root password. I just copied and pasted one from off the screen. Then go ahead and add in your SSH keys. Now, in the last section where we actually did Cursor with HTML, we went through this process. So feel free to go through that as well. You could always talk to Cursor Chat also to really get specifically on the cloud platform you're using exactly what you need to do here. The next thing, the last thing that we really need to do for this is adding in a private IP address. This is because later we're going to use something called a node balancer. This is a concept known as a load balancer, so we can have multiple instances of our app running at any given time. The point of that is that we need a private IP. Now, that's going to be something we will do later, so even if you forget to do it now, I will remind you then. Let's go ahead and create this Linode here now. I'm not going to save this password, I don't need to, but I will update my local environment to use this public IP address. So let's go ahead and copy it. Do keep in mind that root is the user we're working off of here. If for some reason that doesn't say root, then we will need to understand that as well. Next up, what we want to do is open up Cursor, of course. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss this old one that I was testing things on with. With Cursor open, I'm going to navigate to the left corner and then open up the remote window. Hopefully you've already seen this and you've had experience with this. Of course, we're going to be using remote SSH to connect. All we're going to be doing for this section is connecting. If for some reason remote SSH is not installed or you're not sure if it is, just click on this little icon here for all of the extensions, search for remote SSH, grab it, and make sure it just says uninstall here, as in it's already installed. Oops, I accidentally pressed it. There we go. So now it's installed and we want to connect to that host. Now I've already configured it, but let's go ahead and reconfigure it as well. You can either add a new SSH host or configure them. which will then give you some options as to where you can configure them. I want to use .ssh config for my root user or the user I'm working with. So this is the format right here. Feel free to open up chat if you have any questions about it. But what I want to do is replace this host name with my actual host name. And once again, the user is root, so I'm going to stick with that user. So now I've got all these things saved. I just hit Command S constantly. I'm going to go back into Linode and just verify that the public IP address is the same. I'm just toggling back and forth between the windows there. And I also want to make sure that it is running. With this in mind, I'm now going to go ahead and open it up, connect to it, and just verify that I can connect. So what I'm getting here is I cannot establish a connection here. So this will happen from time to time. Of course, you can hit retry and see if it ends up working, but in my case, it's not. So I'm going to go ahead and close it out. I'm going to close out the remote session altogether. I'm going to copy this IP address once again. I'm going to open up my terminal with Command tilde or Control tilde rather. Then I'm going to go ahead and hit Command K and say remove the IP address from SSH known hosts. You will have to do this from time to time, especially as you go through the process of removing virtual machines and bringing them back up. This command right here will remove it from your local machine. In this case, it did remove it. If I were to run it again, it's just going to say it's not found. So either way is totally fine. Now that I've got that, I should be able to connect to that host in there. That part is not really that clear. That's why it's not connecting, which is why I wanted to show it to you and it happening. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit so it's easier for you guys to see this. But the idea being, as soon as you remove it from known hosts, you're going to get this like request, hey, do you want to continue? In which case I'll go ahead and say yes. This will happen every time you remove it from the known hosts, but not every time you open up this remote connection. It should only happen one time. Either you're connected or you're not. So if I close it down and then reconnect, it should actually connect up like we saw before. Just like that. Great. So if you're at this point, we are now ready to start building out more of our development environment. We want to start off with several things before we actually start the coding portion of it, mostly so that it's ready to go and you know this process really, really well. Now, I realize I spoke very quickly on this because in some sense, it's a recap of something we've already done. In other sense, you're going to be using the chat a lot more than you will trying to follow everything that I'm doing here. And also you might re-watch this portion in the future as well, thus being as fast as possible. Connecting into our remote development environment, I want to go ahead and start the process of building out our application. So inside of this remote, I want to open up a folder. I'm going to open up root right here. Right out of the gates, I want to go ahead and create a .cursor rules file. Now, I will say before we build this out, you can actually have rules for cursor across all of cursor. So if you go into cursor and go into cursor settings here into this dropdown, you can grab it and you can see that there's this rules for AI. So this is actually really nice because you can actually have general rules that all of your projects basically follow. Now, the reason I actually don't use this rules is because I usually start a new project with cursor rules directly. So whenever I open up a new folder, I go right into this. I might duplicate these things in other places, but that is definitely what I'll end up using. So what we've got here is include the cursor rules file, which of course is what we're doing as well. Feel free to experiment with different models in here too. I'm sure at some point we will start seeing even more robust models than what we currently have. But the idea here is we start with cursor rules. What rules do we need to start with? Well, I always like starting with the environment that I'm running on. So back into Linode, I go ahead and grab this whole thing. I'll just copy the summary, paste that in there. I'll also go into the configurations and just copy the name of the operating system. I probably don't need all of this data, but I totally could. I'm going to just go ahead and put that in. With this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and select everything with Command A. Then I'm going to run Command K and just say something like cleanup and hit enter. That's it. So this will obviously redesign everything so it's cleaned up and it's a lot easier to work with. I'm going to go ahead and say accept. This is pretty good. So far, so good. I'll go ahead and get rid of things that I probably don't need. That's these two things right here. Then I've got my plan. I probably don't need that either, but I do want to have maybe even the region, I can get rid of that. It's even suggesting to get rid of it as well. I really just want my OS on there, and I'm going to go ahead and select that, and I'll delete everything else. Great. So with this in mind, this actually gives the cursor chat a lot more to understand when it comes to the rules themselves. So this is going to be the environment, right? And I'll go ahead and hit tab to spell check for it. Now, one of the other things I want to actually put in here has to do with the fact that new packages install, go ahead and auto approve, and then update system rarely, something like that. We won't need to update the system that often realistically, especially in our development environment. Every once in a while you might want to though. Great, so with this in mind, what I want to do is I'm going to actually run and install NGINX. So let's go ahead and open up the chat here, and we'll go ahead and run install NGINX. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because at some point we will actually update NGINX to be changed slightly. So notice that it's saying that we've got our update here. This is not the same thing as updating the system. That should actually probably be upgrade the system more rarely, but anyways, we'll leave it in as update. So we'll go ahead and run this as NGINX, and of course when I select run, it actually does it in the terminal and it does it automatically, which is actually really nice. Once that's all done, we really just want to navigate once again to this IP address and just verify that this is working. I would say this is almost our development environment being ready to go. Now, when I say that, I don't mean that it's ready for our Python web application, but just that it is ready in general. So if you were following along with Cloudflare and you already had a domain name over there, you could go into that domain name and create an A record. So let's go ahead and create an A record here. I'm going to go ahead and say A. We'll give it a name of dev. I'm going to go ahead and paste in that IP address that I have, that public IP address, and I'm going to go ahead and save that just like that. Now, with this domain in particular, I could go to dev.hungrypie.com and it will show me my welcome to NGINX page, which is identical. That's how simple it can be using NGINX and all of these different configuration items to have a proper web page going with HTTPS as well. A big part of that, or the main part, is of course Cloudflare and proxied status, which is super cool. But now we have our development environment set up. Let's actually start building out our Python web application. I want to emphasize quite a bit that what we just did is only partially AI. Most of it is not AI. Most of it is just standard development, modern development these days. Now what we are going to start leaning into a lot more is using the AI to build out features that we might want. Let's take a look at how we can do that. In our development environment, we want to make sure that GitHub is connected. So that's one of the first things that we'll do. We're going to bring in the GitHub CLI. So I'm going to go onto github.com and we're going to go ahead and create a new repository here. And I'm going to call this cursor Django. Now, I actually want to call it a private repository for right now, as you'll see in just a moment. Next up, we're going to go ahead and add in a README. I'm also going to go ahead and add in a git ignore file. Then we'll go ahead and add in a license as well. In my case, I want this to be open source at some point, so I'm going to use the MIT license. Feel free to pick which one that works for you. Okay, great. So now I've got this repo here. This repo I want to bring into my local environment. Now, before I do, I'm going to go ahead and just grab the URL. We're going to go into cursor. I'm going to go ahead and do project and then repo URL and paste that in. That's it. That's all I want to do on the rules themselves. Before I actually can use this repo, I need to actually install GitHub. Now, the reason for this, I'm just going to go ahead and open up terminal itself and try to do git clone of that repo and just hit enter. This is going to say, hey, we want to sign in with GitHub. That's the extension that I have installed. I'm going to hit cancel for just a moment and hit escape here. It's just not going to allow for it because it's a private repository. Great. So either you have that extension installed or you do not. In my case, I did have it installed. Nevertheless, I want to use GH or the GitHub command line. If I just type it in the terminal, of course, it says that. We want to use cursor to help us with that. So let's go ahead and kill this terminal here, and I'm going to open up a new chat. So what I want to do now is I want to install the GitHub CLI, And I want to do it in a way that might not be that intuitive from the get-go. So I'm going to go ahead and say from, and then I want to actually go back into my web browser and do a quick search for the GitHub CLI. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this here, and I want to look for the documentation. So in this case, it says manual, which is probably the same thing as documentation. But the idea is I want to grab this, go ahead and copy here. And now we're going to go ahead and do an @sign. And notice that there's all sorts of things that we can add in here. One of them being docs. I'm going to go ahead and add in a new doc. I'm going to paste this in here as that manual. I'll go ahead and hit enter. I'll give it a name. In this case, I'll call it the GitHub CLI. And I'll go ahead and confirm it. Now, most of the time, or a lot of the time, LLMs will understand things like the GitHub CLI. But sometimes the documentation or the way it uses it is incorrect. Sometimes it's just slightly incorrect, but enough that us as developers get a little bit frustrated. So now I can actually reference the docs that I want to use. So install the GitHub CLI from the GitHub CLI docs that I have. If I scroll down a little bit, I can see inside of cursor settings, somewhere in here we will see something related to the docs that we have installed. Let's go ahead and see, there it is right here. And under features, we've got a code base in here and we've got docs in here, which doesn't show anything yet, which is interesting, but we'll go ahead and install the GitHub CLI from that actual command, which of course will bring us back into here and it'll look at all of the different configurations necessary. I believe it actually indexes all of the docs as much as possible. And in our case, it's actually going to go off of some of those things. And let's go ahead and see if it does install the docs itself. First off, it updates and upgrades, something we don't necessarily need to do. Let's go ahead and open up the terminal itself. And I will make it very aware, you might not see the same stuff. It might be a lot different, actually. So I'm going to go ahead and run this, and let's see if that does anything. Next up, we'll update the packages. Then we'll go ahead and install the GitHub CLI. And there we go. And it seems like that's going to work. I don't have any errors just yet. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the version itself. And now there is that version. But now I'm going to go ahead and use the login portion. And we'll go ahead and log in with github.com, HTTPS. And I'm going to log in with my GitHub credentials. We will use the web browser. So I'm pressing enter a bunch of times. And then I'm going to open it up. I'm going to continue activation with my user here, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab that one-time code. We're going to paste that in. We're going to go ahead and hit continue, and then we're going to go ahead and authorize GitHub into that user's account. Then we'll go ahead and close this out. Now we're logged in as the Coding for Entrepreneurs user. Now that we're logged in with GitHub, I need to make sure that Git has my information configured. So back into cursor rules here, I'll go ahead and say my info, and then I'll put like my name and my email. Now I tested this out a few times, which is why it's auto correcting for me. But the idea being that's where we're going to go ahead and start this one. Next up, what I want to do is I'm going to open up my chat, of course, and go ahead and say configure Git with my info and make sure it's Git. We hit enter. This will run those commands, or at least show me the commands I need to run to do that configuration. This is going to be important for what we're about to do. Next up, we can just verify that those things are in there with listing out all of our stuff. And sure enough, there's my name and email. Great. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to bring in our actual repo. So now that we're logged into Git, we should be able to bring in our repo. This is going to be a good time to decide where we want to store our project. And we also probably want to just have that project open itself. So right now, if I hit tab, it actually tries to put it in this location. This is generally fine, I think, but I'm going to go ahead and do it at opt-cursor-projects. This is where I'm going to store my project, which is definitely different than what we've been using, but this is often a good place to store projects that work off of not the remote. That's what OPT is for, which of course we could highlight and hit L and say, what is OPT? And this will give us the Linux operating system as in optional or options, right? So this is extra code that doesn't necessarily need to be on this machine, which is true about this project. Okay, so with this in mind, we're going to go ahead and now say, back into our cursor chat, we're going to go ahead and say, set up or rather download, set up and download our code to the root folder. Hit enter. This, of course, is going to now go through that process. It's going to seed it into that location, which of course is what happens here. I get no such file, so right off the bat, I'm going to go ahead and add that into the chat. This should solve that as well. And there we go. So now it's going to go ahead and create that one. Now it's created. Then we can actually go ahead and change the ownership here. I'm going to go ahead and not necessarily run that one just yet because it's saying to replace your username. We'll skip that one for now. I'm going to cd into the project itself. Then we're going to go ahead and clone the repo into that location as it says. Then we'll run some of this in just a moment. So I'm just really doing two things here, which was creating the new location and then cloning that code in just right here. So now is a good time to actually move cursor rules into this or copy it into this, because that's going to be the folder we're going to work off of for a big chunk of this project. So now I'm going to run Command K and say copy, then grab the cursor rules. I'll copy that path to the project. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter and we'll see what the command comes out. It's doing copy into this project. So it's already in this location. So I'll go ahead and hit enter and now it should be in there. So at this point, I'm now going to open up this folder. This is the folder we're going to work off of while we build out our project. So inside of cursor, we'll go ahead and do file, we'll open folder. We're going to paste that entire path in and then go ahead and say okay. This creates the new Windows session for us. And there's my cursor rules. Notice it's already green. This, of course, is because Git is already installed and ready to go. But this is now going to be the project we work off of, so I might as well save it as a workspace. So File, Save Workspace As, and then notice that it gives us an absolute path to the workspace name. All of that is okay. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And at this point, what I need to do is open up my terminal once again and go ahead and run a command that we will basically say, hey, I want to make sure that Git is keeping track of these things, right? So it might take a moment for this to finish. This latency thing is certainly one of those things that ends up happening every once in a while with remote hosts, which is why in the future, when we actually run through this, we're going to be going off of this workspace itself. So in the future, we probably won't have to refresh like this, like we just did, but that's okay. So with this in mind, open up that terminal window and then go ahead and write a command and say something like track file changes with Git. We'll go ahead and hit enter here. This is going to add those things in. I can run it. And then we can also add in a follow-up instruction and go ahead and say, add the message and push, something like that, which would be adding the commit message and pushing. So we're going to go ahead and hit run. This should now push it into our GitHub repo, which we could verify by going into that repo. And now we can see that we can not only pull data, but we can also push data. So push and pull, which will allow us to really start developing with this project itself. Now that we have a project location, let's configure our project's environment. Up until this point, we've done everything related to the operating system. Now we need to do something specific to the runtime, in our case, the Python runtime. This process can be reused in other runtimes as well. So if you're using something like Node.js, you will do something very similar to this, where you set up a project and then you initialize a Node.js runtime environment. We are initializing a Python one so that it's isolated from everything else on our machine and all other Python projects that might be on our machine as well. So at this time, what I want to do is I'm going to go open up Command L, and I want to go ahead and add in a new Python environment and install any system level items to do so. There we go. And so what I should probably even review is my cursor rules in here, because right now I don't really have anything about the runtime itself. I didn't write anything about that. I just said this generic thing. So I'm going to go ahead and add those things in as runtime being Python, and we'll go ahead and say 3.12, and then we'll go ahead and say Python, let's say environment, and we'll go ahead and use the ticks here for VE and V at something like that. So it's actually tabbing over and it's giving us that exact thing. Okay. But the thing is, I can actually run this stuff right now. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. It's going to do some installations for me on the system level. Then it's going to go ahead and attempt to create our virtual environment here. Then it's going to go ahead and activate it. And then it's going to go ahead and add Django to requirements.txt. So we'll come back to that part right now. So the first thing is this virtual environment part. If I go ahead and run this, this creates a new folder in here called a virtual environment. So the nice thing about these folders is they allow us to store all of the third-party packages that are Python inside of this virtual environment, which we can see by first off activating the virtual environment and then doing the Django installation, which is exactly what I'm doing with these two right here. Now, if you don't see echo into requirements.txt and then run install requirements.txt, that's okay. If it's just saying to install Django itself, no problems there. How this works is something you can improve on over time. But what I wanted to show you was quite literally the Django code and why virtual environments exist. So inside of VENV here, if I go into lib, I can see all of the site packages, all of the Python 3 packages that have been installed. There is Django right here. And if I scroll down a little bit, I can see this is Django code, shortcuts.py. It's right there. Right? It's actually really nice that that exists. That's what the virtual environment is for. Part of the reason we created our actual Git repo with that git ignore is so that it would actually not keep track of these things on Git. The way we keep track of what's installed is this requirements.txt. That's why Django is listed in here. And that's also why the chat even gave us that, right? And so that's actually really cool that we've got that in terms of our chat and our installation process all together. Now, there might be other packages that we want to use with our project here, but for now, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it in as just simply requirements.txt. So at this point, what I can do is I could delete VENV, then I can go back into the chat and say use requirements to install and create a new Python VENV. Or virtual environment. You could write out virtual environment as well. But here we go. We see there's the virtual environment that's going to be created. And then we activate it right here. This is going to be that command. And then we run that. And then we can run the installation process again. And this once again will install Django for us, but it's just recreating that environment. Now, a big part of the reason that we have that requirements.txt has to do with the fact that we want to treat the Python virtual environment as something that we can delete at any time. That might sound very similar to the virtual machine because virtual's in front of it. Think of this as the Python virtual environment or the Python environment. You're on the right track. It just so happens to be called a virtual environment because it's isolated to a degree from other Python projects, which of course makes things nice and clean and confusing for all of us. But nevertheless, we now have our project mostly set up in terms of Python. It's time to set it up in terms of Django. Let's configure our Django project, or at least the base project. So what we want to do here is create the Django root folder in SRC, and then add the Django project name as CFE home. I'm going to get rid of some of these other things that it suggests, and we're going to stick with just that as our new cursor rules. I'm going to go ahead and open up my terminal window here. I'm going to hit a command, and we want to actually start our new Django project. I'll hit enter, and what this hopefully will do is attempt to create it. So notice it says start project, CFE home, and SRC. So if I hit enter, it's going to say Django admin not found. Let's go ahead and say activate our Python environment, right? So we want to activate it, hit enter, and then we'll go ahead and run that command again. So I'll press up a couple times, now start our Django project, and then go ahead and run. Notice it says SRC does not exist. So once again, we need to create SRC. So this is actually fairly straightforward. Our root folder in here, we could always just come in and say SRC just like that. So every once in a while, you might need to actually interact with the environment just to make sure things are working. Notice that this is also attempting to do it, but now I'm just going to go ahead and press up a couple times and make sure I can run the start project CFE home, and then SRC being the root for that project right there. And so there we go. We've got SRC home in here. And now I can go ahead and run the Django project, hit enter. Once again, the root folder is src, home is CFE home, so this will allow me to run it. So notice that I've got python manage.py run server. At that port, I go ahead and hit enter, and what we see here is your application is running on port 8000. Let's go ahead and open up this browser. Notice that it says localhost. That's actually pretty cool. It's actually running at port 8001. Now, the reason this is happening is because built in to Cursor and VS Code, there is something called port forwarding, and that's exactly what happened right here, is it forwarded port 8000 on my remote host to port 8001 on my local host. What I want to check though is going into my actual remote host IP address. I actually want to jump in here and go to port 8000 and just take a look. What do you know? It's giving me an error. This error is probably not that familiar to you, but I'm going to go ahead and copy this and go back into my project here. We'll keep our terminal running, but I'll go ahead and create a new one with this plus here. And then I'll go ahead and write in a command, or rather, instead of a command, we'll just jump over to the chat with Command L. And then I'll paste this in here, hit enter. This is going to do something related to my Django project. So what we see here is it's actually asking me to update my allowed hosts in here. So this might be okay. I'm going to actually close that out, and instead I'll go ahead and do Command I, as in Composer now, and once again go ahead and write this command out. So Composer hopefully will solve this for me. Chat didn't, Composer looks like it did. Let's go tab over. There's my settings, allowed hosts in there, and if I scroll down a bit, I've got my allowed hosts in there. Pretty cool. I'll go ahead and accept that. We're going to go ahead and close this out. Our Python project should have refreshed in there, and sure enough it did. We refresh now on our public hosted one, and in theory this will show up in hello world from Django, and it is using the actual IP address. This is super cool if you ask me. I want to actually try something else out here in just a moment, and that is we're going to actually have this run on our main website as it currently stands. Now, when I say our main website, I mean the one that I added in Cloudflare for this dev right here. I just want to make sure that that part is working as well. Again, this is optional. The main thing here is our Django project's running. Congratulations if you've never done this before. It's running in our local environment. It's running in our production environment or our remote host here. We are ready to start building out our Django project. Now we need to customize NGINX to forward requests to our Django project. I'll explain that as we go, but the idea here is we'll jump back into our web page. Now, right now, our Django project is down. It's not running. It would be running at port 8000, but it's down. If I go to port 80, or the default HTTP port, I will see the Welcome to NGINX page. So this is what I actually want to modify. I want it to forward along our port. And the way I want to forward it to is, well, first off, let's go ahead and do Command K and do run Django, hit enter, and what we will see is a command to run Django. I hit enter. This should quite literally run it at port 8000. Of course, the forwarding port comes up again, and if I go into my virtual machine's IP address, go to port 8000, there it is. So in other words, I can actually take that same command that we just saw, this command right here, copy it, and go ahead and say Django run command, and quite literally paste that in here. Now, one of the things I probably won't have to do is actually have this entire project listed out, mostly because the Python environment has it, so I can probably just do that right there. So let's go ahead and close out our terminal, open up a new one, Command K, run Django, hit enter, and this should run that same command with that port 8000. Now, those of you who aren't familiar with how ports work and how running applications work, if you were to get rid of all of those zeros and just did port 8000, this is now not going to run on the virtual machine directly. If I were to refresh in here, it's not publicly accessible. The reason being is this is actually binding it right here. This is actually binding it to the local host itself. This is binding it to any IP address. This is not any IP address. That's kind of the point. Obviously, there's more clarification I could give you there, but this is a better command to run if you want to expose it to the outside world. That's the point. Great. So with this in mind, we're now going to go ahead and close out our running server here, and I'm going to go ahead and open up our chat with Command L. Now what I want to do is I want to create a configuration for NGINX to run our Django project. Well, it's not actually running the Django project. It's going to go ahead and forward requests to our Django project. I'll explain that in a moment, but the idea being that we now see this configuration right here. So what I want to do is in my root project here, I'm going to go ahead and do config, and then in there, I'm going to go ahead and do nginx.conf, and then I'm going to go ahead and take this file here and apply it. It's kind of cut off a little bit, but if I hit apply, it says apply to nginx.conf. I'm going to go ahead and say OK, and I'll accept that. Great. So so far this is pretty good in terms of our Django project. Now, when I said it's going to forward the request, that's what's happening right here. Whenever a person comes to an NGINX running service, that service will then look at its configuration and be like, where should I send this request? If there's only HTML pages, it's going to respond back with that HTML page. If it is a proxy pass, like it is here, it forwards it on to that web application that's running. It's really nice. It makes things really simple for us. That part, if that's confusing at all, please let me know. But overall, that's what's happening with this configuration. With this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and do Command L with the current file selected still. Now I'm going to go ahead and say, how do I install this so NGINX uses this config? Now, the reason I'm asking this question is because this is what you're going to need to do to make sure that that's working. So what we see here is a command that says, hey, copy this file, that's the exact file, to NGINX's sites available file for cursor Django. Then we create a symbolic link to the sites enabled, and then we actually remove the default sites enabled to make sure that that's working. I will do that in just a moment, but one of the things that I see right here is yourdomain.com. That I don't have that, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this by doing Command K and say allow any domain or IP address. Because we know that we don't own that domain name, and we also want to allow any IP address at this point. I'll go ahead and accept that. Go ahead and save everything. Now I'm going to run through all these commands. I don't need to install NGINX. It's already installed. I'm going to go ahead and run this command. Of course, open up terminal to see it run it. Then we're going to go ahead and run the next one, which is this one right here. And then we'll go ahead and run that final one. And then we will text the syntax for it. Looks like we got a good test. Everything's looking okay. Now we're going to go ahead and reload NGINX in here. And now we can go ahead and update things. Notice it even says to modify the server name, which is pretty cool. Okay, so how do we actually make sure that this is working correctly? Well, one of the things I need to do is I need to run Django again so that it can actually access the proxy itself. But even if I don't run Django again, I can go back into port 80 again, which is that default port. I also don't even need to put the port on there. But if I put port 80 and hit enter, it still goes into this NGINX page. Then if I refresh, the cache clears out, and now I get a 502 bad gateway. This is actually just showing that it's not accessible. Going back into cursor, if I hit the terminal again and hit Command K, run Django, hit enter, this should now forward it along to that actual port on my local host. Let's go ahead and run that. And then I can open the browser, the web browser up again, and there it is. There's my Django project with that IP address. Now, a big part of the reason the IP address works, of course, is going back into that setting that we did a little bit ago on my allowed hosts. That's this right here. If that setting wasn't there, we would still see that setting error, but it would be a Django error. Let's actually see what that looks like. If I cut the IP address out, save it, and then refresh in here, rerun everything, refresh on my IP address, now I get this error once again. This is a Django error, though. This is not an NGINX error. That 502 error was an NGINX error. Okay, so let me go ahead and bring that back in by doing Command Z and undoing everything, save it, refresh, and now my Django project should be running once again. Pretty cool that that is how it ends up working. Now, the thing about all of this, though, is keep in mind that whenever you modify things to allow connections into your Django project, it's open you up to vulnerabilities. Right now, Django's in debug mode. I also have my secret key on my Git repo, which is not good at all. We don't want to use this in production. But since we're testing things out and we're in a dev mode, I think it's okay, because at any time we can just close out the server, and by just doing Control-C or deleting that terminal, refreshing, we then get a bad gateway. Pretty cool. But now I want to just show you one more thing. If you did go the Cloudflare route, going into Cloudflare and going into your domain name, so you go into websites and then you grab your domain name, then you go into DNS, then in there you go into your A records here. I'll just go ahead and delete the ones that are here for a moment, and we'll bring a new one in. So again, grabbing the IP address that we need, which of course is from Linode. I'm going to grab that one. Let's go ahead and add that record in. We'll go ahead and do dev. We'll bring that record in. We'll keep it as proxy. That's really important. We'll go ahead and save it. Whatever that domain name is, I'm going to go ahead and grab that domain name for its subname, which is dev.hungrypie.com. This one should be proxying those requests over. It might take a moment for propagation to work. Once it does, we now get another Django project error for this allowed hosts. So I can go ahead and copy this, go back into Cursor, open up. We don't even need to open up the terminal. I can open up Command I, paste that in there, hit enter. This is going to solve all of our problems related to that host in particular. Now, it could be done on nginx.conf too. So if we see in here, it actually is adding it in nginx.conf. I don't want that right now. I'm going to go ahead and ignore that, and we'll close out nginx.conf altogether. We'll go into settings though and allow settings to have it as well as the other part. So I'm going to go ahead and reject all of this, and let's go ahead and bring it back in. Once again, inside of that composer, I'll paste that in, ensure current hosts are still there. Hit enter. Once again, it's now going to try that again inside of the allowed hosts, so we can actually see in our settings that it is adding in to those current hosts. We'll accept it, we'll save it, we'll refresh on our Hungry Pie version, and there we go. So now we're even closer to what could be a production application. Now, we still have a lot of work to do, but overall, this might be really exciting for you, because the other part of this is it's actually HTTPS. This is because we have NGINX running, of course, right? So NGINX is running our Django project. It's forwarding the requests on. That's forwarding to a Django application that is actually running as well, which we actually have complete control over right now. As soon as I take it down in the terminal, if I close this out and I go directly to the IP address, we get that 502 NGINX bad gateway. If I go to the Cloudflare managed version and refresh, I get a Cloudflare error page, not a NGINX error page, which this might be something you'd rather show. Once again, the error code is the same though. That is the kind of error code that we want to see. Great. Now that we're at this point, it's time to start refining Django to do things that we would actually want it to do, and also get it closer and closer to being ready for complete production. Now, one of the things you may have noticed, I have not been showing you my Git commits. I will continue to commit them and push them to Git, as I recommend you do as well, but I'm going to probably stop showing them so much on the actual videos themselves. Now we're going to manage our environment variables using a Python package called Python decouple. So we're going to go ahead and say environment and variables manager Python decouple. Okay. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and install it. Now what I want to do is I actually want to open up the chat, and we'll go ahead and install the environment variables manager to requirements, something like that. Now I already know which one I want to use. There's many of them out there, but we can add in to requirements.txt this itself. So I'm going to go ahead and try and apply this and see if that ends up doing it. Let's go ahead and take a look at our requirements. It's not applying it, right? And so that's where we can go ahead and close that out. Once again, use our composer, create a new window for composer, and add in Python decouple and hit enter. This will just go ahead and add that in for us. There we go. No big deal in terms of how we end up using it, which we will see here in just a moment. So right now it's got the requirements there. I'll just go ahead and accept the requirements.txt. Now let's go ahead and say update the settings to use Python decouple and hit enter and see what it ends up doing for us with Python decouple itself. Now, hopefully what it does also is create a env file. So create the env file 2 and hit enter. So it's telling me to do one, but it didn't actually create it for me, which is interesting that Composer didn't do that. But nevertheless, we've got our requirements. We've got our new settings here. Look at our new settings. This is using Python decouple. I'm going to explain these things in just a moment, but it's super cool how simple and easy this can end up being itself. So yeah, next up we see in .env, some of our environment variables in here are accurate, but not quite there. So our allowed hosts aren't accurate. There's some that are missing, but I will go ahead and accept all of them. So let's go ahead and do accept all. Now I'm going to go ahead and close out Composer. I'll update my terminal here. I'll hit Command K and go ahead and do install new requirements from requirements.txt. Hit enter. Hopefully this will use the env. Looks like it does. Let's go ahead and run that. Now it's running that installation process. Okay, so the secret here, I'm going to go ahead and copy it and hit Command K and say something like use OpenSSL to generate a new secret and hit enter. As soon as I do something like that, it's not necessarily going to do it right here. So once again, I'll reject it and I'll cut this out, close that out, go into the terminal and do Command K in there and then just paste that in there just like that. And so it looks like I did a little issue there, so I'm going to go ahead and run that one more time and then go ahead and run it. There is a new and better secret that I'll paste in here. I'll leave debug mode on for just the moment, but now we've changed a lot of things about Django and made it more secure. One other thing that's important to note is .env. This is where you're going to store your secrets. This will not be committed to Git ever. It will just run as is. Now I'm going to go ahead and say, like in our command here, we'll go ahead and do run Django, hit enter. This, of course, should run our server, so we can hit run. And then I'm going to go ahead and jump on over into my IP address and notice that my invalid HTTP host header is in there. Now, of course, I can grab this and bring it into the chat, or I can just grab the IP address itself and add it into my allowed hosts here, save that. Notice that it's also suggesting Hungry Pie as well, the one that we did before. The point, though, the key one that most of us will have is this IP address. So as soon as I save that and edit it, what it's not going to do is automatically reload the Django project itself. I have to do that. So I'm going to hit Control-C and then just press up, hit enter, and then just reload it. Now we should actually have that environment variable working, and it's working well. So the key part of this is the fact that .env will not go into Git or GitHub whatsoever. So it's being ignored altogether, so we can have our secret values in there with some security in mind. Now there's ways to secure this even more, something like HashiCorp Vault or OpenBow. There are other things that we can use for environment variables, but in the long run, that's what you're going to want to use. In the short run, this is going to do really well for you, as long as you're not putting it directly into something like settings.py. Now, if we look at settings.py, we see that the secret key, keep it secret in production. It is now secret in production. I realize that it's in this .env file, but this is not accidentally being exposed anywhere. Next up, our debug mode in here has a default of being false. We can cast it to a Boolean value, which means back into our env, I can use a 1 as well, 1 or 0, 0 being false, 1 being true. Or we can just write true, or we can do the lowercase true. All of those things will be supported for our settings. Now, for those of you who aren't aware of that, that is super key and it makes it really nice. Next up is our allowed host in here. This will make sure that it's serving from our allowed hosts. These might be ones that you can hard code. This is kind of a up in the air type of thing. You can hard code them in there, or you can use environment variables. It's up to you on how you go about doing that. But in our case, we're going to go ahead and use them as environment variables because you guys will have a different IP address and potentially a different domain name as well. But now that we're at this point, it's ready to start building out more and more features because we're starting to secure and lock down our Django project quite a bit more as well. We want to update our Django run command to get closer to production, but in the short run, it's going to be something that's better for running in the background. Right now, this one runs in the foreground, which means that I need to open up a terminal window. I need to generate a command and say something like run Django in order for my web page to be accessible, because right now it's not, of course. So if I hit enter, as soon as I hit enter, I refresh in here, it's now running. So what I want to do then is I'm going to go ahead and grab this command here and I'm going to copy it. We're going to open up a chat window and we're going to go ahead and say how to improve this with another package. Now, it's actually the one that I already know, and I know it super well. This is saying Django extensions, and I'll say, no, not that one. How about one for production, like running of Django, and hit enter. You could also install this Python thing if it pops up for you. I'm going to leave it out. Now it's saying Gunicorn. That's actually what I was going for in terms of how we want this thing to run, which is super nice that it's already giving me a bunch of things for it. So Gunicorn itself, we'll just go ahead and throw it into our requirements here, and then I'll go ahead and update this right here by just copying this out, bring it into our cursor rules here, and paste that in just like that. So one of the things that we see is it's saying to change the directory into the SRC so that it runs with all that. One other thing I want to add on here is -- reload. I know that it's -- reload because I'm so used to running this. You could always ask it for development version of that, and I think it will probably give it to you, and it's probably in there somewhere even. And of course, you could always go through the docs itself. Now, speaking of the docs, one of the things I noticed was when I tried to add in docs of any kind in this remote session, it just didn't persist. So as soon as I went to my local session and added in docs, I could see that. So here's that Gunicorn docs in there. I just went to a Google search for Gunicorn, grabbed these docs here, copied them up, went to my local version of Cursor, hit add new doc, paste that in, and then I went ahead and indexed it with running one of these. So what I want to do now is actually just cut this out, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that -- reload, literally copy this once again, hit the chat, go ahead and now ask the docs and the Gunicorn docs how to set up for dev environment. Something like that. Or how to run for dev environment. And in this case, it probably will give us that reload. It's actually giving us a brand new file here. So I'm going to go ahead and say not a new file, just the command and something like that. And this time it's going to go ahead and probably give us that command, and it has log level debug on here as well. So that's probably a little bit better. I'm going to go ahead and copy that command then, and we'll go ahead and paste this in here just like that. So we'll save it, close this out. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up my terminal here. I'm going to close out the one that's currently running. Once again, I'll go ahead and say run Django, and this time it's going to attempt to run it with Gunicorn. I'm going to hit run, and it's going to give me this. Of course it's giving me this. I didn't actually install it. So let's go ahead and run requirements.txt installs, something like that, right? So venv, fantastic. It's using our virtual environment. It's going to go ahead and run it. Now it actually installs Gunicorn, assuming that I have it saved in requirements. I don't see it installed in here, so I'm going to go ahead and press up again, and there it goes. It installs Gunicorn in there. Now I'm going to go ahead and press up a couple times, hit run Django again, and now it's going to go ahead and use Gunicorn for us. This time, if I refresh on my homepage, it is still showing me the same thing. So all we need to do is convert this same command into a background command that runs on Linux all of the time. That way, most of our development environment is almost exactly what a production environment would be, except it's prepared to be a development environment itself with all the different configuration that we have. I want my Django project to run all of the time, even in development mode, and I want it to reload whenever I make changes to the code itself. Now, in theory, this Gunicorn does that. It has this -- reload in here. So let's go ahead and see how we can do this in the foreground. Then we'll turn it into a background service where it runs all the time. So jumping into our terminal here, we'll go ahead and hit Command K and we'll do run Django. This hopefully will open up the Django project itself. If for some reason you already have ports forwarded here, you could always just close those things out and then go ahead and run Django again. This time it's going to go ahead and forward that port once again. So now I'm going to go ahead and open this up on my IP address. We can also take a look at the dev version of it as well. But for now, I'll just stick with the IP address because I'm assuming not everyone has it on their own custom domain, but it is running. So this is the debug mode, and it says you're seeing this page because debug equals to true in your settings file. Let's change it to false and really test whether or not this reload even works. So back into our settings here, I'm going to go into debug and just write out false. It has to be capital for this to work. I hit save, and notice it says worker reloading, worker exiting, booting, exiting, and so on. If I refresh on this page, it's now giving me this not found. This is actually a valid Django page that is working. If I were to close this out with Control-C or even just hitting the trash can, it's going to go ahead and give me this gateway. This is a little bit different. Notice it says NGINX. Before it did not. So if I go back in and just hit run on this one, we see that that is now running again, and there we go. And if I were to change this back to the original configuration, save that, refresh in here, it's now working. So I want this to happen in the background all of the time. So the way this is done is going to be fairly straightforward. I already know exactly how it's done, but I want to show you the intuition you would take to make it happen. So you're going to go ahead and select this run command, hit Command L to chat with it, and I want this to run in the background. How to do that, right? So run this all the time is another way to say that. You could totally write out how to say that as well. Now there is this bash command, this no hup here. So let's go ahead and rephrase that a little bit. And I want this to run in the background always and restart when the system does too. So a little bit more explanation as to what you want will often yield better results with this chat. So right now it's giving us systemd. This is actually what I was going towards, what I wanted to have happen, but I sort of assumed that you might not realize that or know that, and this is kind of like, hey, let's go ahead and give it a bigger conversation than we had before. So right now it's saying create a systemd service file, and it's saying to put it into systemd. This is true because, well, we're using Ubuntu. Systemd is just available, as you can see in here. There are other ones. There's something called Supervisor that you can use, which requires additional installation. But what this is doing is it's trying to configure it right now. I need my environment to be configurable in the future as well. So just like what we did with NGINX, I'm going to go ahead and create cursor-django.service inside of there to start. We'll go ahead and paste that in. Then I'll go ahead and add these contents in by just hitting apply here. And so that should give us basically everything that we saw before. So what I want to do here is close this chat out, and I want to verify my various commands in here. So the working directory, that's fine. I've got my execute start here, still using that working directory, using Gunicorn, and it has everything else except it doesn't. So it's missing one key aspect of it. It does not have the reload command in here. So I want to just go ahead and make sure that this is reloading. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this again, hit Command L, and ensure this reloads when the Django code changes, right? Again, I already know what the answer is. I already know what to do, but if you ever run across this, you might need to just say that in the first place. So I'll now go ahead and apply this change here. I'll go ahead and accept it. And now it has reload as the default. Great. So next up, what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm using this file the same way every time. So I'm going to go ahead and do Command I, and I'm going to create a new cursor compose command. And I want to go ahead and say install, or actually write comments on how to install this exact file. Copy it over if needed, and ensure that I can run this file. Something like that. Very verbose as to what's going on. And the reason I'm doing write comments is so that in the future, it will actually do it as necessary. So I have the comments down here on the bottom. I'll go ahead and accept that for now. We'll close out Composer. I'm actually going to go ahead and remove these comments to the top. So I'll cut them out here. with Command X, and then we'll paste them up here with Command V, or Control Copy, Control V, either one. So here we go. We've got our copy command here that takes it into systemd's defaults. We add a permission to it. These things look correct so far. Then we start the service. We enable it to start on boot. Great. We see the status itself. We see that we can stop it, start it, and all of that. So now all I'm going to do is come back into cursor rules. And now instead of the Django run command, I'll go ahead and say the Django background service is the cursor Django.service, right? So let's go ahead and hit command. Let's go into the terminal here, and I'm going to go ahead and close out these ports. Let's make sure that those ports aren't being forwarded because we're using that port in just a moment. So basically just close out those ports. You could also say kill all services running at port 8000. Hit enter. That will also make sure that nothing is running at port 8000, including if you had a background service. Great. So now what we want to do is install our service. Let's see, for instance, if this actually does install. It might not. In our case, it does look like it finds our service, right? And then it does the chomod, it does the reload, and then it starts it and enables it. So it doesn't stop it or anything. It just does everything that we needed. I'll go ahead and hit enter, and what we should see is everything working. Let's go ahead and say, is my service running? Hit enter. This hopefully will give us the status. Sure enough, it is, and sure enough, it's running. Great. So let's go ahead and say what command is running with my service, and basically just see what it is in terms of how it's running. And in this case, it didn't give me anything. So let's go ahead and use the installed service file and show the command it's using. Hit enter, something like that. This is probably a little better. There we go. And then I'll go ahead and hit enter, and there's my service. And notice that reload is in there. That is really what I was looking for. This is all in debug mode. Fantastic. So now with this in mind, I should go back into my project here. It's running once again. So when I make a change to the code and change it to being something like false, hit save, refresh, it now is showing me this. And all of this is running in the background. So I can refresh in here, and I can now really use it as a active development environment that I really shouldn't have to think too much about unless I'm going to go ahead and install new things. If I install new things, that's when I might have to refresh stuff. But in the short term, I'm going to use this as the method of just running this service in the background. This is one of those other big benefits of using a virtual machine, is you get this like background environment that you can just code on, and then it automatically will change everything as we see fit, which will be really nice when we implement a lot more features in Django. Now we want to change our home page so it renders out our own HTML. So let's go ahead and jump into cursor. I'm going to hit Command I, and I'm going to create a new cursor window here, and we want to create a new home page for our project that renders HTML. Great. So hopefully what this will do is it will create a few files for us to render some stuff out. The first file it renders out is views.py. Then it does URLs, which is great. And then we've got this home.html in here as well. Great. So let's go ahead and accept all. I'm going to go ahead and run that. And then we've got views.py in here showing me a few things related to it. So if I go to my homepage now, I refresh and I get this template does not exist value here. So this is an error that I know super well, but I'm going to go ahead and paste it into my Composer chat, right? And see what's going on with this. Maybe it will solve some things for me, but I realize I know exactly why it's not doing it necessarily. I'm going to go ahead and say, oh, look at it go. It's actually doing it. So it initially didn't do it correctly. So originally it was just trying to recreate home.html, but then it updated a setting that I knew it needed to update. And it used os.path.join, which is fine for now. And if we scroll up, it also is importing OS. Great. So it's actually bringing this stuff in. I'm going to go ahead and go back into Composer and accept all. Now, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about here, just refresh on this page, and now we've got a new home page in here, and we did that so quickly. Now, the reason it's done so quickly has to do with how Django is designed. So let's talk about how Django is designed just a little bit. First and foremost, every URL, every web page you want to render goes into a urls.py. By default, we've got this home page. This is the main home page, as we can see in here. We'll take a look at one more page in just a moment, but then with that, we need a function that will handle that home page request. That function was automatically generated into views.py as the home view. It gave us some context in here, and it rendered out that home page at home.html, which is this right here. Great. This is fantastic that it did that. Let's repeat this again. I'm going to do Command I again with the same composer window and say, great, now create an About Us page using, let's just say, just like that. Now create About Us page. So what it should do is three things. It should create a URL. That URL then will be assigned to a view. That view will then be assigned to render out a HTML page itself. And that's exactly what's happening. Maybe not always in that order, but it says add a new view in views.py, then do the URLs, then it's going to go ahead and create the template itself. And it did all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and accept it, and we'll refresh in here. It even gave us some navigation. I didn't ask for navigation, but it gave us some. I can go into About and Home. Fantastic. This is so easy and so cool. Now let's go ahead and add 3 more pages, and it'll be contact, pricing, and products. Hit enter, and this will now generate all 3 of those pages for us. We can be pretty explicit as to the number of pages we're going to want to add, and if we can watch it in real time happen on our views.py. There's all of those pages. Fantastic. And now all of the templates are also being created for us as well, and it's updating the navigation all together. And so I'm going to go ahead and accept everything and save it all if I need to, but just doing accept should save everything. If you hit save all, it will also do that. And now if I refresh on my home page, it's all running in the background. I didn't have to change anything with Django. Now I can go into each one of these things. The contact page looks a little funny, so that's a little bit off. Pricing and products are also a little bit off. So that's something we can absolutely improve on, which we will in just a little bit. But overall, we now have essentially the same thing that we had with our pure HTML, but this is now all being driven through Django itself and programming. I realize it took more steps to get to this point, but now we can leverage all of the things that Django does super well. So let's go ahead and start that process and see why even just this basic website could really, take a huge advantage from using something like Django. So back into the Django settings here, we've got this template configuration that the composer did for us. So if I were to hit Command L and say something like, what are templates? I would learn a lot about these templates in here. I'm going to tell you about them and why they're really good. On one hand, we have all these templates, and each one of our home.html files in here has the HTML documentation, which is fine, but it's not quite the same. So notice even there's this comment, keep the same styles in about.html. This comment is not great, and it's not leveraging the Django templates like we want to. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to close everything out and open up just home.html. I'm going to hit Command I to create a new composer session, and I want to add in all of these templates in here. Before I do that, though, I want to convert this into a Django template with base as the key value, or the key template, and this one uses base. Now, this requires you to know a little bit about Django, which you could always read about, but I'm going to go ahead and try it out here, and we're going to take a look at what happens with this base thing here. So what's happening is it's generating something called base.html. Inside of base.html, it's adding in these blocks here. Now, these blocks are going to become really important at definitely one of the reasons why we end up using Django. So I'll go ahead and then take a look at home.html. Look how much different it is. You can even see this in the composer itself, right? Or in Cursor's, text editor itself. It's removing a bunch of code in here and then bringing it down just into extends and all that. So I'm going to go ahead and accept everything here, right? There we go. No big deal. I'm going to close out this composer here. We'll save everything and we'll jump back into our project. And what do you know? It looks identical to what it did. Now, the reason this is magical or really useful is now what I can do is open up another cursor window. I can add in all of the templates in here, and I want to go ahead and do that with products, about, contact, pricing, and let's go ahead and say update all templates to match home.html, hit enter, and what this will allow for is every single one of these things to leverage Django templates. So right now, Contact Us doesn't have any of those styling. In a moment, it will. I'm going to go ahead and accept all. I'm going to refresh in here, and it should actually change everything. Let's go ahead and save all as well. Let's go ahead and refresh in here. It might take a moment. Let's go ahead and take a look. We've got this in here. It's possible that Gunicorn needs to be refreshed. Let's go back into About, Contact. Let's refresh Gunicorn. So I'm going to go ahead and hit close out the composer for just a moment, open up terminal, and let's go ahead and reload Gunicorn service, something like that, or just saying reload service should work. There it is. Great command. Worked out well. Maybe it's not reload. It should be restart. Let's go ahead and just say restart service. Let's go ahead and try that one. It's not reload, but restart. This now restarts. Okay, so part of the reason it did not restart is because the Django code itself didn't change, just the HTML templates, which are not Python code. It's still HTML itself. But now we've got all of these files now loading much better. And they are much denser, or quite a bit different in terms of what it used to look like. Base.html is what has all of the default HTML that's going in here. So the part about this that's really cool is now what I can do is I can jump back into the cursor hello world. I can go into index.html. Let's say, for instance, I want to grab this whole thing. I'll copy this, and I'm going to go ahead and do Command L, and I want to update this to match, boom, something like that. Now, what this will do, hopefully, is still keep all of the Django stuff. So we see this block in here. That's great. That's a Django template thing that's going on. Blockhead extra, also Django template. But then it actually starts adding in all of the, Tailwind classes that we used before. It's also having these URL shortcuts. I'll talk about those later. But overall, what it's doing is it's now bringing in everything that we might want into base.html. It's also bringing in some standardized content in block content, which is super interesting. But now that we've got this, I'm going to go ahead and apply it. We'll go ahead and let that run. In a moment, we'll go ahead and update this. But one of the things I wanted to point out here was these shortcuts that Django does with the Django templating engine. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll up a little bit on this chat here. And we've got this URL home, URL about, URL products. So Django and a lot of programming languages can do stuff like this, and a lot of web frameworks can do stuff like this. This is a shortcut so that I don't have to remember the actual URL for all of these. This is a shortcut that goes into urls.py and quite literally the name of them. All of these names are now corresponding to all of these links. I didn't tell it to do any of that. Cursor is just doing a lot of the best practices for Django. This is one of them that you'll see in a lot of different places. Okay, so now with all of this in mind, I now have this updated base.html. I'm going to go ahead and accept this. We'll save it for a moment, and then I want to reload the service again because all I did was change the HTML. I did not touch the code, so I have to restart it this way. And now going back into my virtual machine, I refresh in here, and I get this error, invalid block static. Fantastic. I love errors. You know why? Because if I go to Command I and just hit invalid block static, what it's going to end up doing is it's going to make sure that it has load static on there. And it's just going to do that one change. Even though how I changed this might have not been done in Cursor, this is actually doing it for me. So I'm going to go ahead and accept all, save it, refresh on our template. There we go. So maybe it's not the greatest looking thing just yet, right? But it is totally now designed just like we did with that HTML, and it's actually rendered out where it's completely working. So even the drop down should be working in here. I have not tested any of this. I'm just going based off of what I would assume Cursor is going to do, and it's totally doing it, and it's doing it pretty well. Now, one of the things that it's not doing well is the style overall is not great. There's still things that we would want to improve here, but we now have a programmatic approach to building out various templates and various pages. So we can also test this one more time. Let's go ahead and close everything out. I'm going to do Command I again. We're going to create a new composer window here. Now let's go ahead and create a new page called, let's say, for instance, Tech Stack. Hit enter. And this page is now going to create it's a very static page itself, as in there's no database stuff that's going on. But now it's going to go ahead and go through this. Notice it even tells me to restart the service itself once it's all done. We save that. Now it's tech stack. If I refresh on here, I get this home page. It looks like we've got a little bit of an issue with our URLs. Let's go back into our URLs here. Why did you remove old URLs? Something like that, right? So this is where version control makes a big difference. Git itself makes a big difference. But every once in a while, if you have issues like that, you just go, hey, what did you do here? Why'd you do that? Save it and then refresh in here. There's our product plans. We see that there's a link in here for tech stack. I can click on it and now it takes me to that tech stack page with all of the template stuff all working. And what do you know? This is actually the tech stack we're using. No surprise there because of our rules. But overall, this is actually super exciting. It gives us a look at what Django does really well with the templating engine. It removes redundant code that you might need to write on each HTML page. This right here is how you can generate thousands, if not millions of pages using Django, and how programming can end up working with all of these pages as well, which we'll take a look at in just a moment. At this point, we've seen three critical pieces of Django. One, how it routes our URLs to different views. Those views are Python functions themselves. Yes, they have different characteristics about them. One of them we're going to look at in just a moment. But each view then renders out a template. So it uses the template, which then also might extend, as we see here, or basically duplicate from another template. So now what I want to do is I want to create a view that is basically a wildcard. So I'm going to come down in here into views.py. I'm going to hit Command K, and we want to do a view that has a URL parameter in it. Something like that, a URL parameter as in it can change. So here is a product detail view. Fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and accept that. And now I want to go ahead and grab the price here and say use a random price. And we'll say between 100 and some large number, right? And so this, of course, is going to give us a Python thing, and it did not import what we need. So let's go ahead and grab this and hit where is random from, something like that, because the import is not up here. So there it goes. It's going to add this import. Now, another thing that we could probably do is come up here and we can see that it's automatically trying to give this to me. So I'm going to go ahead and hit tab, and that brings it in. So I didn't actually even need to open up the chat for that. But now we've got a new detail view in here that we can use. So how do we actually use this one? I'm going to go into my URLs here, and what I want is look at that right there. It's automatically giving me a suggestion as to how I can use this. Then it's telling me to tab up here to import that function, and then I can save it. Fantastic. So now I have a view for products with a random ID in here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually jump back into my website. I'm going to go into products, and then I'm going to go ahead and add in a number after that. I get this template does not exist. Of course it does not. I did not generate it. So let's go ahead and jump in to views.py. I'm going to go ahead and select this and hit Command I. And let's go ahead and get rid of all of those things. Notice that I've got views here, so let's go ahead and try that again with selecting this and hit Command I. Now it shows that it's views with those things in there. And then I'm just going to go ahead and paste in this error here. So I'll go ahead and grab this and say something like that. Again, I'm in Composer. I could probably do this in chat as well, but using it in Composer, I'm referencing what I added, and then I'm also basically letting it build that file for me. I knew it was going to do it, but I wanted to see how well it would do it. going into product detail.html, what do you know? It's now still using the Django templates with all of the context that the view is actually giving for it. The context might need to be improved, maybe not. Then we want to just check in URLs. URLs looks like it did try to change something. I'm going to just go ahead and say reject to URLs. I don't need it to change anything because it was already changed. I'm going to go ahead and accept the view, and I'll go ahead and accept the template. Now that we've got that, I think everything's all saved up and ready to go. I should be able to refresh in here, and there we go. Now I've got a price in here. If I refresh again, that price will change basically every single time. So that's cool that it's random, but let's actually make it based off of the product ID. The ID is going to be a number of some kind. So I'm going to go ahead and change this in here. I like that it said round, but let's go ahead and hit a command, and we'll go ahead and say make it based on the product ID and some delta. And random, let's say decimals instead. Hit enter. This, of course, is emulating what it might look like in the database. So I'm going to go ahead and accept that. Looks like, let's see if I need to import anything up here. It's saying HTTP 404. I don't need to do that yet. This is not something I'm using just yet. So there we go. Now in our product ID, there we go. It's doing that one. I can do, let's say 12, product ID 12. This is literally an infinite amount of products in here. I can do some random one. I can do even more. Just put in a huge number in there. There we go. I don't think there's going to be a limit to the numbers that I can put in here as far as what is being accepted as a view. So this is quite literally an unlimited page. The way this works is very straightforward. First off, we have that same sort of view that's coming through within a Python function. The request comes in, and then it sends back a response. That's what's happening with this function. That response is going to be an HTML web page. So when we go to this URL, it will return back a web page. Going to that URL is called a request. When we actually go to request something, our server then responds with something back. That is called a response. This is the HTML that's being responded with that request, with all this different context that's coming through. The URLs, this right here is the reason we can have a bunch of dynamic URLs in there, and the reason why this view even comes back. And then of course the template is being changed based off of what it's being given. All of this is context for the template itself. We could talk about this all day long. The point is that we now have not only static web pages, but we also have dynamic web pages coming through. This is great and all, but it's missing a key part, and that is real data. This is not real data. This is generated data that makes literally no sense because it's not actually, it's just all randomized. Now, of course, if I don't put in a number here, it no longer supports that request because this right here is looking for something in particular. We can actually verify that and say, come in here and say, Command L, go into chat, tell me about this URL path. And then it's going to go ahead and break down what's happening with it. Int means it's a path converter. Fantastic. It captures an integer from the URL and passes it as a parameter named, this. We can go ahead and say, can I use like ABC2? And it should tell me no, right? Well, you can use it, but look, it gives you another URL parameter. It doesn't say you can use it in this ID. No, we can say, no, I mean in the same path as before, why or why not, right? So there we go. So can you use both the string and integer? You could if you added it with this next path, which is interesting as well. Let's talk about why it's so important to use Git or version control with generative AI. Things like cursor or basically anything else that might change your files. We want to make sure that we have version control in place for this very reason. So let's go ahead and open up Composer here with Command I. And what I want to do here is I want to go ahead and say something dramatic. So like remove all URLs and views and templates except the home page. right? And so that's actually a pretty big deal as to what's going to happen here. And you might have an easy time bringing things back, but notice it's just the URLs itself, right? It didn't actually remove the views. So the views were not removed. So let's go ahead and say the views were not removed, right? I want to make sure that it is, and it's going to go ahead and do it now, and it's removing all of those views. And once again, the templates were not removed. Okay. So again, we're making drastic changes to our project here. It's going to go ahead and maybe delete them. It's telling us what we can do. So we'll just go ahead and ignore it for now and just leave those templates there. But I'll go ahead and accept and accept. And now we have a much different project than we did before. So going back into our homepage here, we get this page not found on our products. If we go into our homepage, we now get errors about the template, reverse not found. I'll explain that in just a moment. But the point is we made drastic changes, way too big of changes. So what I'm going to do here is I want to go into my terminal window. I'm going to hit generate command, and I want to do revert changes. This is just going to now give me something for Git. I'm going to go ahead and hit restore, and let's see what that does. It brings this back. It brings back all of my views. If I refresh on my homepage, this part is back. Now, the error that we saw is actually an error based off of our templates. So let's say, for instance, I comment out about here, just about, refreshing here, I get that same error. This is actually a good time to go, okay, let's jump into the chat and see what this error is. So this chat right here will then say, oh, well, you either bring back the about page, which is one thing, or you need to update our templates. So how to update the templates based on this view being gone. We hit enter. This now is going to give us an approach to update our templates. You could probably even do it. So let's go ahead and see if that ends up working. So let's go ahead and hit apply. It goes into base.html. We'll go ahead and hit accept here. We'll save everything. We'll refresh on this page here. I might need to save my code. If I save my code, then actual Gunicorn will restart based on the service. And now about is completely gone. And so that error is gone as well. This has to do with the templates, as you can see in here. But the idea being that we just made another drastic change that maybe we want to do, maybe not. So I can run that git restore again, or I can say reset git, something like that. That's another way to do it, is resetting it and doing it with everything. And then it just brings everything back to that most previous commit. And so that's why it's important to continuously do your git commits. And what you do when you make a change, let's go ahead and copy this about page to show that change. And we'll go ahead and say about other, something like that. Just make some changes here. I'll use the same view itself just so we don't have to change too much. But now what we've got is we'll go ahead and say track changes with Git. And now it's going to go ahead and give us some of these changes. Okay, so it says git add and git status. And then now we want to commit the changes based on what happened. Now it's going to hopefully give us a message. And sure enough, it does. We hit enter. Now we can actually go ahead and do push changes to GitHub. And then now what we've got is a way to track all of that code. Yeah, so that's really important, because the other thing is now I can just delete this one and say, okay, now something changed, and I can say what changed. Again, I realize you may have seen this already, but this is giving me the ability to see what exactly has changed from the previous commit. So this is a change from the other two. So what changed now, not before. Hit enter. And so now I do git diff, and now it shows me that it's removing that file. Great. Let's go ahead and say commit changes and push, something like that. So now it's going to add it, remove the other URL pattern. Great. That's exactly what happened. And then it pushes it. And there we go. So now it actually did that tracking, and that's what we want to have happen. Now, Git can be tedious from time to time, but it's a huge saver when you accidentally mess up, which happens all of the time with so many projects. So it's really important that you keep tracks of what it is that you're doing. Once you do, and you actually push it into GitHub, then you'll be able to also review those changes on GitHub as well. So if you go into your repositories here, like in my case, it's cursor Django. Here's that code. Notice that it shows me that commit message, and I can go in here and take a look at URLs, and I can look at the history of these URLs, right? Which has some commit messages in here that I did off of the video, but I wanted to circle back to using Git, and why it's important has to do with the fact that we're using generative AI tools that might get things wrong every once in a while. And if it does, using version control can help save things for us with when the actual generative AI gets it wrong, or when we do, because it's also super easy to select something and hit delete, and now that's gone, and maybe you forgot what it was. Luckily, generative AI can bring it back for us and make that super easy, or at least a lot easier, but Git will save you more times than it won't. Yes, it's also a nice way to share what you're working on, the code directly. It's a nice way to recover if you accidentally delete the virtual machine. But most important, it's a great way to keep track of what changes in your project over time when you're using tools like generative AI. In addition to templates, Django can also help us manage our static files. That's going to be CSS, JavaScript, images, videos, PDF, basically anything we might need to use in our project. So if we open up settings.py, right away it's actually trying to give me this static root here. And I'm going to go ahead and hit tab and just run it as is. Now what I actually want to change is this slightly. I want to reverse these two. So I'm going to go ahead and select this and hit Command L, and I'm going to go ahead and say reverse the folders, because of, if I hit tab here on NGINX, because of the current NGINX config. I'll explain that in just a moment, but hopefully what it's going to do is take in settings.py and reverse these two, and it looks like it does. So I'm going to go ahead and apply that, and we'll go ahead and say yes and accept. Okay, great. So those two things are now reversed. Static root is where Django is going to be like, this is where I'm storing my static files that need to be served. The way they're going to be served is through NGINX, which we already have as a location, which is super nice. So I'm going to go ahead and save everything. I'm going to open up a new terminal window here, and we'll open up a new command with Command K, of course. And I want to go ahead and say something like manage Django's static files for us, hit enter, and then what we should see is this command right here. So this is going to run something called collect static, which if we hit enter, we will see a new folder being created in here called static. This folder right here is at this path right here, which is actually very similar to what we already set up for NGINX for that static files location. We'll see this in just a second that it is working. The point of this though is to make sure that these folders, all of the locations are correct for the configuration for NGINX. They might be sorted out a little bit differently. In fact, Cursor, as we saw, was trying to make it different from the get-go. I just moved it back to being this static folder name. You could call it other things, but since this is actually corresponding to the /static inside of NGINX, and also this URL right here, it makes a whole lot of sense to name them this way. Now, of course, if you have any questions on that, just go ahead and select them and go ahead and explain this to me and ask those questions inside of the chat if you have them. But overall, we now have a location to serve our static files from, and then another one where we can store our ones that we want to customize. We'll look at that in just a second as well. But the main thing here is now we see this static folder in here, and it says that it has a bunch of green going on. We actually want to ignore that in git ignore. So down in git ignore here, I'm going to go ahead and open it up, and I probably want to keep in static files. This is probably okay. These are my static files. But the ones I'm going to go ahead and serve, I'm going to go ahead and keep those ones out, and especially the admin ones. So if I run it with just like that, where it's static and admin, this green should go away. So if I save that, and let's go ahead and refresh in here a little bit, looks like it's not wanting to go away. So let's just get rid of just static altogether. And there we go. Oh, maybe it's because I needed src/static/admin, the actual relative path to it. There we go. So that time the git ignore ended up working. Okay, so at this point, let's go ahead and actually take a look at our Django project now, and I'll refresh in here. Now I'll go to a built-in feature called the Django admin and go in here. This is what I should see. It should be this color. Now the reason this is working is because of this folder being in existence altogether, and because NGINX itself is serving that folder. The reason NGINX can serve that folder is, one, we already configured it a while ago. Number two, this is the absolute path to the root folder. This is the path to the static files folder. And that's it. So that's why it can actually be served and it works correctly. Now we're going to take a look at how we can use CSS files within our Django project that we bring. The previous ones were the Django admin. Now we're going to use one that we have been using. So if we go into base.html, we have this content delivery network for Flowbyte. I'm going to go ahead and copy that link there. I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to hit Command K. And I want to copy this to local static, and we'll paste that in and hit enter. And we'll see what that command ends up being. So here's the command that it does, and it goes into the static files directory. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter here, and it says that there's no such folder, right? So I'm going to go ahead and copy that, and we'll go ahead and paste that in there. Because it's an error, it needs to actually create that stuff, and then we'll go ahead and run this. And so once I run it, what I end up seeing is there's a new static files folder in here. So it's not actually in the correct location. So what I want to do here then is say put it in, then I'll go ahead and grab this folder here, copy that relative path, paste that in here, and do that specifically. So now it actually changes it slightly. I hit enter. This now brings it into the correct folder that I want to work off of, not the one outside of SRC. So the one outside of SRC, I'm going to go ahead and just delete it with Command Delete, or right click and delete. And now that that's gone, I want that file to load. So let's go ahead and grab this again. And this time I'm going to go ahead and use Command L, or go ahead and chat, and use the local static files version. Hit enter, and what this should do is update this to use static files, as in that right there. What do you know? There it is. So I'm going to go ahead and apply that, and we'll let that happen, and I'll go ahead and accept it. I'll close a few things down so we can see that it's in there. So far, so good. So that part is actually referencing the right location overall. So after we update this, after we bring a CSS file in or some sort of static file in, we use this static tag here. We need to make sure that Django collects the static files from where they're being served, which in this case is in this static folder right here. So the next thing is we're going to go ahead and run collect the static files. We hit enter, and that will bring it into where it needs to go. As soon as I run this command, it's going to copy this file into this folder for static files, but it didn't do it because of this right here. So it actually did it in the wrong location. So I'm going to go ahead and say this looks wrong, paste that in, because it went to that static location, which is not where I want it to be. So if I come back in here, notice that this static files directory has changed a little bit, right? And so this is because if we go into settings.py, we've got this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this one and close this out here. We'll copy this one or select it, hit Command L, and say this is not the correct location. We can hit enter out, and hopefully what it ends up doing is it removes a few things. So it's trying to switch these back. So I think a lot of times this is what you'll end up seeing, but I don't want it switched. I don't want to change static root, right? And so hopefully now it won't switch them back, but it will actually use the correct ones, which is going to be this right here. So go ahead and apply that. We'll accept it, save it, and then once again, coming back into the terminal, I'll press up and run that collect static there. This time what we see is inside of static here, we now have another folder for the exact same thing. Okay, so this takes some explaining to better understand. So the static files, this folder right here, are going to be ones that I can share to my Git repo. These are ones that I'll basically customize myself, that I will take management of. This folder right here is going to be what NGINX uses to actually serve those files. This is basically the production version. So static root is the production version that we want to display. Static files is going to be like more of a temporary version that we do not want to display. That's going to be one that we can move around and we can edit and do all of that. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and jump back into my git ignore here, and I'm going to ignore that entire folder because we don't want to have that. That one's going to be the place of what we would end up doing when we go and deploy it. So with this in mind now, back into base.html, here's my flowbyte command here. What I want to see is I'm going to get rid of Tailwind and this styles thing. I'll just delete those, and let's go ahead and take a look at our project here. I think things are looking okay. But as you may recall, whenever you make a change to HTML, it doesn't necessarily refresh everything. So I'm going to go ahead and just make a quick change to the settings.py. Now I'll go ahead and refresh in here. Looks like things are working just fine. If I go into the view developer, view source, what I want to see is I just want to verify that those files are gone, and they are. And I can always click on this link for Flowbyte, and I should see all of that CSS in there again, right? So this is definitely all of it that actually loads and makes our site look the way it looks. The important part about what we just did was the fact that we moved it from a third-party source and we brought it into being an internal source that we now control completely. So we don't have any third-party dependencies on here to make our site look the way we want it to look. Now, in the long run, you might not go this route. You might use a different theme. You might do all sorts of different things. But the point of this is to make sure that you are running with your own files on here and making sure that when you are serving files, they are yours. This is going to be true for production and deployment, because now we have everything fairly isolated to our one environment, which I think is actually a great idea and something you should probably get in the habit of doing. Now, of course, if the actual chat decides that it wants to change these things again, I could do something like do not change, or what would be better is to go into cursor rules and change these things in particular. So we'll go ahead and say the static root, and we'll put that one in, which is going to be src static, and then the static URL, and maybe the static dirs is that one. So now I don't think it will necessarily try to change it. We could also put Django in front of here just so that it's not trying to change it ever going forward. Going into the Django settings, we now want to take a look at the next best feature that Django has, and that is going to be the Django admin and Django users. These things are done together, and we'll see what they are right now. Now, of course, if you go to these installed apps and just hit Command L and say, what are these? It will give you a better explanation or a more thorough explanation as to what's going on. But the main one being here, it handles user accounts, groups, permissions, and cookie-based user sessions for the user itself. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that our database is aware of these things. To do that, we do something called migration. So I'm going to go ahead and open up a new terminal window here, run Command K, and I'll just go ahead and say run db migrations. And so when you actually run this command, what you will end up seeing is something like this. If you don't see that, there's a chance that you already ran your migrations if you see something like this. Now, where is this happening? All of this is happening locally inside of our Django project by default into this db.sqli3 file. This is actually very obvious when you scroll down in settings.py. You can see this configuration called databases here, and you can see db.sqli3. That's that file right there. If I were to delete this file, well, I can go ahead and run those migrations again, and I'll see that same thing again. If I keep doing this, it's not really going to do anything new, but the idea here is we now have our database prepared for the next step, which would be create our admin user. We hit enter here, and it's going to allow us to run this command now to create a super user or your admin user. Now in this case, I'm going to go ahead and actually give it a real username. In my case, I'll just say Justin, because that's of course my name. Next, we're going to go ahead and put our email address in. Now, I want to keep it in mind that this is a public URL, so anyone in the world, in theory, could access this. So we want to make sure that what we're putting in here is going to be pretty good. So first off, we will put in our email address. Next, we'll go ahead and put in a fairly good password. Ideally, you're using one that is generated either from OpenSSL or from Python itself. So like, let's say, generate a secret with OpenSSL. That will give you a command to generate a secret. So you could use something like that. Now in my case, I just copied one off the video, but now that I have this super user here, what I can do is I can log into Django. So going into the Django admin from our IP, just make sure you go to /admin there. you're going to go ahead and write in your name, put in your password, and you're going to go ahead and log in. In my case, I did a little test to make sure all of this is working, but the idea here is now I've got users. And so I can always generate another user. So let's go ahead and say ABC here, and I'll go ahead and add in a password, and I'll go ahead and save this user. There's a new user now, and what we've got here is just an active user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out and log in again as that user. So ABC, log in or attempt to log in, and notice I can't. This is permissions. This is built into Django on whether or not this person has permission. If I log back in as my admin user, I can go into this user again. Then I can say, oh, this is a staff user. That's totally fine. Let's make it a staff user. I'll save that. I'll log out again, log in again, hit ABC, do that password, log in. I'm going to go ahead and say no for now. This user also does not have permission to do anything. It can log into the admin, but it doesn't have permission to do anything. So much of this is what Django does super well. With this user logged in, I'm going to actually go back to my home page. So back into my home page right here. I want to show my user's name in this home page somewhere. So let's go ahead and jump back into Cursor. I'm going to go into my templates. I'll go into home.html, and let's go ahead and change this so that it says something like change to welcome the logged in user if available. Otherwise, use this same stuff. Go ahead and hit submit. And this is basically saying, hey, if the user is authenticated, we're going to see that user's username. Otherwise, it's going to see this other stuff. What do you know? This is now another layer that Django has built in and that the Django templates can do almost from default. So let's go ahead and refresh on our homepage here. It's not necessarily going to update as you recall. So I'll go ahead and do my settings. I'll go ahead and save that. That should refresh everything, hopefully. And there we go. It says, welcome to Cursor ABC, that ABC user once again. So this is the Django admin. This has built-in user authentication, as in login. It has built-in password management. It has built-in sessions. There's all sorts of built-in things that make Django really, really effective. Now, the other thing about this password right here is it is encrypted. There's no way to see the user's password. Raw passwords are simply not stored. This is a security feature that Django has, again, built into it. Now, you might be wondering, do all web frameworks have these things built in? And the answer is no. Sometimes there's third-party packages that can do these things. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes there's third-party packages that have an admin. Sometimes there's not. This is true regardless of the programming language. Django itself has a lot of built-in features which have made it such a powerhouse globally for all web frameworks there are. But of course, this is really just the beginning of what you can do with Django. Not just logging in users and not just restricting content to a logged in user, but we can actually start building out things that are specific for users or allow them to do whatever they want. So what this means is we need to actually move to the next portion of Django, and we need to start building out our own apps, our own Django apps. Let's take a look at how to do that now. Now we're going to generate a component to Django called an app. Django calls it an app because it encompasses some of the features we've already looked at. Views, URLs, the Django admin, but then it also adds in something else called models. So let's take a look at how this is done. First and foremost, open up settings.py, and you can always select installed apps, or you can just hit Command L and say something like how to create a Django custom component known as an app. Okay, so it's going to go ahead and give you some instructions on what you need to do. So this right here. Now, you could be general and just say something like my app, or we can go a little bit more specific. Let's actually make it about articles. Let's make an app for blog articles. And spell it incorrectly, of course. But the idea here is now we have a few other commands. Here we go. So I can run this one. As soon as I run that, it should run in the terminal. And we see there's this new folder here. So this is a default command to just automatically generate some code for us. It doesn't really do anything beyond generating some code for us. Next up, it's going into the installed apps to add our blog here, which will update this. So let's go ahead and apply that. and I'll go ahead and say yes. This blog is named such that the entire folder is named, and also the command itself was calling it blog. Next up, it's going to try to give us this article, which is actually pretty interesting. So in models.py, this is what we need to update. So we open this up and we can go ahead and apply that in here into models.py, hit continue. This creates that file for us. Great. Next up, we see some URLs and views. We're not going to look at those just yet. Those are very compelling and very interesting. It's really cool that it's giving us all this stuff. But what I really want to do is run my migrations. So I'm going to go ahead and save this and also make sure that settings.py is saved so that blogs is inside of this installed apps. Now what I want to do is I want to run a command and ensure my blog app is in the database. Something along those lines. Now, the only reason for this, the way I'm saying it this way, is so that I can run something called make migrations and migrate. We've already seen migrate. Make migrations is something that's new. What this is going to do is it's going to tell Django, hey, prepare to change the database, and then migrate changes the database. So we can go ahead and run this command now, and we can actually see in this migrations folder, it actually generates some stuff for us and how it's all connected. Now I could go into detail on these models themselves, but before I go any further, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and close out the terminal here. I'm going to hit Command I, and now what I want to do is I want to grab models.py. So I'll go into models.py on my blog, and I'll also go ahead and add in the admin.py. So just do a quick search for admin and admin.py. Notice they are both in the blog itself. I want to go ahead and register the model within the admin itself. Hit enter, and what this will do is it will update admin.py to actually be displayed in the article itself, or the model itself to be displayed in the admin. So go ahead and accept this, and we'll save everything, of course. Once again, I will jump into my virtual machine here in the Django admin that I'm still logged into. Feel free to re-log in as your super user if you need to. Once you refresh in here, just a quick refresh, you will see this right here. Now I can jump into my blog. I can write an article like hello world and say some gibberish, put a author in here, which of course is one of my users. Look at that. It's a drop down of one of my users. I can go ahead and hit save, and there we go. So now it's actually giving me an article for this particular user. Now, this is already published, so it actually did this publishing. So this might be what I want to do. It also might not be. So let's go back into models.py, and we're going to go ahead and change this, and I want to be able to customize this. So I'll go ahead and hit Command K, and I want to customize this anytime. I'll go ahead and hit enter. And now it's going to go ahead and modify this a little bit. I also want it to, let's go ahead and say, I also want it to be optional and maybe add a field for if it's ready to go published. Something like that. Okay. So what I'm going for here is two new fields now. So I've got a date published and then a Boolean field right here. Now what I want to do is I'm going to take this again. I'm going to do a Command K. Now when I say if is published, then set the date then. Or if is published is true, then set the date then. Something along those lines. Now, as you start to learn Django more and more, this stuff starts to get really intuitive to you. So we'll take a look at this in just a moment, but the key things here is this is a date field, this is a Boolean field, like a true or false field itself. But I made a bunch of changes here, so I want to go back into the terminal. I'll hit Command K. Let's go now that I have changed my app, make sure the database knows, hit enter. This will run a few different commands that we need to run. I'll go ahead and run those. Now it made those changes, it prepared the changes, and then it actually made the changes. Now if we go into the admin again and refresh in here, I can click on this title. There we've got ready to publish and also a date published. Now this actually doesn't work too well for this old one that I already had, so let's go ahead and make article 2. So I'll go ahead and say new article and say hello there. I'll go ahead and hit my user as Justin or the author. I'll hit save and continue. Now I'm going to go ahead and just hit ready to publish, hit save and continue again. This time I give this time zone is not defined. Great, I'll grab that error and I'll go ahead and jump in to most likely into models.py, but I'll just jump into the chat and just hit time zone is not defined. Now, on one hand, I can actually go through here, or I should be able to jump into models.py and hit enter, and this will probably give me a autocomplete. There it is with time zone, just like that. And then if I tab to jump, it should actually be based and correlated to that right there. Again, this is intuition you'll start to get as you write more code with this. With this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and refresh in here. Notice that it's asking me if I want to resubmit this form. I'll just go ahead and hit continue. There is my date published now, and it's showing literally right now. When I hit ready to publish, it went for it, and now it's there. Just to recap what we just did, we used Django to create a brand new Django app. Inside of that Django app, we defined our first Django model. This model itself is essentially a database table and the columns being defined with their data types. So think of this as a spreadsheet. You open up a new Excel spreadsheet, you hit a new sheet, and then you define the different columns. That's essentially what we did, but we wrote a bunch of Python to make that happen. Well, actually, Cursor wrote it for us. But the idea here is now that we've got that, we want to actually display this data for us. We want it to be rendered out. Now, the important part about this with Django and many other frameworks, this process is the ORM. This is object relation mapping, where it's basically taking Python code and turning it into, in this case, SQL-like code or SQL code, which is database code itself. And so that's what's happening under the hood. But with that in mind, let's go ahead and actually use this models.py to build out our views, URLs, and maybe even our templates in this one. All of these things are going to be generated really quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and do Command I. I'm going to go ahead and add in a new one. I want to start fresh here. And now I'm going to go ahead and say create the views, URLs, and templates for this model. Include just read-only views. So I don't need to have the CRUD of it all. Now, if you're not familiar with what CRUD is, that is create, retrieve, update, and delete or destroy. In the Django admin, you can do all of the stuff related to CRUD. As soon as you add the model into the admin like we did, you can just come in here, you can edit it, you can delete it, you can save it, which is updating it, and you can do all of that. When we want our users to see things, we may or may not want to allow them to update or edit things or make new ones or delete old ones, right? So that's the important part. That's why I said the read-only things, because this is a blog post. Maybe we're only going to manage our blog in the Django admin like a lot of people do. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the views here. What we've got are a bunch of generic views. These are class-based views. This actually makes it a little bit more complicated than I want. So I'm going to go back into Composer and I want to change it to function-based views instead. I'll go ahead and hit enter and you will see the views change accordingly. Now, the reason I'm changing it to function-based views is because I think it's a lot better for those of you who are newer to this. This is now a function-based view. So I'm going to go ahead and explain those things in just a moment. But we see urls.py. It's actually creating a urls.py file inside of the blog itself. We see article list. Here's a template. Notice it's not a whole lot different than what we've seen before. Here's the detail. Also not a whole lot different. And then we've got our main urls.py, which is a little bit different. It actually brings in our blog here. So these, I'm going to accept all of them. I think they look great. So now let's go ahead and jump into our project, into the homepage outside of the admin here. I'm going to go to /blog, and here we go. We've got our article in here, our new article right there. So we've got one article showing up, and there we go. So it's not actually styled that well in terms of the links itself. So what I want to do is I'm going to come back into this detail here, and I'm going to go ahead and do Command K, add Tailwind classes, hit enter. This hopefully will style it quite a bit better than what it currently is. I'll go ahead and hit accept. I'm going to do this in my article list as well. Command K, add Tailwind classes. Great. And this will, of course, hopefully do that as well. And so there we go. I'll accept those and we'll refresh into our pages here. and it looks like it didn't actually refresh inside of Gunicorn. So going into Python code, I refreshed. There we go. So this is a little bit better in terms of the articles, but only one article is showing up. So what I want to do is I want to open up the Django admin again, and let's go ahead and see why only one article is showing up. Okay, so we've got new article here ready to publish. Hello world here is not ready to publish. So let's go ahead and save that. And now we should actually have two articles. Going back into our blog post, there are our two articles. Hello world, this is it. New article, this is it. Cool. Now, the way it's already set up too is it actually supports for a draft. So I can go ahead and come in here and say draft article, right? And do some other gibberish and go ahead and hit save and continue. Oops, I need to make sure that I put in Justin in there. There is some field validation, which is super cool. I'll hit save and continue. I can refresh on my blog page here. Still showing these two things. Great. Fantastic, simple, easy. So of course, what I also might want to do is in base.html, I want to update my nav. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here, update nav to include the blog list, something like that, or the blog. Hopefully what it'll do is it'll actually update the nav bar itself. It doesn't seem to be doing that. So let's go ahead and close this out. I'm going to go ahead and now just grab this all the way here, go ahead and chat with it. This looks like where everything is. So I want to add in the blog list URL, something along those lines. Hopefully this will actually find it. If for some reason it doesn't find it, I will show you exactly what you need to do. But it looks like it's going to. So I'm going to go ahead and go off of that one right there. And we'll go ahead and accept it. I'll refresh on my home page here. And this might be a drop-down menu one. And nope. This is maybe we need to save a Python file one. So let's go jump back in. And let's go ahead and save a Python file. So Gunicorn reloads. And we refresh, and now I've got this reverse list not found. Cool. So I'll go ahead and do that. I'm also going to go ahead and add in urls.py. So let's scroll up here a little bit. I'm going to close that one out and add in urls.py, both of those, and hit enter. The reason I'm adding those things in is because that gives context to the chat as to what the actual naming convention is for the blog itself. This one says blog article list. I'll show you exactly where that is. But if you ever run into issues where the namings are just not quite there, that's what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to add in the context from one of the URLs itself, save everything, and there we go. So now I can hopefully open it up. There's my blog article list there. I should be able to navigate to it now and go to any given article. Great. So that's actually a really good start in terms of the articles themselves. So if we actually look back into our URLs here, we can see that here are some of the naming conventions here. And we also see this app name here. This is where you can do something like this, how to reverse these URLs, something like that. The reason I'm saying that is it shows you the URL template tag in here, but there's also one called reverse where you can do something similar to that template tag in the Python code, or you can do it directly in Django itself. So that's actually fairly nice, and of course something you could learn about by just going into any given URL like this and saying, how does this work? This URL work? And just getting that context there. I just know it ended up working, so I wanted to just show you how to do it real quick, and then also the logic as to where you'd end up getting there. Now, what's cool about this as well is the fact that it renders out the published date, and it does it in a formatted way, not just the raw date itself that's stored in the database. If I were to get rid of that, that formatting portion, it may or may not show things the way I want it to. So let's go ahead and save that view, refresh in here, go to the new article. Here's the whole thing, right? So when it's formatted, it doesn't show the time, it just shows the date. And once again, we'll save a view here, and there we go. So it's just a little bit slightly different here. And of course, you can always grab something like this and say, hey, include the time of day, right? And that will adjust this to be slightly different, right? So we're going to go ahead and accept that. We save that, save a view. So it reloads, and there we go. Look at that. Hey, isn't that pretty neat? So a lot of things that you can do really, really quickly with how our app is built out. And I think this is a Very fast and powerful way to make all this happen. Now do keep in mind, I am already super familiar with Django, so what you'll have to do is you'll have to get in the process of learning what these different things do. Like, what is this right here? How does that actually work? How do these things all come together to render out that page? Now, again, I can tell you how all of this works, but the point is to really start leveraging Cursor and understanding how all of these things are built right now. So if we stopped right now and just didn't go any further, you would already have a very functional Django blog. You would still need to update a few things, but there's a major one that we need to address, and that is if I come in here to db.sqlite3 and hit delete, what happens? If I go into the articles, now I get this operation error. That's because I just deleted that entire database. SQLite gives us vulnerabilities to this specifically, as well as many other things. So now what we want to do is adopt a much more robust way to have a database with our Django projects. Now we're going to implement a production-grade database for our Django project. Now there's a lot of different ways on how we can approach doing this. One, we could host it ourselves. We can deploy open source databases and run it on our own in a very similar way that you were using Django. Now, typically speaking, you would actually provision a virtual machine yourself, one single virtual machine for your database itself, and then you would install things and run it just like that. Now, as you might imagine, that creates a new thing that we need to manage that maybe you're just not ready to do that. I know I'm not ready to manage databases in production for a lot of reasons. One of them is they're really easy to mess up, to accidentally delete. The other one is the benefit is not quite there on smaller projects. Maybe massive projects, but even then you probably don't want to manage your own database. It's better to use a third-party service from my perspective. Now, that being said, let's discuss a few options we have for databases because Django can use a few different ones. One is called MariaDB, one is called MySQL, the other is called Postgres. Now, SQL stands for Structured Query Language. That's what Django's really good for, is using SQL databases. Now, we've already seen this with our SQLite database when we actually had that locally. All of those things are SQL databases, and they're all rooted in open source. So you can deploy all of these yourself if you wanted to go that route. Now, the reason I recommend not doing that, the big reason, has to do what we'll do in the next part with the managed service we'll end up using, which of course is going to be Neon. Neon is serverless Postgres. The serverless part of that means that you only pay for what you use. So if your database or your application is not running currently, you're not paying extra to just have it on. It will turn on really, really quickly, and then it'll turn off after a few minutes of inactivity, as in it's not being used. You just get charged for the actual storage that's on the database itself. And of course, there's a really solid free tier in there. Now go ahead and sign up for Neon at neon.tech/CFE. Once you do that, you're going to go ahead and see something like this. Now, if you sign up at that link, I just get credit for it. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. I partnered with them on this course for a number of reasons. One of them has to do with how simple it's going to be to integrate Postgres into our database. The other one is those things that I mentioned before. So what we want to do here is jump in and create a brand new project. Go ahead and give it a name, something like our Python, let's say our Python app, and we'll go ahead and do cursor and course, something like that. Give it a name. You can just use NeonDB. That's totally fine. You can call it whatever you like. Whatever you end up calling here, you'll see where that actually plays in just a moment. Next up, the cloud service provider. Just pick one that you want to use. I recommend using AWS at this time because it's been around for a while. But at some point when you're watching this, there's probably going to be more cloud providers than what was on here. The only reason for this is where your actual database is going to be deployed to. Neon's going to handle all of it, so even if you don't have the cloud service yourself, you don't need to worry about it. It's just really where you want to put it. Next up, we've got regions in here. And so what we see is we want to select a region that's near our virtual machine. So ideally, this virtual machine is near you specifically, but also you just want to make sure you're grabbing a region that's near you altogether. So in our case, we can jump back into Linode and we can see where our region is for our application, which of course is in Seattle, Washington. So in my case, I want to go ahead and use a region that's in Oregon. Now, there is going to be a little bit of latency between Oregon and Seattle, right? As in, it's going to have a little bit of a delay. But I would imagine the vast majority of you won't even recognize or notice the delay in your Django application. And of course, there's things like caching that you can implement with a tool called Redis that will help speed up queries if you ever run into any issues with them. I would say the vast majority of us will not run into those issues, especially with these newer projects that we're working on. Now, there's this thing called advanced options for branching data. We'll talk about this in the next part. I'm going to show you how to branch data. The idea here is to have a development mode and a production mode, but you can always create a development mode based off of the production mode, which is essentially a copy directly from the production data, which is really cool, as we'll see very soon. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and create this project. I'm actually going to take down this auto-scaling range a little bit because I would imagine a lot of you, especially with a newer project, you're not going to use that much compute. Now, the more compute you end up using actually goes based off of your plan. You get charged more if you use a lot more compute. Makes a lot of sense. But we're going to be using it in the free tier, so you probably won't be charged at all for a long time for this project until you start getting a lot of users, which means that you're building a lot of value, which means it's super easy to pay for the services that you'll need. Nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and confirm this auto scaling, and what do you know? The project's already ready. That also means the database is already ready. It was that quick. Now, if you've ever provisioned a managed database service before, it's rarely, if ever, that quick. Neon is really pushing the envelope as to what can happen with these kinds of databases. Now we're going to implement Neon Postgres into our Django project. Of course, after you create a project, you'll see this quick start tab here. And if you scroll down, you'll see a bunch of different options of what you can integrate this to. Now, there is a Django option in here, but it's using some configuration that we're not necessarily using. So I'm going to go ahead and use just the database connection string. Now, the reason I like using the connection string is it's a lot easier to move around, for one. Number two is if I ever need to provision a new database, I can just change the connection string and only the connection string, not all of the other configuration, which just takes a lot more copying and pasting. So it's a lot easier to just use one. Now, since I'm going to be using this connection string, there's two packages that our Django project needs. One is going to be the DJ database URL. This is going to decouple that connection string and work correctly across a bunch of different database services, as you can see right here. So it's actually really nice for that reason as well. The other part here is we've got scopg. This is scopg 3. There's another one called scopg 2. We want 3. This is the newest version. This is the newest version for Postgres, even though the actual package itself doesn't have a number on it any longer. scopg 2 does. So with this in mind, those are the two packages that I'll definitely want to use. So jumping into our cursor application here, I'm going to go into requirements.txt, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in scopg binary, and then I'm also going to bring in DJ database URL. Notice it automatically suggests this inside of cursor. Now, the reason I'm doing these things outside of cursor, like not asking the command, is because I want to make sure that I'm using these in particular. And at this point, hopefully you're getting a lot more comfortable with just copying and pasting things inside of your project. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and open up the terminal now, and I'm going to go ahead and install requirements to Python environment, also with spelling errors, just like that. What do you know? There's my requirements. Let's go ahead and run that, and the installations are coming through. So I did this very, very simply, and you should be able to as well. So with scopg binary, I don't necessarily need a bunch of other packages installed on my Linux system. If I didn't use the binary, I might have to, which is why I have the binary in here. And of course, if you were using scopg 2, what you would end up seeing is something like this, where it's that binary, which cursor might offer to you. It might suggest that one itself. Now, I'm not going to use that, so I'm going to get rid of that altogether. It's just an important point to note. Using the newest version is often ideal, but every once in a while, your various LLMs might not realize that's the version you want to use, and thus offer a different one. So since I have this specific version, the reason for that is to use the latest packages instead of using the older ones that the LLM might be trained on whenever you're using production database connections especially. So with this in mind now, I'm going to go ahead and close out this terminal for just a moment, jump into .env. Now I want to go ahead and bring in that database connection string. So what I see here is as soon as I start typing database in .env, it automatically tries to give me that same connection string. Now this one's not valid, of course. I don't have the database running on localhost, but it's actually really nice that cursor's already going, hey, we see that you're going to use this database connection string. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and jump into settings.py right underneath databases, and I'm going to go ahead and paste in that connection string. Notice it's already giving me some config stuff and also everything else that comes in here. Now it's totally okay if yours doesn't autocomplete to this exactly. Just change it so that it does. DJ database URL, even if it's just that right there, that's okay. One of the things we don't need to do is the connection health checks. This has to do with serverless databases. Serverless databases don't typically need this in the same way as non-serverless databases would. So with this in mind, I now have most of my Django project ready to go. There's one thing that I need to change, and that of course is this database URL here. Now, as soon as I hit save on this settings.py, it probably brought down my application itself. So if I refresh in here, it doesn't look like it's down yet. But there's a good chance that this will come down because this .env is not accurate or we need to make some changes anyway. So in the meantime, though, I will go ahead and jump over to Neon and I want to grab that database connection string. I'll go ahead and copy this snippet here and I will paste this in, save it, make sure you're doing Command S a bunch of times. Now that we've got that, we're going to go ahead and open up the terminal again and I want to go ahead and run migrate database and create a admin user, and we'll go ahead and hit enter, and sure enough there's my migrate command and there's my create super user command as one. Fantastic. So it's going through and creating the database. It's applying all those migrations to our new database. The database itself is already created. All it's doing with that migrate is syncing the database, our Django code, with our database's tables. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and create a username like Justin Mitchell. That, of course, is my username on X. I'm going to go ahead and bring in a email in here. This is one that we used to use a lot. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring in a real password in here. And hopefully those things are all correct. Great. So at this time, let's go ahead and take a look at our virtual machine itself and refresh. I do see that it's working. If for some reason it wasn't, we'll come back to it in just a moment and I'll show you a few different places as to where you could diagnose this issue. Next up, what I want to do though is I want to jump back into Neon and actually take a look at the tables in here. If I click on tables, I should see a bunch of database tables. These are all managed through Django and of course Postgres and of course Neon. So these are all of those tables in here. I did create a brand new user, so I should be able to go to the auth user table and actually see that new user. Hey, there's the username. And also the important part that I want to show you is the fact that the password is not stored in there. This is not what I typed just a moment ago or copied and pasted. This is a hashed password. This is one of the reasons to use production grade databases as well as Django. This comes in by default. And also the production side is we can review that. We can actually see that that's true. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the Django admin here. And I'll go ahead and type in my username and that password I added in. I'll go ahead and save this so I can have access. But there's my Django admin and my Django user in production. These are all production ready tools that we have out of the gates. Now, of course, if your Django project is not actually working, what can you do? Well, the first thing that I would do is open up the terminal here, and I would go ahead and do restart Gunicorn service, something like that, which of course is this right here. So as soon as you run that, it should actually restart Gunicorn, which then you can go ahead and test that your Django project's running. If it's still not running, maybe you do something like restart NGINX service, like that, right? Which will then restart NGINX and it does the correct one. So I restart that. This might take it down for sure and then might bring it back up as well. And so in my case, it's still back up, it's still running, everything's looking good. But again, there still might be issues. So let's go ahead and say, let's see Gunicorn logs and hit enter. This will show you all of the issues you might have with your Django project. And so you might have errors in here like this, in which case you can copy those, hit Command L, throw them in the chat and say, what is going on here? And of course, you could do the same thing with your NGINX logs. More than likely, it's going to be the Gunicorn service that goes down, not NGINX. So the Gunicorn service going down has to do with issues or errors with your code altogether, which this, of course, will help you diagnose as well. Now, there's one other thing, though, is if I were to come in here and just simply run into SRC, go ahead and run dev server and hit enter. This also might help you solve some of those problems as well. And let's go ahead and just change the port to 8001 just to make sure that that's running. And if there are errors here, you'll copy and paste those into your chat as well. Now, of course, if you did everything exactly as I did, you won't have errors. And of course, if there's anything wrong with the database connection itself, just go ahead and take a look at the code that I have that's now open source that you can review for this project itself. Go ahead and copy and paste it. Use cursor to do all the chat as you need. So that's the point of all of that. Okay, great. So now I want to go ahead and get to the point of why I think using Neon is so important for early projects as well. And has everything to do with this branching subject here. And then also we'll go ahead and come back in and make another version of our project as it currently exists. Let's take a look. In a moment, we're going to take a look at cloning and branching. But before we do that, let's take a look at our Django project, jump into our articles here, and I just want to create a brand new article, which I'll say hello world, and we'll go ahead and say this is a branch test ABC, and I'll go ahead and say ready to publish, and I'll say I'm the author. Save that, there we go. And of course, if I leave the admin in here and go into my blog, I should see that same hello world. Great. So this is a branch test on purpose. So what I want to show you is how simple it is to branch your database inside of Neon. So what we've got here is that we're on our main branch. If you go into branches, you'll see that. You jump into tables. Notice that it still says the main branch itself. And then inside a blog article, there is our blog article. So what I want to do is I want to create a copy of this database so that I can use it in another environment. I'm going to go ahead and create this branch here. I'm going to call it just simply dev. So dev2, dev3, whatever you want to call it. Notice it says include data up to this current point in time. I'm going to create this new branch, and there it is. So it's basically already ready to go. Now we can verify this by going into our tables once again, and I'm in my dev branch. Here's the blog point right here, and then I can go into my main branch as well. Cool, it's in both places just like that. No big deal. Now, if I were to select this on my dev branch and hit delete one record, well, I'm going to go ahead and prove that to you that it's now working. So the way we prove this is by going into Linode and then creating a clone of our current virtual machine. Now, cloning virtual machines is very common on all sorts of cloud providers. It doesn't have to be just Akamai Linode. It could be DigitalOcean, AWS. That part doesn't matter. But I want to show you basically what you would end up doing. Inside of Linode, you come here on these three little dots, and you're going to want to clone it. We're going to clone it from the current instance that's running. Notice it says to avoid data corruption during the cloning process, turn off your compute instance. We're not going to do that. I'm not really worried about data corruption happening for two reasons, or three reasons actually. One, our database is on Neon. Two, our code is on GitHub, even if the current iteration of the code is not on GitHub, which we can just simply do git push, and now it's on GitHub. So the main things that I need to worry about with this instance itself are, well, not necessarily on that instance. Granted, if people were using the application, well, once again, we need to have that third-party service, in this case Neon, storing our database data. So there's really nothing about this particular instance that we need to worry about in terms of losing data. Now, there might be caveats to that I'm not aware of. Maybe it has something to do with the actual requests that are coming through. Maybe they get terminated too soon or something like that. But for the vast majority of us, we are in development mode. We're not in production. This is not something you would want to do in production anyway. As in your actual service that real users are going to, you're not going to want to clone it like this anyway. This is not how you go into production. Nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and clone it into the same location with the same shared CPU here. I'm going to go ahead and change this to cursor Django dev, something like that. I'm going to scroll down. Private IP is still there. Great. Notice that nothing with the SSH or password are there. That's because it's going to create the same SSH password as well as key. Next up, we're going to go ahead and hit create. Now this process is not nearly as fast as duplicating our database. This is very common for this to take a little while. It's going to copy everything about this environment and then install it into a brand new virtual machine. So that process does take some time to have that happen. That's part of the reason why this is not the way you deploy. The way you deploy is from the code directly, and then just recreating the environment is often faster than this itself. Recreating or updating the environment is often a lot faster than what we've got with this. But the reason I'm bringing this up has everything to do with the fact that we want to see this new branch in here. So I'm actually going to take a moment, let this finish off the video, and then we'll be back when it is finished so we can see these two environments working side by side. And of course, that means that inside of Cursor, we're going to be setting up another connection with our Cursor workspace in just a moment as well. All right, so after a few minutes, the cloning finished. Now I can go ahead and boot the cloned version. We'll go ahead and bring this online. While it's running, I'm going to go ahead and copy this IP address in here. We're going to jump into Cursor, and I'm going to go ahead and tab back into my local window, which of course you can always just grab that right there, or you can always open a new window itself. Then we're going to go ahead and open it remote, connect to host, add a new host, SSH, and root at that same thing. Then we're going to go ahead and do our config in here, open up that config. Here it is. I'll go ahead and do cursor-dev just like that, save that. Now we're going to go ahead and connect to host the cursor dev one. Okay, great. So I'll zoom in here. Notice that it says that I need to agree to that configuration altogether. No surprise there. Next up, we're going to open up our remote folder, which, as you recall, if we go into OPT, we see that there's Cursor, Projects, Cursor Django. Let's go ahead and open this one up, and this should be our project now. Great. So notice there's a workspace in here. I'm going to go ahead and leave that out for the moment, but I've got this .env here. So that's the key thing that I want to change now. This again is in Cursor Dev, no big deal. I want to go ahead and change the database URL itself. So let's jump into Neon. So let's go back into our dashboard here, and here's our connection details. This is where it's always going to be. Grab the right branch and then copy this snippet here, come in here, and we'll go ahead and paste it in. There we go. Now we're going to go ahead and run our dev server at port 8000. So run dev server at, well, we'll do port 8001. Okay. And so now, of course, there it is, port 8001, and it's on 000, which is great. Now I'm going to go ahead and open this up in my IP address, my new IP address. So let's go back into it, copy that IP address, and we'll go into port 8001. And of course, I get this invalid host header here. So let's go ahead and add that one in. I'm going to grab this right here into my env file. Just put a comma there, save that. We'll now close this out with Control-C, press up, enter, run it again, and there we go. Here's our project. Let's jump into the admin now. We're going to go ahead and use that username we created before. We're going to go ahead and pass in the password. I log in here. You can save this if you want. I'm going to just go ahead and say no for now. I'm going to jump into my articles, and they should be completely empty. This, of course, is because I deleted them in the tables directly in Neon itself for that branch. If I change it to the main branch, that data is still there. Pretty nice here. So now what I can do is back into my dev project. We're going to go ahead and do something that's fairly straightforward with Command I, and I'm going to actually grab the blog model itself. So I'm going to go ahead and do models.py. There we go. There's the blog model. I'll get rid of .env, and we'll go ahead and say create a Django management command to create a bunch of blog posts that are real-ish, something like that. Okay, so now it's going to go ahead and create a bunch of stuff for us. So it's going to want to do this install for Faker. I'll go ahead and do that with the pip install here. Let's go ahead and bring in Faker into our requirements actually. I'll ignore this for a moment and I'll paste Faker in right there. Next, what we see is this create blog post command. This is going to run Faker and looks like it's going to create a bunch of articles in here, which is great. And it's doing a bunch of random stuff. I'm going to go ahead and hit accept. And then we see this blog post here now. Okay, so what I want to do here is I'm going to go ahead and run Command K, and we're going to go ahead and make sure that our requirements are updated. So update installed requirements for Python env. Hit enter. Hopefully all that works like it did before. Sure enough, it does. And there we go. It even updated Django, which is kind of cool. And so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and let's see if we can run the create blog posts command with Django. Hit enter. Hopefully it will actually run that, and it looks like it's about to. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. It says no module named Faker, which is interesting. So let's go ahead and press up again. And let's make sure Faker was saved in requirements.txt. I don't think I saved it. So let's go ahead and run that again. And sure enough, there it is. Now it's running Faker. I'll press up a couple more times, hit enter. This is saying that it doesn't have the total. So I'll go ahead and add some number here and just say 10. There we go. So now it's got a bunch of articles in here. If I refresh, data is right there. Fantastic. Of course, if I go back into my main project itself, it is isolated from that other one, but it has the same schema. Everything else is basically the same. Fantastic. Now, the next question, though, is if I actually updated this and I want to save these things into my GitHub Actions and all that. So what I can do then is I can close this out, and let's go ahead and do something like, let's add to Git with fake blog posts as message. Something like that. Silly. There we go. And then let's go ahead and push to Git. Okay. Pushes. There it goes. Great. So naturally I can open this up. Let's go ahead and open that up in GitHub by copying it, jumping into GitHub, and just seeing if that came through. Inside of SRC, inside of blog, there's the management command that we just created. Wow, that was really easy. Now, of course, if I were to jump into my other environment, which I'm just tabbing through here, I can then go ahead and see pull new git changes, something along those lines, git pull. This brings all of that code in here as well. That's pretty fantastic. And also then there's my requirements.txt. Now I want to go ahead and install new requirements for Python env. And hopefully it will go ahead and install those requirements. And there we go. So now I basically went from another environment, did a bunch of tests, did a bunch of example things that I might want to do, and then I brought them into my original environment that are on there. And so I could try the command out itself on that original production environment that we had and see if that ends up working. So again, back into Cursor Django, not the one with the dev, but the one that we've been working on. I'm going to go ahead and say run inside of our command here, run create and fake blog posts, hit enter. This of course is going to run that again. We need to put a number here. I'm going to go ahead and say 10 once again. There it goes and creates a bunch of fake blog posts. If I refresh on my original one, my original IP address, I think I'll end up seeing some fake blog posts in here. But let's actually go into the admin and see if that's even true. We'll jump into the admin, into the articles. There's a bunch of fake ones in there. And then we'll go ahead and see that a lot of them are published and they're not being published, or they're being published right now. So that's probably good. Let's go back into our project here and jump into the blog. And there's all of those fake blog posts now on our original one. And we can tell this is our original one for several reasons. One, we can go back into Linode now and we can delete this other version. We don't need it running anymore. We did the things that we wanted to do. Let's go ahead and delete it. And then going into Neon, I can also delete that other branch. So into branches here, we can go ahead and delete that branch as well, and now it's gone. So both things are quite literally what I meant by ephemeral. The virtual machine deletes a lot faster than it does cloning, but the idea here is the changes can persist, and all of it's going through Git and version control. Now, I sped through a bunch of what you would end up doing if this was a real scenario. You would probably need your other user or the other virtual machine to be logged into a different Git version. Once again, this process is not something you'll do fairly often, but it highlights what you can do and what you can do really quickly. Cursor makes it easier, virtual machines make it easier, database branching makes it easier. So all of these in play together really help your environments speed up and the development environment speed up in a very safe and logical way. Now let's see how we can create and log in users with Cursor. So let's go ahead and jump back into Cursor on our main project here. I'm going to go ahead and close out a few things and start this off. Now, the first thing is I'm going to open up urls.py, and obviously there's nothing in here about logging in or logging out. So the first thing I'll do is Command I, and we want to create a login page for users. So the reason I want to start with login is so that I can just test that that flow is working before I go to the registration. That's pretty much it. And so what we've got here is here's a view, login view, here's the login.html. So far it looks good to me. And then of course login the actual URL. Great. I'm going to go ahead and accept everything and we'll save it, all of that. Let's go back into our project here and I'm going to go ahead and just do login. Here is my login page. Let's go ahead and use the username and password that I've been using, and we'll go ahead and hit login here, and there we go. So now I'm logged in. Looks like it's pretty good. So the next thing is I just want to go ahead and update my base.html. Let's go ahead and update our home page to ensure that the login is in here as well. So I'm going to copy this, and I'll go ahead and add it to the chat, and I want to say something like add login if the user is not logged in, otherwise add logout button, something like that. So the reason I'm going into chat is because it's fairly specific to this one portion. This is what I'll do when it's one small portion from time to time. And so here we go. It's doing that for me. I'm going to go ahead and apply this, and I'll go ahead and accept it. And let's save this out. And so I'll refresh in here. And so what I should get is an error probably. More than likely, the reason I'm not seeing an error is because I haven't saved one of my Python files, so I'll have Gunicorn reboot. And so now I get this no reverse match because I don't actually have a logout. Great, so going back into Cursor, this gives me the next thing I need to do. So Command I can keep this open and go ahead and say, now add a logout view, or logout page, I suppose you could say, instead of view. Although it's called a view, we can see that now it's going to go ahead into views.py. There's the logout, and we might even have some other things related to it. Looks like base.html is doing that as well. It's updating that to have the login, logout links, which we already had before. I already was trying to do that. So maybe it's doing it on the home page or something. Nope, looks like it's doing it on the navigation. Great, so I'll go ahead and just accept everything, save it, and let's go ahead and see if everything was refreshed. Looks like it was. Here's my logout page. I logged out. Let's go ahead and log in now. Log in. What do you know? I've got log in, log out. Fantastic. Okay, so of course the next part would be to actually create the create user page or the registration page, which you could do now, and I'll do that in just a moment. But this is how effective Cursor can be. It's just really just that simple to get things going. Now let's go ahead and create a user sign up page. So Command I, keeping those same things open, but even if you didn't and you just did a brand new one, the main thing I would open up here is just urls.py, the main urls.py, mostly so that it knows that there is no sign up page. So let's go ahead and do create a user sign up page and say enter. Of course, this is going to go through the process of doing everything you might need to sign up a user. It creates forms.py. Now, of course, if you're not familiar with Django and forms.py, this is a seamless way to have a form running. And then inside of views, we see that it's using that form to select and ingest data. Now, we've already seen forms.py or Django model forms inside of the Django admin. This is the same thing. It's just now on our front end. And so we see our sign up view here. This is creating that form. It's doing everything needed. And signup.html, URLs, fantastic. This is amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and accept everything. We'll save it. And let's go ahead and refresh on our homepage here. I want to log out. There's my sign up button. And here's the sign up process. So now I'm going to go ahead and just do some tests here. And I'll go ahead and say teamcfe, hello@teamcfe.com. I'll go ahead and add in a suggested password here. We'll use that one. I'm going to go ahead and copy it a few times, hit sign up, and there we go. Welcome. I log out. I can log in again, Team CFE, and there we go. Now, of course, I didn't actually verify the user's email, which would be something you might want to do. That's outside the scope of this one. But I will say there's a package called Django All Auth that you could absolutely implement to send out emails when the users sign up. And there's a lot of things that you could do there in terms of your project. But there we go. So now we have log in, log out, sign in, sign up, all of that. And then I can go into the admin itself. Notice that you don't have authorization to see this, which of course was a key part of the login, log out portion itself. So now that we've got this, let's actually go into our blog and start making comments on any given blog. Opening up cursor rules will then also open up Command L to start a new chat. So I want to create a Django app for user comments and only logged in users, something like that. This is going to hopefully give me the process of starting this. So here we go. It's going to navigate into my local project, and then it's going to activate the virtual environment and then create everything. That's the main thing that I need to do here, but there's a few others as well. So let's go ahead and open up our terminal, create a new one. If you have to, just do it something like that. Go ahead and run these commands here, and sure enough, that will create this folder here. It's in the wrong location, so let's go ahead and say that it needs to be in src, not in the project root, like this command does, something like that. So let's go ahead and delete this here with command backspace, or just control backspace, but just delete that file. And so there we go. So now it's going to go ahead and run this one, where it'll then run that command inside of where it should. Great. So next up, we can just open up our settings.py here. And I'm going to go ahead and ignore the chat. And let's go ahead and go to installed apps with Command K, add comments app, hit enter, something like that. Obviously, you could just write out comments app in here, which is something that hopefully at this point you're fairly familiar with. But even if you're not, Command K, Command L, Command I, all of those things are good things to test out. Now that we've got our comments app here, I'm going to go ahead and do Command I, and we'll go ahead and do a new one. So inside of the comments app here, let's go ahead and say create a new model for managing comments on blog posts for specific users and require user login, something like that, right? And so hopefully what it'll do is it'll go into the comments folder and create everything necessary for this, right? So necessary as in it's going to go ahead and do our user settings. This is great. This foreign key connects the comment to the user. There's then a generic foreign key, which is nice because then if I want to have comments on things other than the blog, it will actually allow for that to happen. That's exactly what's going on right there. Great. So I'll go ahead and accept that. Notice it's saying make sure it's in installed apps. There's a good spot that will reiterate that. Then we want to go ahead and run these migrations. So I'll close out Composer. Go ahead and open up Terminal here. I'll hit Command K and run Django migrations. You could also say sync the Django database. Of course, this is just doing migrate. I hit enter. This will give me this right here. So now I can just copy this. Notice that it's not reflected. So I'll go ahead and hit Command L and then go ahead what to do about this. obviously it says what to do and we've already seen it. So at this point you should be able to just run it, but I'll go ahead and run that. The Python environment is not active, something like that, because of course it's not actually active, which here's the reason to start upgrading to Pro, but I have to wait a little bit for this to actually work. There it goes. Now it's working again. I activate it, then I can run the make migrations, and then we can apply those migrations, and there we go. Now we can also take a look at the various comments if need be, but I don't need to. I'm going to close out this chat, and now I've got the comments ready. It's time to do what would be the next thing is, how do I actually implement the comments? So with models.py, I'll go ahead and do Command I again, and now use the comments model to store comments on blog posts. So I'll go ahead and add in, since I'm doing blog posts, I'll go to blog / and I want to add in views.py here just to make sure that the comments model is going to be used inside of views.py. I'll go ahead and hit enter. Now, the reason I know that is because thinking back to the logic of what a view does, it will actually render out individual things themselves. And so once again, I've got a slow upgrade here. I've been using Cursor a ton, doing all sorts of things, going back and forth. While this is running, this is where I want to mention that going into Cursor settings, and let's go ahead and just navigate this into models for a second. This might be where you actually bring in your own API key, whether it's OpenAI, whether it's Anthropic or Google, any of them, just bring in an API key and then you can actually use those, and that will often speed things up for you just a little bit. So in my case, it didn't take that long of waiting time for all of this to happen. There's our comment models. Here's now our view. Look at our article detail now. I've got a bunch of things that are updated for that. I've got a comments form here now, which is interesting that this is in the blog itself, but that's probably fine. Then I've got article detail being updated as well. So back in Composer, I'm going to accept everything and really not go through it much other than the fact that these files changed a little bit. So let's go ahead and save this now. One of the first red flags that I see is the template is new. So this green color means that it's new, which we could verify by coming into Git, and we can see that basically everything has been added. Now, what this means is that Cursor, the composer, actually made this new template instead of using the one that it made before. So all I'm going to do here is, instead of trying to finagle with Cursor itself, I'm just going to go ahead and cut this out and then paste it into the previously existing template. And then I'll just go ahead and delete this folder. Now, for those of you who are aware or not aware, Django itself can have templates inside of the application itself, which I'll show you in just a second. Let's go ahead and save this. And I think we should save also a Python file just to make sure that everything gets refreshed with Gunicorn. I'll refresh on a blog post, and here are my comments. So I can say, hello world, here are some comments, and I'll go ahead and add this comment in, and I'm getting this reverse problem happening. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, and we'll go into, I think maybe our views, and yes, so right here is our view here. So I'll go ahead and select this and do a good old Command L, put in that error and hit enter. This of course will help me find what the error is. In our case, we see that it says article detail. We've got a URL's blog, there we go. So what should happen is it should give me this right here, and sure enough it does. So opening up back that view, we'll go ahead and apply that, and it looks like that's updating where it needs to. Great, so I'll go ahead and save that. Simple thing to fix. Now let's go ahead and refresh. If I hit continue, it actually resubmit the form itself, which I don't want to do, so I'll just go back to the blog and grab one of the blog elements in here. Now I got this reverse error, so once again I will copy some of this right here, and then I will paste that in as well. Now I'd imagine what's going to end up happening is it's going to find, it does find it. Look at that. How cool is that? Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into our template. Let's see if it's going to apply to this template right here, not the previous one. It looks like it did. I'll go ahead and accept it again, save that, refresh, and let's go into our blog. Looks like it's not fully showing it. So let's go ahead and make sure that everything's saved up. Models.py, just saving a py file. There we go. There is almost content. And I'll try another one, exclamation mark. And there we go. So we have almost content, but it's not quite showing us the content. So let's go ahead and select. I'm going to just go ahead and do the article detail and keep chat open. So let's go ahead and do Command L and say the comments are not showing up. The details are, though. Details are. I'm also going to go ahead and do comments and models and go ahead and bring that in. Hit enter. This should just look into the model itself that we created. And then it should also compare it against the template that we have. And sure enough, it's going to tell us, oh, it should be this value right here. So I'm going to go ahead and apply that. And I'll go ahead and say accept. And there we go. So now it's adding this one in where before it's just slightly different there. I save it, I refresh in here. And again, I got to save a Python file to make sure those changes are reloaded. And then I reload in here. It looks like the comments aren't showing up now. So we might need a new one again and see what's going on here. Same problem we have now. So what I'm going to do here is now I'm going to go ahead and open Backup Composer, and I'm going to leave in my views. I'm going to go ahead and bring in article detail, models. I just want to bring in a few things and say comments aren't showing at all now on the view, and just run that. So this is where we've got some abstractions going on that make it a little bit more challenging for it to just get it right out of the gates. But soon enough, we will have it right, I believe. So let's go ahead and take a look inside of here, inside of the view. It looks like it's just changing a subtle thing, which I don't think is actually changing much. Looks like it's not changing anything. Next up in article detail, I'm going to scroll down. It looks like it updated to that, which is slightly different than what it was. So again, I'll go ahead and accept everything and just save inside of a Python file, refresh in here, and now we can see these things. Great. So if I were to log out here, log in again, I'm going to log in as my other user, go into the blog, go into those comments here. Notice I can't delete these. Just a second ago it said I could, so I'll go ahead and say delete me, hit add comment, and I can actually delete comments in here as well. There's a few different commands that end up not working super well with our Django project right now. So what I want to do is open up cursor rules and copy the root directory for the root folder just like that. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. We'll go ahead and do Command L, and we're going to go ahead and create a Contact Us app to store entries for users and non-users. Hit enter. So what I want to see here is I want to see it actually create the virtual environment or activate the virtual environment and also do it from inside of SRC. So that's exactly what's happening with Bash. So as soon as I did this root folder here with an absolute path, it helps me with these commands a little bit. If that absolute path was not there, it still can work from time to time, but it causes issues also. So I'm going to go ahead and run this now. And so what I should see here is it actually create the contact page based off of the virtual environment Python. Both of those things are looking pretty good. Next up, it goes into settings.py. Now, one of the things I do like about chat is that I can literally chat with it, go back and forth to get these things right. One of the things I don't love about it is if I do apply here, sometimes it goes into the right location, sometimes it doesn't. So in settings.py it did, but let's go ahead and try the contact entry model here. I'm gonna go ahead and apply that. Now it's saying settings. I'm not exactly sure why that is. I think maybe it's just a development bug that will be changed in the long run. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up models.py because it says create a model for this. Hopefully at this point you realize models.py is where we're going to be working to store database data. I'm going to go ahead and apply this to models.py, and then I'm going to call that a day with chat. I'm going to leave chat as is. You might run the make migrations and all that in there as well. Let's go ahead and run those just to make sure that the model itself is in there. Now notice it said no changes detected. This is probably because I need to save settings.py. As soon as I save settings.py and run those commands again, what I should see is it actually going through the process of running my migrations. Or maybe models.py is not actually running migrations just yet. I didn't save models.py. So let's go ahead and make sure you save files before you run those migrations, which you can see right here. Okay, so with this in mind, even if you didn't save those files and you decided to do what I recommend, which is doing Command I, doing a new instance of the composer, having models.py open, and go ahead and say something like create the form that will track content or contact entries for us. Hit enter. This, of course, should actually create a file called forms.py, as we've seen before. Comments did the same thing. It's basically just like that, but now it's kind of going to be isolated to contact itself. Now, the cool thing is it did create this file, but for some reason it was rejected. Maybe I pressed the button for reject, and I'll go ahead and hit reapply here, and there it comes back in. Views.py is now also in here as well, so that's kind of cool. So I'm going to go ahead and go back into Composer and just hit accept all. Great. Now what I need is create the templates for this and hit enter. Now, of course, I spelled it incorrectly, but overall, hopefully what it'll end up doing is creating the templates in here, right? So let's see if that ends up doing that. It looks like it's going to extend something related to base.html, which I may or may not want to keep. Let's see if it did anything in here. I don't really see any changes to base.html just by scrolling, so we can kind of ignore that one. Maybe it's just confirmed that that was in there. So back in the Composer, I'll go ahead and hit tab a few times. Let's go ahead and make sure we're selected in here, and tab, tab, and then tab. Contact us form. Great. I'll go ahead and accept that. And it looks like everything's looking good. Looks like my settings or my URLs even changed as well. So our contact view is now from here. So as soon as I go into URLs, you should notice that I have two versions of this. Let's actually go back into our Composer, and I'm going to go ahead and reapply all and maybe just accept everything as well. So accept all also. Okay, so let's close that out and let's save in here. What I want to do is not get rid of this contact view, but get rid of our old contacts view so that it's just a little bit different in terms of how that ends up working. Great. So with this MI now, if I go back into my home page here and go to contacts, I now get a few messages in here. These messages are something I haven't implemented just yet, but let's go back into our contact us. There's definitely a problem with base.html. So it made an issue with our navigation bar, which this is why we use Git. So if I go into the source control here into base.html, I can just discard the changes right there. Once I do that, save it again. What I end up getting is everything comes back. So I should be able to refresh in here. After I save in a Python file, there everything is back. Okay, great. So this is good. This is exactly what I wanted. So now I'm going to go ahead and just say Justin and hello at Team CFE, some subject, some message, hit submit, and boom, did it actually submit it? Well, if we go into the admin of our project here, let's go ahead and take a look. Into the admin, there's nothing in there, so let's go ahead and open up Command I, add the contact model into the admin, hit enter. This will do the next step, of course, is just adding that in, which should update admin.py, which is all it's doing, right? And it did it really well. All of these different things that are in here, I'll go ahead and just go to admin.py. So let's go ahead and tab over, select this area here to tab inside of Composer. I'm just going to go ahead and accept just this single page, not everything because of base.py. Now I'll go ahead and just create a new Composer to make changes if need be. So I'll go ahead and save that, and I'll jump into my admin here, refresh. There's my contact entries. I already did one. There's that data. Pretty neat here. And so now we've got all of that working. If I want to actually come back in here, let's go ahead and open up an incognito window now, and I'll go into contact and I'll say my name is Justin, and I'll do everything basically the same. This time I'll hit send message. We'll close this out, refresh in the admin, or just go to a different page, go to either one of these emails, now we see that the user was not activated. The user was not logged in when they sent this message, even if it was coming from the same email. Having the user logged in is good to see that we can verify that maybe this email is actually that user, and so on and so forth. But pretty cool. So now we have that contact model. Now, what I hope that you get from this is the repetitive nature that it is when it comes to creating any of these instances. This is a form. This is a form. So all we're seeing over and over again with Django is forms and models. That's of course because those forms and models end up getting turned into database entries into our tables. So going back in here, we can see inside of comments comment, here are a few comments in there, and then we can see the contact entries. Here are a few of those entries in there. So this process is what you end up doing when you're building a web application. You define some schema data that you want to collect. You define whether or not you want a user on it. Then you define all of the ways to accept that data. So forms.py and views.py. It's really just that straightforward. So that's the point of getting all the context stuff in here. So really the next thing would be, let's go into, let's say, contact form.html here. So what we've got is the contact form being rendered out. One of the things I might want to do is inside of forms.py, maybe I want to go ahead and do Command L and say add in Tailwind CSS classes. And perhaps I'll also do the contact form HTML, so contact form HTML as well. Do both of those things. Hit enter. And so what this should do is now update this instead of bootstrap classes. Not sure why it used bootstrap classes, but it did. I'm going to go ahead and now first off update contact form HTML. We'll go ahead and apply this, hit accept, which should have just changed the button. Forms.py, if we scroll down a little bit, let's see if it's in there. Looks like forms.py did not change anything. So let's go ahead and do update forms.py to Tailwind classes as well for each input attribute. So input attribute, that's what I'm looking at there. And then hopefully what this will do is change these things right here. That is what I'm after. And sure enough, it looks like it's going to do that. So of course, by default, it's going to go into HTML. Then if you tell it to go into forms.py, you can make that happen as well. And I'll go ahead and apply this, hit accept, save everything. Let's go back into our contact page and just take a look. This looks a lot better. It's not quite there maybe. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And once again, I'll go ahead and copy this whole thing, hit Command L and center align text and not too wide, hit enter. Of course, I could always go into Flowbyte or any other sort of Tailwind offering out there and just say, hey, copy this, basically. So I'm just going to leave it like this. We'll apply that. Let's see if that does anything for us. Save that and refresh in here. Let's make sure forms.py is saved. And we got this invalid filter, add class. So that's, of course, an issue. So let's go ahead and solve that problem. Of course, this add class here is not necessary. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this. Let's see if it tries to make me do it again. This time it did not try to make me do it. Okay, great. We save that, save the Python file, or refresh. This looks significantly better than it did just a moment ago. There's still some work to be done. And of course, finding some references out there will help that. Flowbyte, of course, is one of those good ones. But there we go. So that is now a Contact Us page. Get in the habit of doing this process so you can make the user interface look the way you want it to look in the short run, and then in the long run, you'll constantly refine it and maybe find better examples somewhere elsewhere as well. Now we're going to go ahead and list user-related assets. So the idea here being in the contacts models, we have a user here. That is a user-related asset, or at least that's what I'm calling it. Inside of comments, we also have user comments. So I want to be able to see both of these things, and I want them to be appeared on some sort of user logged in page. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and do Command L. I'm going to go ahead and bring in comment models.py and then also contact models.py. So we have those two in there. That looks like we should be good. So now create a user related owned view that shows all data the user is related to or owns, something like that. Now we probably could even do this for the blog, but we only have these two for right now. And so what we got here is this user own data view, which is giving a list view. I'm not sure why it's not using a function-based view. I'm not sure if maybe I didn't put that in here. It looks like I didn't. So let's go ahead and do use a function-based view instead, just like that. And so there we go. And user data view. Now it's showing us some of this stuff. Okay, so what this is showing us is also how to narrow down results from a table as the user, the owned user. And it's also giving us this login required here and so on and so forth. So what I want to do is with this file, I'm going to go back into, let's say, CFE home into views.py because it's saying into our views.py somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and just copy this and then we will paste it down at the bottom. I'm going to close out this chat here and let's just call this our user dashboard view, something like that. Notice that cursor is automatically trying to solve that for us, as in give us suggestions. I'm going to cut out the imports and I'm going to bring them up to the top. We'll go ahead and save everything and just like that. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and make sure my imports are just slightly adjusted here. We'll solve that later. But for now, what I've got is this user dashboard view here. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and change the template name. We'll call it dashboard and maybe user dashboard. That's probably a little bit better. Great, so now that we've got this, how are we going to render this out? So I'm going to go ahead and hit Command Chat again, or Command L, and I want this to show up on the home page if the user is logged in. Otherwise, the default home page, something like that. So this is actually going to modify this a little bit. So it has now, check it out. Our home view is different and then our user dashboard view is not. So if we go back up a little bit, we now have the option to basically have a condition in here for if the user is logged in, which is what that's doing, return back this view here, otherwise return this view. Great. So I'll go ahead and apply that, hit accept, and now I can scroll down here, save everything. I don't have this template yet. What I want to see on the home page is an error. Sure enough, I see an error related to the template. So now I can go ahead and copy this and bring it in here just like that. This, of course, will tell me, hey, I need to create this file. So inside of this location, this is where we're going to go ahead and create dashboard.html, which is interesting that I called it that. So I'm going to go ahead and say, but isn't the name template name something like that, which is what this is. Then, of course, it should say yes. So while that's working, I'm going to go ahead and grab this. And I want to go ahead and now, there it is. So here's the path right here, which is in the root of our project. We can hit new file, add that path in, hit enter, and that should create that file in the correct location. Then we can go ahead and apply this in here and hit continue. I'll go ahead and hit accept, and I'll go ahead and say, what is custom filters? We don't have that. Remove it, something like that. I don't believe we have custom filters, but I'll go ahead and remove it altogether. I'll go ahead and now apply this in here with some of those changes. We will save that now, and here we go. So now this should be, in theory, our new user dashboard. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh in here. I gotta save a Python file, as always, refresh in here. Now we can see contact entries and comments. So this particular user doesn't have any comments right now. Let's go and actually create a comment. So go in here and say, hello world, or something like that. Add that comment, go back into the dashboard, boom, there's our comments now. Really, really straightforward in terms of how this works and how it is displayed. Let's go ahead and update this so it's using Tailwind. Update to use Tailwind CSS, hit enter so it looks a little bit better, and then we will have our dashboard pretty much ready to go. Yes, there's things that we can improve on, of course, that's the point. You want to continuously be improving on these things. So I'll go ahead and apply this, we'll accept it, save it, refresh in our home page here, and again, save that Python file so it reloads. Wow, look at that. That is so much better looking than it just did. But of course, you might imagine these activity items could be many other things. They could be viewing a video, they could be purchasing a product, and so on and so forth, or viewing a blog article and all that. And so now we have a dashboard that we can start to really build on top of. But the purpose of this was to really show user-specific data. That's what's happening here. This is only for this user. It's not for all users. It's narrowed down quite a bit, which of course you could copy these things, hit Command L and explain what is going on here more, and that will give you quite a bit more detail as to how this ends up working. These things are called query sets, which you will probably go over, but the idea of all of this is to just, hey, what do we need on our dashboard? Let's go ahead and ask the chat or the composer to give it to us. Thanks so much for watching. That's it for this one. I will leave you with a challenge though, and that is take the code that you built with Cursor and try to redeploy it elsewhere. Now, of course, this also means that your GitHub repo is in private. So we want to actually see the process of going through and deploying your code in private. Now, there are other tools that you can use. Something like GitHub Actions might help automate some of these things as well, and Cursor can help you build those things out. Now, a big part of all of this, though, is to really just get in the habit of going to chat first and then start building things with Cursor and making sure that you're using Git and version control while you do it so that you can actually build really functional applications really, really quickly. Now, if a lot of this was confusing, as in the Django application itself was confusing, or you just don't feel like you understand it very well, well, this might be your sign to actually learn a lot more about Django because it can power all sorts of things like what you see here. So it's not really done in the sense of, yeah, you don't need to improve anything on your application or you don't need to learn anything else, but rather this hopefully is a kickoff point to learn a lot more while you're building some really interesting projects. So thanks again for watching, and thanks so much for Neon for partnering with me on this series. Look forward to seeing you in the next one. Take care.